All right, what is up, chat? Yes, I do have audio. I forgot to check if the audio was working before I started the stream. I do that sometimes. How the fuck do I turn off studio mode? There we go. And I got YouTube chat up. YouTube streams are harder than Twitch streams. Kinda why there were so many. There were many delays. And one false start. Yes, good morning, meow, and good night. Now, y'all may notice that my webcam is not total shit. I got a new webcam. Because people were complaining last time about how my webcam kept flickering because it was a discount webcam from like 2010, maybe. So I got a new one. It's good. Look, I can do a full screen webcam now, and it doesn't look awful. It doesn't look great. The exposure level. I need to adjust some stuff, but it works. It works now. So yes, Tunnels and Trolls, a new age. Tunnels and Trolls, a new age. So I actually did. I just got an error that popped up. Okay, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, will experience buffering. Why is my streams... I never have these problems on twitch.tv where I also only get like 2 viewers at a time. Oh, there's fucking nothing I can do about this. Yep. Okay, stream looks fine, but there could be problems. There may be problems in the future because I've got like it's telling me my status is poor. So that's not good. I guess we'll see how it goes. Point is, YouTube is not as good for streaming as Twitch because Twitch, is focused on streaming and YouTube just does it secondarily. All right, so the thing that I said I was going to do... Oh, I was talking about it. Before I got distracted by a big yellow error message popping up. Yeah, so New Age, I did check out the way early like alpha playtest version of this. But that one, like, it specifically said that they didn't want you to like share it around, so I didn't make any kind of public commentary on it because because Rebellion Unplugged is a publisher that I don't have any interest in burning a bridge with right now. Versus like Wizards of the Coast, who I'm like, yeah, I don't care. So I have not checked out the new one. Someone was like, hey, not sure if you were aware of this. And I was like, I am aware of it, but I haven't looked into it because I normally don't I normally don't feature incomplete things. So... But I decided it might be fun to go through on a web stream. Live stream! Wow, I'm great with words tonight. Anyway, so... how do I... Tunnels and Trolls. A new age. A new age of tunnels and a new age of trolls. As I drink coffee from my iconic mug. I assume my mug is iconic. I don't know what the fans are into, but I assume my mug is iconic. So Tunnels of Trolls, New Age. Oh yeah. So I don't. From having looked at the previous one and just in general, I don't have the highest of hopes for this because. Yes, I'm a very cynical person, so I'm going to be cynical yet again. when a company that primarily makes board games based on video games released by the same company decides that they are going to buy and release a new edition of the second, I would say first, but in the mainstream, people will call it the second role-playing game, I have to be a little skeptical of their motivations, of whether they actually want to make a game that continues the lineage of Tunnels and Trolls, or if they just wanted to buy a name. Like they saw, people are starting to get a little, disenchanted with, D&D. Maybe we can, sneak in, but we can't start a new game. We need to start something with name recognition. Like how studios will make a movie based on Gem and the Holograms that has nothing to do with Gem and the Holograms, just because the name recognition exists. So I don't have high hopes for this being a good Tunnel and Troll. But, maybe it will be. Maybe I will be surprised by the, there we go. Like I said, I'm not going to say, it's going to be terrible. I'm just saying I don't have high hopes. Because I'm just a cynical person. I'm just a angry, cynical. I am an internet media critic. I have to be angry and cynical about everything. Nah, you don't need Trolls and Tunnels. See, Tunnels and Trolls did it right. Dungeons and Dragons, location and thing you fight there. Tunnels and Trolls, location and thing you fight there. Mazes and Monsters, location and thing you fight there. Bunnies and Burrows, see, that's the thing you play as and a place where you go to in the game. For a proper this and that, it has to be location and thing you fight there. Once again, swords and wizardry. No, see, I would call this like... So in entomology and like zoology in general, and presumably like botany and stuff, we call some things true things and other things just the things. So like a firefly is not a true fly, but a house fly is. They are true flies or members of the order Diptera. So a true alliterative title has to fall into the category of location and thing you fight there. See, like, okay, first of all, chivalry and sorcery, that one's debatable in general about its alliterativeness. You could say chivalry and sorcery is alliterative. But swords and wizardry, not alliterative at all. Same with castles and crusades. I mean, castles and crusades. Castles are a thing. And crusades are like in and out. Like the question is, are you going on a crusade in castles and crusades, or are you like going against people who are crusading? I have, but like, yeah, villains, vigilantes, nah. So Tunnels, the Trolls, a new age of Tunnels and Trolls. They do use a similar font that they used in 5th edition. I don't remember what it was. I like already had it on my computer. And we got a hyena man with a sword. I guess he's a rogue because he has a sword and magic. Welcome to TNT. So, you want to be an adventurer? Well, you wouldn't be the first. This quick start guide introduces you to Tunnels and Trolls, a new age role-playing game, which we'll just call TNT. Just call it Tunnels and Trolls. Like, I have Hmm. That's that, once again, it's another one. It's like, are you fighting the princesses and are you in perils? I don't like over abbreviation. Everyone loves abbreviating, like Teletroll or TNT. Freaking Beach Bunny bimbos with blasters. I think the book never abbreviates it, but on their website, when I was going through the archived versions of the website, they call it like BBBWB. And I'm like, just, that's not a name that's good. All you need to get going is this guide, some pen and paper, and a bunch of 6-sided dice. 10 is plenty, and 2 to 5 of your closest friends. I need to stop reading everything to make it sound erotic, or read everything to make it sound erotic. All you need to get going is this guide, some pen and paper, a bunch of 6-sided dice. 10 is plenty, and 2 to 5 of your closest friends. If you lack the necessary friends, why not check out Solo Adventures? Sup? I'm for some reason reading the new Tunnels of Troll book sexily. No, yeah. This isn't D&D. This isn't D&D. You don't go to the comic book store and play this. Or your friendly local game store. My friendly local game store is attached to my local comic book store. TNT is a game of everyday heroes on epic quests. You are adventurers taking on the mantle of destiny, or at the very least trying to not die while charging headfirst into danger. Somewhat ill-advisedly, you've decided to eschew a safer and more boring profession to explore the uncharted, unearthed, and unknown. And best those who would defy you. What is a role-playing game? What is a role-playing game? Dungeons and... See, here's the thing. Like, I review so many fucking vintage games. What is a role-playing game sections? There's like a curve from 1974. I want to make sure I'm in the in my bloody frame. From 1974. Wait, that's the wrong way because I'm mirror. There we go. So from 1974, it curves up and like into the 80s and 90s. There's like every single game has, like a half to full page what is a role-playing game section. And then when you get into the 2000s, it starts going down again. And now, like most games, like if you look at my games, a lot of my games will be like, if you don't know what a role-playing game is, this probably isn't a good one to start with. So let's see. One person is the game master. Yeah, we all know what that is. Players take on a role of a hero, the protagonist of the story. Collectively telling, blah, blah. If you've played a role-playing game, a lot of what you read in this guide is likely familiar to you. But in TNT, just because your hero doesn't make it, well, heroic, filling out your character sheet is only the start of the journey. Creating your character happens in play. If you've never played a role-playing game before, well, TNT is a little like you're all playing characters from Lord of the Rings, and the GM is the director, except there's no script. And maybe the heroes you're playing as are more like Pippin than they are Gandalf. I mean, they understand what a role-playing game is, at least. What this thing is. This is Rebellion Unplugged's take on the classic game by Ken St. Andre, without involvement from Ken St. Andre for obvious reasons. Okay, wait. Take on the classic game by Ken St. Andre, designed and written by Ken St. Andre, Liz Danforth, and James Bear Peters. That was a really weird phrasing. Should just be a take on the classic game designed and written by Ken St. Andre, Liz Danforth, and James Bear Peters. It's an homage to that original and its profound legacy, while also trying to be something new and fresh. If there is one thing that you could not call Tunnels and Trolls after 1979, it was fresh. All right, this is also, as I mentioned, a condensed version. I'm getting flashbacks to the frickin' 7th edition revised. Basic principles of the game, how to create your own original character, and how to play through an adventure. What this thing isn't. This thing is incomplete. And that's intentional. Jesus, we know what a quick start guide is. While you have a whole bunch of options for your character and everything to do, the core book has more options, more suggestions, more everything. The booklet also assumes you're going to use it to test out the game and see if you like it, but not run a campaign with it. So there's nothing in terms of how your characters might grow stronger and wiser, or weaker and dumber for that matter. Yes, naming Ken St. Andre twice is the most Ken St. Andre thing imaginable. Actually, no, the most Ken St. Andre thing would be imaginable would be an updated game of Ken St. Andre's Tunnels and Trolls by Ken St. Andre, designed by Ken St. Andre. Ken St. Andre presents a Ken St. Andre production of a Ken St. Andre game. TNT is also where you watch AEW. And you watch Kyle Fletcher, the TNT champion. I like Mark Briscoe, the TNT champion. But we'll see where that goes. And I don't know, I can with it. Nothing in terms of how your character might grow stronger and wiser. Oh yeah, I stopped because I was actually amused by something they said. I was shocked that they said something that I liked. Across multiple sessions to uncover types of people and places, things you might run into other than those featured in the adventure. It's also not final. We're confident that you and your friends can find the rules, have a great time, make it just better. Case, get into a feedback form on Discord. You know, I've got a Discord. There's a link in the description. I mean, I'm still gonna have a Discord, but I might have to change some of the channels with the new proposed changes that Discord is making. See, now, like, I'm probably knocking my hopes up, because, like, I'll have an amusing, like, sometimes they'll write amusing things in the introduction, and the game will be awful, so what are you waiting for? Get started. The GM will need to read through the quick start guide in full. The players can read the rules as well, but they shouldn't read the adventure after familiarize with the rules. Heroes, page 16. Once you have a full cast of heroes ready, the GM should, each player, if I can get, I'll see. You know what? If I like this, I will see if I can get a group together and actually run through the adventure. A short history of the troll mark. Brief overview of the history of the world you're about to dive into. So here's the thing. As I mentioned in the Deluxe Tunnels and Trolls video, Tunnels and Trolls, up until Deluxe Tunnels and Trolls, basically has no lore. So I'm kind of interested in, like, are they going off of the little bit of lore that Ken St. Andre put into Deluxe Tunnels and Trolls and, you know, had before that? Or are they going, like, from scratch? Yes, Golf Green and Goblins, appropriate, ampersand alliterative title. I need to think of a clever name for that. Oh, The problem is I need an alliterative term for location and adversaries. Like place and problem. You know, I'm going to call it place and problem. It doesn't have to be a thing you fight. It can be any problem you're dealing with. So it could be like, I didn't think of any. In the beginning, there were trolls. Lots of trolls. Trolls are strange creatures made of earth and rock, so far on par with the regular when they grow to enormous sizes, or so they say. Every child is told while trolls fall fast asleep while they touched by sunlight. Oh yeah, they're already made of stone, so I guess they don't turn to stone in sunlight. They are sheltered in darkness for long enough they will awaken again under the light. Daylight visual sun. Many kindred of the world built homes and cities and great civilizations until centuries ago the sky turned black in what was called the eclipse. Without sun, the trolls awoke. In their awakening, the ground shook and tore. The world was nearly split in two, and a great sundering. Whatever great kingdoms and empires had reigned in the sun fell in darkness. Their technology and magic was buried with them, deep in the earth. See, I'm reading this, I'm like, I see where they're going with this. I kind of like it. Nobody knows how long chaos lasted. Nobody knows when the sun returned. But return it did, and the trolls that once ravaged the land turned to stone once more. In the aftermath, the world looked nothing like it had come before, and the very continents reshaped the entire cities, buried deep underneath the earth and rock. The now times. The mark of the trolls have been left upon the earth is hard to deny. When the hills bear their faces, even so, most people are born and die without ever seeing a troll awake. Protected as they are by the sunlight, sensible people avoid traveling where sunlight struggles to penetrate, like the deep woods or mist-covered vales. And only then the very brave or very foolish venture below the earth where the sun never reaches. But deep in the earth there are great treasures to be found. The relics of great civilizations from the before times are buried with the people who created them, ripe for the taking. Mighty artifacts, lost knowledge, and ancient magic attract many would-be adventurers into the earth. Many never return. No. No, there is no... Fatal does not exist. You're just... It can't hurt you. It doesn't exist. I need to... I don't need to adjust my camera, but I want to adjust my camera. No. There we go. There we go. Alright. Yeah, screw it. Good enough. I didn't like being over on the edge of the frame. Alright. Actually spent most of today working on a Fatal video. I got very upset when I got to the part where he says that all of the ritual magic is not made by the author, but rather referenced from historical sources. Had a little bit of a moment with that one. So, I will say I like the idea they got going on here, that they have created a history, which explains why there's so many tunnels that you need to adventure through. Because D&D is kind of like, yeah, there's dungeons. Why? Yeah, they're just there's just dungeons. They's all over the place. You don't ask why there's so many dungeons. They just is. All right, there is no single right. No. I don't know. This is woke. There's no right way to play TNT. That's the least OSR thing ever said. I'm sorry. Most people who are into OSR are fine. This is a world of trolls. Trolls are great, strange beings that grow to seemingly any size, but as we all know, they are petrified when exposed to sunlight. Okay, so, yeah, trolls. Even though the most resident troll market would never encounter one of these strange entities for themselves. Every life is shaped by them. Trolls are prolific in the mythologies and tales that scare children. In their blood and quartz are increasingly sought for their potencies, both known and hoped for, and their presence seems inexplicably linked with the magic of the world in a way the wise... So they kind of started doing this already in, like, Deluxe Tunnels and Trolls. It feels like they're trying to make trolls dragons. Like they're supposed to be like the most important thing in the setting because it's tunnels and trolls, just like dragons, despite being incredibly uninteresting, are just like fetishized so ridiculously in Dungeons and Dragons. Me and my anti-dragon rants. The troll mark seems like a, well, remarkable place. Most people are ordinary with ordinary worlds. They wish simple things, like to have somewhere warm to sleep, to catch the eye of those they fancy. Oh, we all want to catch the eye of those we fancy. Each morning, descend into cataclysms. Some might possess some magic knack of pre-natural ability, but those are far and few between. Develop into something great. Few have luxury or face the necessary to become incredible swashbucklers or experienced travelers. You have decided to become adventurers, not because your talent set you apart, but because someone needs to do the dangerous job of saving the day in a world where the old maps no longer hold true. The nearly ancient beings are very oppressive in morning. Danger is awakening. Plenty of work for those willing to risk danger. You are heroes of sorts, making your living venturing where sensible folk dare not go. One day you might be spelunking through a labyrinth carved by a long-dead wizard. The next you're surveying an enchanted forest for rare elixirs. Or perhaps you have a bargaining with a cockatrice in its lair. I don't know how they're interpreting cockatrice that you would be bargaining with it. More than your talents with sword spells, it's your plucky attitude and your appetite for danger that sets you apart. See, now I'm going to be disappointed that plucky attitude isn't one of the attributes. You know what lands charting and making safe, deep caverns, riches. See, it just seems like they're trying to make it too important. Knowledge of worth waiting. Clips, most of it was forgotten, a long history, trollmark, great magics and technologies, the very shade. Are there computers? Am I going to be able to get like a wizard computer? Like in the book, The Silicon Mage? Or is it the Silicon Tower? Look over at my bookshelf where all of my 80s sci-fi fantasy novels are. Great magics and technologies, shape of the world itself, all lost. Even though the cartographers work to chart the world once more, there's much left unexplored and everyone is hungry for news. Hungry for news! Your heroes might chase gold, but the world itself rewards those who chase truth. Alright, kids, chase truth. It's the most important thing you can chase. Oh, wait, no, tail. Chase tail, and after you catch the tail, then you can chase truth. I'm getting bored with the intro. It just keeps going on. Like, this is a quick start guide. I want it to get me into, like, the actual, guide. Heroes might chase gold, world set new down. Knowledge in all forms is valuable. Rumors dagger. Next village will be... Knowledge in all forms. Rumors of dangers in the next road, trouble in the next village over will buy you bread and board. Accounts of tunnels and trolls. Hey, they said the name of the game in the game. Eagerly sought by many in the high guilds of land, and books, especially incredibly... And books... already incredibly laborious things to make by hand are worth far more than their weight in gold if they are pre-eclipse. I'm really curious what the pre-eclipse technology level is. Because if it's like modern, contemporary, that's quite interesting. If it's just like they have black powder rifles, it's less interesting. Roll the dice and see what happens. At its core, TNT is dead simple. Roll some dice, count your successes, and see if you prevail. Everything beyond that is a bonus. Details that add depth from your tags that add dynamic effects on and off the battlefield to the monster rating that lets GMs whip up new foes on moments. Or the talents that let your heroes take dramatic actions with aplomb. That's a word I don't know. self-confidence or assurance, especially when in a demanding situation.
Aplomb.
Aplomb. Kaplaw. All right, where was I? I got distracted by a word I didn't know. Aplomb, there we go. At least they are keeping the proud tabletop role-playing game tradition alive of making the weirdest fucking word choices ever. I learned so many words from role-playing games, like untenable. Like, how many people do you hear use the word untenable in normal conversation? Because I have encountered it in so many role-playing games from the 70s up until today. It is a word that I think I might have only read in role-playing games. And there's lots of other words you could use. Alright, while it's fun to be found in learning and mastering these systems, the heart of the game is to boldly proclaim what you'd like to happen. Grab your dice and see what happens. Cheer your successes, but also enjoy the drama of your setbacks. These will make your eventual triumph all the sweeter. To outside viewers, the troll mark and its residents may seem fantastical and absurd. Yes, we're familiar with the concept of fantasy. It's brimming with colorful characters and peculiar creatures who may find themselves in very strange situations indeed. For the people who live there, though, this is the only life they know. They take it earnestly. It's a world of joy and possibility, one where the possibility of the sun setting and never rise again is far more justified than it is for us. In your games of TNT, you can explore the mundane and mysterious. You can also delve into the earth and traverse far-flung lands or solve mysteries great and small. But remember that however laughable the setting may be, it's real for the characters in it. This seems like... I don't like this. I don't like this paragraph. It might be silly, but you have to take it serious. No, it's silly. Just let it be silly. You're sitting around pretending to be an elf. There's no point in taking that seriously. While the GM may guide the world and acts the challenges, everyone at the table helps tell the story. You shape it not only character and story does, but also offering suggestions, asking questions, and building what others around the table offer. As a player, keep wondering what your character sees. As a character, keep wondering what your character sees, hears, fails, and ask how the smith's longsword sits in your grip. Describe how your hero marvels at another's agility and grace, and speculate openly about what dangers the tunnel ahead has in store for you. Okay. Okay, mind you, I'm not saying untenable is a word that only comes up there. It's weird how frequently it comes up in role-playing games. And other words that I don't remember, because like aplomb, I don't even remember what the word was. It's a word that I will read once, look up the definition, and then just never see it again. At least we've gotten past the point of like the worst phrasing ever. Because that was the thing in the 70s and 80s, especially the 70s, where role-playing games, for some reason, would be written with the least intuitive phrasing possible. If you'd like to learn more about that, you can go check out my my game, The Texas Chainmail Massacre, which I wrote as like a pastiche of 70s games. So I wrote it very, very much in as accurate of a 1970s least intuitive phrasing as possible. But yeah, like, see, I don't like these games that are constantly like, I feel like concepts from actual plays have bled into concepts of gaming that were not great. You didn't miss much. I've just been reading the intro. I keep stopping to complain about stuff. Not always stuff from the game. Like right now, I'm stopping to complain about how I feel like academic discussion around role-playing games has led to an area, like an ecosystem where games are telling you to ask how the longsword feels in your grip, describe how your hero marvels at another's agility, and speculate openly. Like that sounds like they're like, oh, it has to be this deep integration of your own psyche into the character. You have to really insert yourself into the world so that you can, have events bleed into your real emotional state. And, it'll be very touching. It'll be very powerful for the actual play when the camera focuses on you. I'm not gonna go on that rant. That's a rant for if I ever do cover Daggerheart. As the GM celebrates the hero's triumphs and blunders alike, ask how the elf fells the marauding bandit with such ferocity. Describe how the townsfolk react to the hero's foolhardy missteps. Invite the table to imagine how the barkeep responds to the halfling's outrageous proposal. Angry grumble. Side effects may include death. In TNT, we call player characters heroes. That's because, as heroes, you will face dangers that most would consider foolhardy, and probably correctly so. And sure, while you may have a knack for surviving the skin of your teeth, you are very much mortal. Don't shy away from peril, because death will not come to you arbitrarily, but beware. For when the word, read the GM, tells you that your life is at stake, you best believe it, Buster. That I just had the realization that as a game designer myself, there is nothing stopping me from doing that and referring to the game as Buster, to the reader as Buster. Be like, and if you roll a 1, you better just accept that, Buster. Okay, heroes are born at the table. Whenever you play your hero carefully for weeks in advance. Whether you plan your character carefully for weeks in advance or let the dice determine everything about them, you should know that when you sit down to play, your heroes only just started their journey. While they have lived life before you took the reins of the story, and indeed their backstory might play a role in challenges to come, but this is the greatest adventure today. This is the fucking quick start guide. That's my thing. That's the thing that's really concerning me, is that, like, it feels like they're doing a lot of telling you how you're supposed to play before telling you how to play. That's the thing that is really starting to concern me. Yes, you... Listen. Bard can seduce whoever they want. There are no daily uses on that ability, okay? Weeks in advance, let what your heroes see this thing. Let what your heroes encounter change them, not by getting talents and finding new gear, but in how they respond to people and places they find. Enjoy not just who your heroes, but what they are becoming. That's the thing I don't like. It's telling you how you're supposed to play the game. It's telling you how you are supposed to enjoy the game, how you are supposed to engage with the experience. That's the thing I'm not liking. And a lot of modern games do that. A lot of Powered by the Apocalypse games. A lot of aforementioned game that I'm not fond of. Like, allow people to engage with the experience on their own. Don't tell them, like, oh, well, this is supposed to be the deeply emotional part that connects you. No, you just... Maybe your guy's just a guy with a sword, and he walks into the adventure as a guy with a sword, and he walks out of the adventure as a guy with a sword. Maybe he's Goku. Maybe you want to be Goku. Flat character arcs are character arcs. A primer on the key TNT terms. Be aware before you set off on your adventure. Don't worry, it'll all explained in more detail later. This is just to get you started. Your character is a hero. Some person who's dedicated. Decided their adventure is more than this. They like adventure more than they... I need new glasses. See, 2 things. 1, I need new glasses. 2, when I'm on stream, I don't want to do this. So I struggle to read sometimes on stream because I don't want to look super old. Character's hero, they decide they like adventure more than they dislike life-threatening danger. Fair play. Hero's abilities defined by their attributes, which determine how you roll dice. Take a challenge in. There are 6 attributes in Tunnels and Trolls. Strength, dexterity, constitution, wisdom, intelligence, charisma. Those are not the stats from Tunnels and Trolls. They are strength, intelligence, dexterity, intelligence, charisma, and luck? Yeah, intelligence, luck, and charisma and luck, and then speed and wizardry were added later. So, I'm starting to doubt the possibility that this is a game that was made to honor the proud history and tradition of Tunnels and Trolls, and more likely starting to suspect that it is. What if we had our own Dungeons and Dragons, but with name recognition? Yeah, anytime I see strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, I have to assume we're looking at D&D as the source, not anything else. Oh, I'm sorry. It's wits, not wisdom. Totally different. And also 3 stats covering other numbers. Luck. Oh boy, luck. Yeah, but luck isn't a real stat. Stamina, mana. So we still have luck and wizardry. Once again, like, if you're making a new version of Tunnels and Trolls, why not keep wizardry as the stat? Because that's part of the iconic nature of Tunnels and Trolls. Like having the luck stat. Okay, so stamina's hit points, mana is spell points, luck is luck points, which activate talents and reroll dice. There's more to it, and you can read more about character creation on page 16, but that should be enough to get you started. Rolling the dice. Your character in TNT is a mostly competent adventurer, and they usually succeed at most mundane tasks. I often succeed at mundane tasks. Whether it's asking for directions, cooking a hearty pot of stew for a day's adventure, or donning their battle armor, ready for a big fight. However, it wouldn't be an adventure without undertaking far greater challenges, whether it be performing death-defying feats or acrobatics, surviving the struggles of melee combat, dealing with weird magical entities, or delving into loot-laden castles and tunnels. Whenever your character would do something of consequence, you will have to roll some dice to discover the outcome. When you undertake a challenge, you might fail. You will make a standard roll as many 6-sided dice as are on the attribute, and try to meet or beat a target number by rolling hits. A standard number is shortened to attribute target number. A standard roll is usually shortened to attribute target number. Okay. A strength standard roll with an attribute 2 would be written as roll stir 2. When you're doing something and someone else is actively opposing you, you will make an opposed roll. It's basically like a standard roll, but instead of trying to beat the target number, you're trying to score more hits than your opponent does on their roll. Usually this is against a non-player character or monster rating, but the catch-all, which is their catch-all attribute, MR, is covered in the GM section, as opposed to a usually shorthand attribute versus opponent's roll. Okay, I get it. They use the worst example here. A strength opposed roll against a monster rating would be written as roll strength versus monster rating. That's the worst way they could have done it. It would be a better example would be like, oh, if you are sneaking past someone, you would roll dexterity versus intelligence? I guess wits. Okay, wits is wisdom. Wits is literally wisdom, mental sharpness, and awareness. Okay. But wisdom being awareness never made sense to begin with. They just made those the 6 stats, and they realized wisdom doesn't do very much, and we need an awareness stat. All right. Before the dice are rolled, you need to know what you're up against. You're up against tunnels and trolls. Not always at the same time, though. If you're making a standard roll, GM will set the target number to reflect the difficulty of the challenge. This is left by the GM to figure out based on what's happening in the game, but they usually follow the guide. TN1, 2, 2. If you're making an opposed roll, the GM sets the dice for your opponent. This works in the same way a hero would. See step below, except that enemies are usually roll their monster rating and their multiples don't explode. Exploding multiple we cover on page 7. At least this is well organized. Think of it as another way of setting a TN for your roll. If you're making an opposed roll against another hero, then you both roll simultaneously. Note that you don't have to re-rolling on the same attribute. Same case, should probably question the life choices you got. Wait, what? Note that you don't have to be rolling on the same attribute. Though, if this is the case, you should probably question the life choices that got you here in the first place. Hello, welcome to stream. You can't. I can't see the thing. That's not what I didn't want to do. There we go. Can't see the very you can't see the very bottom. There we go. There are numerous issues with OBS, one of which is that you cannot zoom in. Oh, look, there's my mouse. All right. I don't try to figure out what they mean by this. If you're making an opposed roll against another hero, then you both roll simultaneously. Note that you don't have to be rolling on the same attribute, though if this is the case, you should probably question. Okay. I think what they're saying is that like overall, I think what they're saying you should question if you are making an opposed roll against another hero. They're saying that's bad. They're saying you shouldn't be in a position where you are making an opposed roll against another character, not a position where you are rolling on different attributes, I think, is what they're saying, which is weird. I mean, okay, my response is I'm going to give you a fully 100% honest response to your question here. Personally, I value 1. I don't care if an RPG book has options to like fully randomly make your character. I like choosing my options because, as you may know, I like making weird characters. But like for the videos, I do very much like, so I, like 1 to 10, I don't know, like 6, 7, 8. I very much enjoy having the option to roll for everything, because it makes the process of like making a character like as a narrative experience. Yeah, it's like, it's a bonus, but it's not something I would ever consider like essential. If it wasn't, I would never say like, oh, I wish this game had more randomization in the character creation, because like, also I'm not to be a dick here, but also I'm smart. Like, I'm very smart. So if I'm like, oh, what species do I play as in this game? And there are 10 options, and I'm like, I can't make up my mind. Just boop, roll a d10. So, like, randomizers are a thing that it goes, but it's easier. It is easier to ignore a randomizer and just make choices than it is to like add a randomizer. But like you can do it either way. Yeah, some people allow homebrew species, some people don't. Back when I was DMing Pathfinder, I had one very simple rule, and it was this. You can use any third-party content with approval. Nobody ever asked me. Okay, I had 3 rules. No paladins. I have specific reasons for no paladins. The Power Strike feat does not grant an additional bonus when using a two-handed weapon, because that feat is ridiculously overpowered. And 3, Boar Strike, no. They never errated that feat, I think. Maybe they did, but like if you like type Pathfinder Boar Strike, you will find lots of people on lots of different forums being like, I don't think this phrasing is correct. This feat doesn't make sense in any way. Perhaps I am your old DM. Maybe we've been reunited through the internet. The internet. Where was I? I got distracted. I get distracted a lot. All right, making a post roll. Oh yeah, I got very distracted by this little paragraph. Okay. Yes. No, I'm not Francisco. All right. Admittedly, here I'm not going to deny this. I have a DM look. I've got glasses. I got the long hair. I wear like robes and things. I speak with authority. And I often seem like I'm just so tired. Like that's the important part about being a DM, is just seeming so tired by everything. Like, okay, roll it. Sometimes you wanted to help a fellow adventurer on a roll. Isn't that nice of you to do so? First, explain how you're helping. Based on your description, the GM will ask you to make a saving roll. With the... Did they ever... Oh! Okay. So because I've, fresh off of covering every single edition of Tunnels and Trolls that's in English, and every official edition of Tunnels and Trolls in English, still would like to get to Hyper Tunnels and Trolls, but translating a role-playing game is very difficult. I immediately read SR as saving roll, because that's what they are in Tunnels and Trolls. I think it's supposed to be standard roll here. I think they kept the abbreviation but changed what it stood for. The basic question on your plan, said TN. Usually a standard difficulty of 2. If you succeed on this roll, your fellow hero's roll is blessed. However, if you roll a dramatic setback, the roll is instead cursed. That's a thing I guess we're going to learn about later. Either I did not actually read through the previous version very well, or they've added a lot. I assume the former. To make any type of roll, start by gathering your dice into a pool. Your dice is always equal to the value of your attribute being used for the roll. Let's say you're trying to scale a wall. A classic standard roll. I'm gonna keep calling them saving rolls. It's just force of habit at this point. Strength attribute is 3. You roll 3 dice. Couldn't be easier. Once you have finished gathering your dice pool, roll all your dice. 4 to 6 are hits. 1 to 3 are misses. See, now here's how I would do this. This is not the first. Actually, wait. Now I was gonna say a thing, but I'm like, I'll see how it goes. No, trolls in tunnels and okay. Depends on the tunnels and trolls. The answer is yes. Generally. The power in Tunnels and Trolls, everything prior to Deluxe Tunnels and Trolls, the actual like definitions of things were very vague. So starting in Deluxe Tunnels and Trolls, there were trolls that were like the size of mountains, and this game goes off of that, and in fact, makes them even more powerful than dragons. So yes, but in Deluxe Tunnels and Trolls, no, not so much. And then 5th edition and earlier, they were 5th edition and earlier. I don't think there were like even specific stats for trolls. Blessed and cursed rolls. You may roll blessed or cursed. This doesn't necessarily mean something supernatural is going on, though it might be. Characters may have their rolls blessed or cursed from a particularly special piece of gear they're carrying, a trait or talent they possess, a result of a spell going on. Gaining multiple blessed or cursed conditions from multiple sources don't stack. You're either one or the other or neither. If you roll would be blessed and cursed, they cancel each other out, even if you get one from the sources and the other. Wait. That's stupid. Well, no, a good GM would rule otherwise. Conditions from multiple sources don't stack. You either have one or the other or neither. If your roll would be blessed and cursed, they usually cancel each other out, even if you'd get one from more sources than the other. That is bad. Like, if I am getting blessed from 2 sources, like if I am getting blessed because I have a magic sword, and then I'm cursed because I don't know, a wizard cursed me, and then like a friendly wizard was like, use a spell to bless your roll. That's what, according to this, that would just, you would get no benefit from having 2 blesses and 1 curse. You should, if you have 2 blesses and 1 curse, you should have a blessing. If you have 2 curses and 1 bless, you should have a curse. That's, they should cancel out, and then there's something left over. Oh, there we go. Goblins and grottos. We were. Oh wait, no. It has to be. Were you not here early? Were you not here earlier when I was discussing this? It has to be grottos and goblins. The location has to go first. Ugh. I love how certain concepts permeate the entire hobby, and they almost always start with D&D. Because I remember I've been on the internet for a very long time. So when I first started getting into game design, I was spending a lot of time on the RPG Geek design forums. Then I was like more onto like Reddit game design forums. Now I'm just like yelling about games on Blue Sky with all the other weirdos. Point is, when Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition came out, like shortly after Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition came out, not every single, but like almost every single person who came in with their great game idea had an advantage and disadvantage system. And I'm just like, that's a thing. Yes, grottos and goblins. And thank you for the super chat. I think that's a super chat. I believe that's a super chat. I don't stream a lot, so I don't remember. But I think that's what those are called. And thank you. Grottos and goblins. Where the goblins come for the grotto, stay for the goblins. Okay, so you see, I don't know the age of people in this chat, so I'm going to assume that everyone in the chat is like 20. You can't patent that. You have to trademark it. I'm gonna assume everyone in chat's like 20 and doesn't know cultural things from years ago. So the Playboy Mansion, which is where Hugh Hefner lived, I guess, notably had like an area in the pool called the Grotto, and like that was like the cool place for the celebrities to hang out with the Playboy playmates. And now that we are saying, so grottos and gremlins just made me feel like it's just like a sexy grotto full of like short stack gremlins, goblins, gremlins, same thing. I mean, they probably have a similar etymological origin. Etymological. I said entomological instead of etymological. That was embarrassing. Okay, so blessed rolls, you just hit on one higher number, and cursed, one lower number. Okay. Exploding multiples. Whenever you roll 2 or more dice at the same number value, they explode. For each set of multiples hit, add dice to a separate explosion pool. I like that term. Oh no. Yeah. I didn't consider what happens if you get the gremlins wet in the sexy gremlin grotto. In the sexy gremlin grotto. It would be like the end of Gremlins 2, which was decidedly not very sexy. Okay. I was confused here. They're over-explaining. For every double, add 2 dice to the explosion pool. For every triple, add 3 dice. For every quadruple, add 4 dice to the explosion pool. And so forth. You get the picture. You may then roll all the dice in the explosion pool and count any hits rolled to your total. Dang it. You also may choose to roll an explosion pool. Wait, what? Oh, okay. You also may choose not to roll an explosion pool. See Dramatic Setbacks to find out why. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Frieza defeated. Sorry to spoil that for anyone who didn't know that Frieza gets defeated. Is anyone else here old enough to remember the US dub of Dragon Ball Z having like a 2-year hiatus? Because for right in the middle of the Burger and Jace fight, they ran out of episodes, and then I think they like changed. Okay, yeah, I think they like changed. Companies were doing the stub or something. There was some reason that they just didn't get more episodes dubbed for over a year. So you would just watch Dragon Ball from Raditz arriving to like the middle of Burger Jace. Then it would go back to Raditz arriving, and it was like, oh boy, when they finally finished it off, because we finally got to see Goku fight Frieza. What the hell's a CD? You mean a CD like you can order Beach Bunny bimbos with blasters on? Okay, so there might be a reason not to roll your explosion pool, but maybe there is a reason to roll your explosion pool. Exceptional success. If you roll 3 6s on any one pool, oh my god, you guys, this game is promoting Satanism. If you roll 3 6s on any one pool, you've rolled an exceptional success. Oh my god, I can't believe that. Guys, role-playing games are satanic. I didn't realize until now. I hope no one remembers that I literally wrote a game called Satanic Panic. I like learning information like the interpretation of the European Portuguese dubbed by Brazilian Portuguese people. It's fun learning information like that. Yes, some of us are old here. Older than the internet. I don't know how old the internet is. I think I might be older than the internet. I don't remember the last time I looked it up once. I'm like, am I older than the internet? Because one of those things where like the internet is moderately older than you think it is. Well, maybe they are satanic, you know, just saying. Uh well, since yeah, my opinions on advantage and disadvantage as like here so it is doubled. One, conceptually, I don't think it's a bad idea. Advantage and disadvantage is a good way to basically just say like, here is a universal bonus or penalty to the roll, which is good. I'm in favor of simplistic rules. My issue with them is that as I mentioned earlier, is just an unfortunate tendency of game designers, both amateur and professional, in this very specific field, to design games by making analogs of every part of D&D. So that's why so many games it's like, oh, an attribute that gives you a modifier that you add to a skill and then make some roll, and then there's something that gives you advantage, something that gives you disadvantage. That's what I don't like is games that like is people feeling like D&D is a template of what makes a role-playing game, and that to make a role-playing game you basically need to look at the template and fill in every single mechanic with your own version of that thing. So that's my complicated take on advantage and disadvantage. When they work well, they work well. I don't remember. I'm like, how do they work in my main system? And I don't remember how they work in my main system. I mean, I remember I know how wounds work. Wounds apply a disadvantage where you roll an extra die, and then have to discard the highest dice. But I don't remember how to. I think bonuses work the other way, where you just add a die and then remove the lowest die. In my basic utility tabletop system. For more information on the basic utility tabletop system, you can check out my games Cottagecore Goblin Lesbians Destroy Capitalism and Hell of an RPG. And you definitely want to check out Hell of an RPG before it gets taken down, because it didn't occur to me until just recently that now that Amazon fully owns the Helliverse, I am actually treading on kind of thin ice by putting out a Helliverse fan game. Well, I will to answer that question. Why ability score is not as Mario? Once again, that's the thing that I was complaining about, is that people look at D&D and try to make an analog of it. That was go watch. I love telling people to go watch my other videos. Like, watch my video on actually, you don't have to watch it. I'm just going to say why it's relevant. As I said about Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Pathfinder 2nd Edition did that. In Pathfinder 2nd Edition, your ability scores mean nothing. Once you've rolled... No, but you don't even roll up your character. Once you have generated your character, you never need your ability scores for any reason. They only kept them as an analog to Dungeons and Dragons, which I can say with 100% confidence, because in the Pathfinder 2nd Edition Revised, they removed them. You no longer have ability scores. Like, you have an ability score that's just like your modifier, but you don't have that 3d6, 3 to 18 value. So that's the reason. That's the reason to having why games will have a score and a modifier and a score that you never use, except for generating the modifier, is because that's how D&D does it, and they look at D&D as a template and then just fill it in. All right, so exceptional success. Oh yeah, I got distracted saying how satanic this was. You roll 3 6s as an exceptional success. They're like, oh, you rolled 3 6s. Hail Satan! You have an exceptional success, young one. See, the problem is with a live stream, I can't do a lot of bits that would take time. If this was a video, I could just put on like my pentagram earrings and then like cut to it immediately. But that would take a while to do on the video because it's difficult to put on earrings the way that I wear them. Because I wear my earrings through these silicone tunnels because I am allergic to nickel. I don't know for sure that there's nickel in the hooks, but you know what? I'd rather not chance it. Okay. You succeeded regardless of TN. Okay, so if you succeed regardless of TN, they better mention at some point not to let people do the stupid punch the moon. In addition, you eat the sun. I should start saying eat the sun, and no one will get the reference. You get to fully replenish your luck points. You don't need to continue rolling unless you really, really want to. You should describe how your exceptional success plays out at the table. Go overboard and make it memorable. Perhaps you run so quickly that you glide over the surface of a lake, or maybe you stick so closely to the shadows you momentarily become invisible. Neh. Okay, so 3D&T, yes. I'm probably going to run the Mortal Kombat 4 game that they did through Google Translate, and maybe like, I know I have some Brazilian fans, so maybe run it through a machine translation and then like get it checked by actual Brazilian Portuguese speakers. So I'm probably going to cover that just because it's a short implementation of the 3D&T rules, because I don't want to spend that much time investigating, like, going off of I don't want to ask people to check the translation of like the full version of the game, and then also I don't want to cover a full version of a game. So that's in another language, it's machine translated. So I am probably going to do the Mortal Kombat 4 game, and then of course in that I'll probably spend quite a bit, not quite a bit, like some amount of time really like discussing the history of it from Defenders of Tokyo, and how like there isn't a Defenders of Tokyo 3rd edition, which is hilarious. That like, you know, there's Defenders of Tokyo, Advanced Defenders of Tokyo, then 3D&T, which there isn't an actual Defenders of Tokyo version for that. Or the other ones, maybe. I don't remember. Like, it's funny. I have, so here's the thing. Remember, I just mentioned how I very much do not speak Brazilian Portuguese or European Portuguese. I don't speak any Portuguese. And yet, I have actually skimmed through every issue of Draco Brazil. Just like assembling a rough like list of the content that is in the magazine, because at some point I do want to do a video about that, but it's one of those things where it's like, how do I really present this video in a language I do not speak? I should probably find a Brazilian tabletop games YouTuber and do a collab with them. Because it's an amazing magazine. That's the thing. It's unfortunate that I can't read it, because I can't think of anything in like English language that is like Drago Brazil, in that it focuses so heavily on doing a lot of conversions of like other media to tabletop role-playing games, but also the way that it focuses on multiple systems. Because after like, you know, around the 90s or so, most American and British gaming magazines really started focusing on a single system. When you got Dragon magazine, it was just Dungeons and Dragons. That was all, especially after the Wizards of the Coast took over. It was just Dungeons and Dragons. They do not do content for any other game except occasionally Gamma World. So I really love the concept of that magazine having such a varied amount of content. Even when most of what they were doing was 3D&T, they were still doing like World of Darkness stuff, Street Fighter storytelling game stuff. Yes, damn it, I let it slip out. Yes, it all comes back to Street Fighter, the storytelling game. But yeah, they did conversions for Street Fighter, the storytelling game. And World of Darkness too in general, but like some of their articles are specifically like, oh, here are, I think they did X-Men for that. I don't remember. I can look up my list, but then I have to look up my list, and I'm in the middle of doing something else. It's just me giving ridiculous praise to a magazine just because they cover my not joke game. Like, it seems like a joke, the amount of praise that I lump on Street Fighter, the storytelling game, but it's not a joke. It's serious. Okay, maybe they will explain something later. Okay. I'm just going to assume that they're going to explain something later. If you roll 3... This font is really small and weird. If you roll 3 1s across the pools, then you've suffered a dramatic setback regardless of other dice rolled. Well, what if you rolled 3 1s and 3 6s? When you roll dramatic setbacks, stop rolling dice. Forever. Just stop rolling dice. You count as rolling no hits, even if you score other hits with your dice. Yes, that includes rolling an accept. Okay, they specified. Immediately set your luck points to 1 exactly, for better or worse. The savvy reader may realize that you're more likely to score a dramatic setback with higher attribute value. Yeah. First off, well spotted. Aren't you terribly clever? Secondly, you know what they say, the bigger they are, the more lube you need. Just as with Exceptional success. Have fun describing how badly you cocked up. Are they British? Often the failures are more memorable than the triumphs. Spending luck points. As allegedly mighty adventurers, you are not satisfied with with merely being at a whim of the fate. Wow. So you sometimes take matters in your own hands after rolling your dice or any explosion pool, but before rolling your next explosion pool, you can spend one or more luck points if you have any remaining. For each point spent, you may re-roll one die. That's stupid. Okay, so they are British. Okay. Like, I saw the word cocked up, and I'm like, that sounds like British English. It's a really, like, short font, too. That's the thing. Like, it looks like it's been squeezed to fit on the page. Luck point... Wait. For each point spent, you may reroll. Luck points can be spent to create doubles, triples, etc. They can't be used to reroll a dramatic setback. Luck points can be spent to create doubles, triples, etc. So do they mean that your reroll counts for doubles? There's a chance of regaining some luck points in combat or by rolling exceptional success. Otherwise, you replenish your luck points at the start of each session. And you might get some back when you put your... I don't like that. I don't like session as a measurement of time. I'm fine with, like, adventure as a measurement of time. But I don't like session because, you know, I've played games in the real world. I know that sometimes, like, you have to stop your session at a weird point. Okay, so did I? Okay. I did miss this. If you roll multiples in an explosion pool, you create another explosion pool. Okay. Standard roll. If your roll hits the TN, you've succeeded. You scale the wall, avoid the troll, embezzle the merchant, or whatever it is you set your mind to do. If you roll fewer hits, then you failed. Perhaps all went wrong. You technically achieved what you were completion. You unlocked the door, but break the lock. You escape your pursuers, but drop your coin purse. I did a whole video on that. Yeah. Depending on what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Unlock the door, but break the lock is a good one. Because if you don't unlock the door, you're stuck. If you don't unlock the door, you're stuck. If you don't jump over the 20-foot gap, you're stuck. That is what failing forward is for, is to prevent you from being stuck. As I said, I did a whole video about that. And people had opinions. I'd like to do more videos like that. The problem is that, like, there aren't a lot of topics. Like those general role-playing game topics that I can do a whole video on. Count the number of hits and compare to your opponent's roll. Whoever rolled more hits wins the roll and succeeds their action if the result is a tie. You're at a standstill, and someone needs to happen to shift the balance one way or another. Sometimes, like in combat, it matters how much the winner succeeds. Count however many hits the winner rolled the loser. So that's my thing on exceptional successes, is like, how's that going to affect that? Play example. I hate these. Listen, I'm just saying, I have read, in my experience, I have read over 100 role-playing games. I do not know how many. I can tell you I've reviewed like 150. You know what? I actually, yeah, okay, so I think I've reviewed around 150. Then I've also done 50 episodes of Let's Make Us a Character. I keep a spreadsheet with all the games I review in it, so and that's actually numbered, so I know what those are. So probably around 200, plus all of the games that I've looked at just for fun, or ones I've looked at and decided not to review. So I've looked at 200 to 300 role-playing games. I don't think I have ever seen one of these play examples that was not just painfully bad. You know what? We understand the rules. I'm not going to read it. Oh, that's some art. That's some art in the book. Huh. Okay. I'll say this way. Most players switch between speaking out of character and... No, I don't want to read through 2 pages of this. The Game Master. Flip. I guess that's a troll. Fine. Flip, as Beth and Simon have gathered. I know it's Simon. I'm going to call him Simon anyway. All gathered around a table for a session of play. On the table, they've got snacks, some choice beverages. That's a term that we used in the early 90s. A bunch of dice, a small stack of pencils and erasers, and their official TNT character sheets. I only use unofficial TNT character sheets. That statement would be a lot better if I hadn't used the official character sheet in the last 2 videos. Well, see, here's the thing, is not every game's going to have an actual play they can link to. Because, like, not all... Big thing is you're not always going to have players who are comfortable doing that. Like, I know for a fact, I have people who would be like, fuck no. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's why I hate them. And they're always like so engineered to show off the rules. And it's like, all right, so you get to add your, Moonlight bonus to that roll. Nope, I already used that bonus in the last encounter. And like, it's just this unnaturalistic way of speaking that I hate. So, where were we? That's a great question. The first fucking sentence is just awful, unnaturalistic. So where were we? That's a great question. What do you folks remember? We found a troll tunnel. Oh, that's right. We were about to go inside when we got ambushed by that Barghest? Bargheist. Don't you hate it when you're about to go inside and you get ambushed by a Bargheist? Like, if I had a nickel. That was a tough fight. Woof. Is that a Bargheist joke or a null joke? Osbert. Okay, wait. So Beth is Whiskers, who's a null, and Osbert's a toad. Okay. So, like, the fucking Whiskers didn't even answer if that was a Barghest joke or a troll joke. Okay, what is this thing? Barghest or Barghest is a mythical monstrous black dog with large teeth. Okay, I'm aware of this thing. I don't think I've ever seen it referred to as anything other than just a black dog, though. Okay. Are we just skipping over the whole epic journey? Wait. Are we just skipping over the whole epic journey we did to get here? Okay. It seems like we know where we are and how we got here. Now you all remember to replenish your luck points. See? Now you've all remembered to replenish your luck points as it's a new session. No one talks like this. Oh shoot, I'll do that now. Chat making me... I mean, it didn't really force me to do it. I was just like, whatever. Where was I? And I think we said last session that we were going to camp outside the cave for the night, so we should replenish mana and stamina too. Works for me. You'll want those for the tunnel. Oh, I love having stamina for the tunnel. Oh, what makes you say that? If I was like running a game like this, I would just like, this is the point where I would just like stand up and be like, no, I'm fucking done. Oh my God. I forgot about this. I actually wanted to do an actual play like this. I wanted to get some of my stupidest, well, no, not stupidest, like silliest. Some of my silliest TTRPG creator friends together. Do an actual play where we all just play the entire game like this. Oh, don't worry about it. Anyways, it's morning, so you packed everything, donned your armor, and put on your brave faces. I'm sure no part of Aleph is feeling brave right now. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I will say right now is that this description could have been good. I went on a whole thing about not wanting to read these descriptions because they were so bad. And this written in 2025 could have been good. It could have bucked that trend and been totally normal. But no, it's not. That's fair enough, but whether or not any of you are feeling brave, you stood outside the cave entrance. Now that I've shifted to British English, this stuff makes sense. The sun is shining through the leaves. Soak it in, because you probably won't be seeing it again. Ever. Osbert pats their backpack and goes, I'm sure glad we packed all these torches. Should we light those, or are we leaving them in the backpack? Wait, is Alla asking that, or is Oz? I meant it to be out of character, but sure, I'm happy for Aaliyah to say it. Once we've lit the torches and all that, I want to go. Well, what are we waiting for? And run into the tunnel. Wait. Once we've lit all the torches and all that, I want to go. Well, what are we waiting for? And run into the tunnel. See, it's like, have you ever played I've never heard someone phrase something like that in a role-playing game. Are you maybe looking into the troll tunnel before you go charging in? No. Bad GM. Bad GM. Don't prompt the players to not do something stupid. Well, I mean, they love, they need their stamina for the tunnel. Sometimes you need the stamina for the tunnel. It's just a thing, Why would you be accessible? Okay. I mean, that would be sensible, but I don't think Whiskers is actually that sensible. Once again, the GM prompts the player and says, oh, do you want to do this thing you forgot to do? And then the player goes, well, no, I'm not going to do that thing because that wouldn't be in character. I hate these things so much. I'm going in dry. Got it. What's the worst that could happen? I guess you're about to find out. You go charging in the darkness of the cave. Oh, I love going charging in the darkness of the cave without looking first. It's my favorite. Admittedly, I do also like playing barbarians, so. Throwing caution to the wind, as soon as you get 1 foot inside, they realize their mistake. Wait. I'm just noticing that I think like they're using gender neutral pronouns for everyone. Okay. Instead of being specific. Sensible, knowing I'm blind, going in dry, throwing caution to the wind. As soon as you're in there, the tunnel turns steeply downwards. And with the speed you've built up, oh no! Well, that seems bad. I guess I'm going to try to catch myself on something so I don't fall all the way. That's a dexterity roll to catch yourself in time. It sounds like you were going pretty fast and you're in some pretty bulky armor, so I imagine you have a lot of momentum. So let's say a target number of 3. Ah, I only have a dex of 2. That'll be tough. Any chance I could do something with con instead? Maybe brace yourself for impact, says one of the other players. You could, but I can't see how far down it goes. It's pretty steep. Oh, okay, I'll roll dexterity, but I'll spend luck points to roll 2 more dice with focus. What? What does that mean? What does it mean to roll 2 more dice with focus? Good thing we just got replenished. Sounds good. Like a good use of the talent. I guess it's a talent. Beth rolls 4 dice, getting 1, 3, 5, and 5. Only 2 hits, but I roll double, so I get more dice. She rolls another 2 dice, a 2 and a 3. Swing and a miss. See you down there, Whiskers. Not so fast. I could still spend luck to re-roll, couldn't I? Be my guest. She shakes the dice before throwing again, getting a 6. Phew! 3 hits, just about. You managed to stick out one hand just in time on a piece of the rocky wall and catch yourself before you tumble into the darkness. As you breathe heavily, you realize that in the panic to grab the cave wall, you've dropped your torch. Asshole. Tumble into the darkness. You breathe heavily. You realize that you dropped your torch going the tunnel. As all personnel that come behind you, you watch the torch bounce and roll, and eventually it stops maybe 50 meters down. That's a pretty long way. Okay. So is that supposed to be a good thing? Is it supposed to be a good thing that they dropped the torch because that gave an idea of how far down the tunnel went? Because I feel like spending all those luck points, you shouldn't lose your item. That was a lot of luck points. We have torches for the one person who played a human. That's why you still have that's why you still have the torches. Because everyone else made an elf or a dwarf, and one person was like, oh, I want to be a human, and the players who played the elves and dwarfs and hobbits just don't care. They just don't. And then eventually you just forget about it. Talking in and out of characters. Oh, wait. Aren't you glad that I brought rope? I'm going to tell the story again, because I love telling the story. The first time I played Dungeons and Dragons, we were going to investigate a dungeon. It was actually a tower that was underground. Like it was a tower originally, and I don't remember how it got underground. Point is, we were going to investigate a tower. We got to the opening, and we're like, oh man, how are we going to get down? And then, after a little bit of discussion, the GM says, Did none of you bring rope? In my defense, as I said, this was the very first time I played Dungeons and Dragons, and I did like I only like I didn't make my own character. I helped make the character, like I helped with the decisions, but like the DM mainly made the made the character for me. So he should have known to add rope, and the other players should have known to have rope. But so it was everyone's fault except mine, and that is why you may notice whenever I'm saying adventuring essentials, it's always rope. There's always fucking rope, because the first time I played D&D, like the beginning, the first obstacle I encountered playing Dungeons and Dragons ever was not having rope. So now that's why I don't. Most players will switch between speaking in their character and describing their character's actions and talking, but like really fucking weirdly and awkwardly. There's no right way of doing this. Exactly. There's no right way of doing it. Only wrong ways. You might speak out of character when you want to ask a question of the rules, discuss, or anything unrelated to the game. When you want to specify exactly what your character is saying, you will little likely talk in character. You might have a specific voice for yes. Okay, then I gotta complain about this. Same DM. So then the first game where I actually made my own character. At one point, the DM asked me to stop speaking in an in-character voice. I was a tiefling. So I spoke with an infernal accent, which just happened to sound like German. Just a weird coincidence. And at one point, there's like, can you please stop talking like that? I'm like, but no, this is how a infernal accent that I speak in. I did it better. I haven't spoken in a German accent in a long time. No, it wasn't that bad. It's not like I was like, hey guys, oh, we're going on an adventure. Oh, I'm gonna stab him right in the eye. Because Infernal is very serious. It's very serious. It's lawful. It's from hell, and that is German. Hello, welcome to hell. We have very strict rules here. We do not smile. Okay, now I know you're thinking that you would love a player that sounds like a goofy little dude. But imagine just session after session of, hey, yeah, look, guys, this goblin's coming out. We gotta hide him. We gotta ambush him or something like that. Yes. Oh, you know what I love? D&D occasionally does something clever. The fact that the absolute lack of any kind of visual consistency in Tieflings is just down to the fact that they were so inconsistently illustrated throughout the game's history that at one point they were just like, you know what, fuck it. Sometimes tieflings have big horns. Sometimes they have little horns. Sometimes they don't have horns at all. Sometimes they have big tails. Sometimes they have thin tails. Sometimes they don't have tails. Sometimes they have hooves. Sometimes they don't have hooves. Sometimes their skin's red. Sometimes it's blue. Sometimes it's just skin colored. That they were just like, because here's the thing. Starting with 4th edition, well, obviously starting with 4th edition, they started reusing a lot of art from the 3rd edition books. And you can't reuse art of tieflings if you change what a tiefling is. And then we had that stupid movie where I had to be told that a character was a tiefling. Because we can't give let's go. Dungeons and Dragons movie, tiefling is just a pretty lady with tiny little horns. D&D game, the tiefling is a giant muscle lady with big fucking horns. One of those is better. I'm not going to say which one. I'm going to leave that up to chat to determine on their own. There is a correct answer and a wrong answer. Describe your character's actions. Say they're going to swing the sword. Like, this doesn't seem like this seems like a thing you should say up at top. I find this art very unsettling. It looks like I'm not going to say the thing because I'm not making this accusation. To be clear, I'm not making this accusation. It looks like the way that AI interprets art. I am not saying that it is. What I'm saying is that it looks like this was referenced from a photograph. This was referenced from a photograph. This was referenced from probably an illustration, because like this bag doesn't line up. The hand, it looks like that's what a hand would look like. But like if you were looking at the hand like that and drawing it like that and not looking at the structure underneath. That's a feeling I'm getting. The face is weird. To be clear, I'm not accusing them. I'm saying this was drawn. I'm just saying it was overly referenced when it was drawn. And that makes it look inconsistent. Fighting. No one cares about fighting. Since when does fighting happen in a role-playing game? Yeah, well, like, the thing is that, like, the accusations get thrown around so commonly that I like to be clear about not accusing people of doing things with AI unless I'm, like, fairly certain that they are. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, the mushrooms growing out of his hair are my favorite part, actually, so. But his face is just, like, his face is unsettlingly realistic relative to the rest of the drawing. Sometimes, often, the heroes face opposition, which the only option is to fight, or at very least the option the heroes have chosen is violence. I'm a strong believer that no matter what, the problem is, you can always fuck your way out of it. Shockingly, I've only actually played 2 bards. It would seem like I would have played more because of my tendency to say things like that, but no. Because I'm a bard in real life. I do all the bard shit regularly, I'm cool and charming and know obscure lore, every day. So, when I'm playing, it's nice to just be like, I have axe. I run at thing. I swipe axe. Me big, strong barbarian. Me capable of pushing, throwing 2,100 pounds. Well, here's the thing. I say. You cannot always talk your way out of someone wanting to. Yeah, I'm gonna try to. You cannot always talk your way out of someone wanting to eat you, but someone wanting to rob you. That's the thing, is you can talk your way out of. If you're good, you can talk your way out of things, and that's another issue with mechanics. Is that like. You, the player, can come up with like the most brilliant argument to talk the bandits out of robbing you. Like you can come up with some genius idea, the most clever thing anyone's ever written, and then you can roll a 1. And these are the situations where I think games need to make it clear that sometimes you reward people for being clever. You just say, you know what? That's a great argument. The bandits are like, yeah, You're right. We shouldn't be robbing people on the streets. We should be taking out the source of the power. And then they become like a resistance group. And then that resistance group can like help them later. See, GMing is easy. Fighting in TNT is slightly more structured than regular gameplay. This is the part that I'm expecting to be disappointing. I will say that. The regular gameplay, in order to capture the drama and action of combat, it takes place in a series of rounds. Ooh, rounds. Each of which represents a moment or a beat in a fight. Now, there's lots of beats in a fight. Yeah, I can take that. See, now Shadowrun is a game that I've never played but really want to. Here's the. You all know the problem. Is that there are games that you want to play, and 90% of the time, if you want to play a game, people will be like, "Oh, well, if you want to play that game, just start a group yourself and run the game." I don't want to do that. I don't want to run Shadowrun. I would like to play Shadowrun. I would like to make a character and show up and play a game without having to do, 20 hours of homework. I do 20 hours of homework on games all the fucking time. That's a very conservative estimate how long I had to do this. All right, rounds, beat of the fight. I got distracted because I wanted to make a joke and say, like, yeah, beats in the fight because you beat people with your fists. Before the round starts, players will roll initiative to see how fast they're able to act. After that, each round of combat follows 3 phases. Fast action phase, heroes who succeeded in their initiative roll act. Wait. Players will roll initiative. Okay, it's explained later. Succeeded in initiative roll act. The enemies act. The remaining heroes act. End of round effects are resolved, and the fight either ends or continues to a new round. I'm starting to not like it. Before the first round of combat, all players roll initiative by rolling Dex 2. The GM might change the difficulty based on the circumstances, like an ambush. Heroes that succeed on their roll will act in the fast phase. Heroes that fail will instead act on the slow phase. If you don't roll initiative in future rounds, so your results last... Wait. You don't roll initiative in future rounds, so your results last to the rest of the combat unless you take action to change it. Okay, no real complaint there. Tags are key. As a former, 3.5 and Pathfinder player, I'm fucking sick of tags. I'm fucking sick of tags and like little labels and everything having 100 little things. Oh, and fourth. Fourth wasn't as bad, honestly. I feel like fourth had less little tags than third. A specific mechanic affecting the game. Your gear will have tags to tell you what it does, like Axe, Pour. Enemies will have tags to designate their abilities, like Elite 2. Sniper Elite 2? This is from the company that makes Sniper Elite. And you'll pick up tags for combat to reflect your situation, like Repose or Struggling 1. Tags might be permanent or temporary. It can all be recognized in all caps. Also, hopefully they are all also red. That's a good use. That is a good use of text color and formatting. Ironically, the best use of text color and formatting was in Revenant World, which is just a random obscure game that I found on the internet. Permanent or temporary can be recognized from all casts. Find a list of all these tags in the quick start guide on page 40. Some tags have an intensity, which is a value that following the word, such as bypass 1 or mob 2. The effects of the tags will vary depending on the intensity. When the tag is listed without a specific, the intensity is written as X. Okay, that's weird. Characters will build up threat during the course of combat, representing both how much pressure they are under and how much pressure they are putting on their opponent. You can track this with pencil and paper, but it might be easier to use some tokens. Pennies, sweets, or pieces rated from your least favorite board game will work. Characters gain threat by being struck in close quarters through various tags and abilities and monster effects. They may gain or lose threat in the end phase and lose all threat when they are wounded. How much threat a character has will impact which heroes the monsters attack, the effectiveness of striking them, and will interact with effective abilities and tags. Okay, so it sounds a bit to me like this is setting up a mechanic for solo play. Because that's the big thing. See, the big thing that I'm thinking of here is I don't care, this game's probably fine, but my main question, my main, thing going into it that I'm being cynical about is this Tunnels and Trolls? Is this going to feel like Tunnels and Trolls and, be a new edition of Tunnels and Trolls, or is it just going to be another game called Tunnels and Trolls? Okay, character can never have more than 3 threat. Any further threat gained has no effect. Yeah, so far I'm not liking the sound of it. Any hero that succeeded in their initiative gets to take 1 action in the fast action phase. Any hero that failed instead takes 1 action in the slow action phase. See, I kind of like the idea, but I think I'd like it better if it was re-rolled every round. Once again, though, but in D&D, you don't roll initiative every round, so why should you here? It's just it's one of those things that simultaneous attacks that, well, we'll see if they have that here. Any hero that failed takes 1 action. The way this is broken up is leading me to believe that it is not. If multiple heroes act in the same phase, you can choose which order they act in. Okay, so you don't even have a fucking rule for solving initiative within... Roll off. Act in order of dexterity. Rock, paper, scissors. Make out, and whoever gets turned on first goes last. It's, lots of ways to solve this. Okay, when you take an action, choose the following. Strike an enemy in melee. Shoot an enemy at a distance. Spell to use magic. That's phrasing. That's weird fucking phrasing. Stunt to court danger and take dramatic action. Actions and stunts are explained on page 12. Oh no, I'm only on page 10. In the monster phase, all enemies take an action. The GM decides what they do, but most behave predictably. Most enemies strike, usually at a hero with the most threat. Enemies with Mob X often attack as a group. Enemies under attack may defend, reducing their threat. Some enemies have special options like shooting or casting a spell. The GM has more freedom to determine what any elite enemy does. As a rule of thumb, monsters won't target a hero who is wounded this round unless said hero is actively putting themselves in danger like an idiot. I am... So a problem with Tunnels and Trolls. A game that I love Tunnels and Trolls conceptually. My only complaint is the way that it just refused to evolve over, 40 years. An issue with it, though, is the same thing that makes it a good game for solo play also makes it a bad game for group play. Like, you can run an adventure, like the thing, but, like, in combat, the role of the GM is very boring. You have very little to do, unless you're, like, bringing in enemy wizards and stuff. There's very little for you to do. And reducing the game master to, like, a lot of games are doing this. It's a trend. It's a trend. A lot of games are kind of reducing the GM to just executing a series of commands for the players rather than, like, making decisions. And that sounds like what they might be doing here. With things like, the GM has more freedom to determine what an elite enemy does. I feel like the GM should have authority to do whatever the fuck they want. Especially because this. Actually, the thing I will always say, like, sorry, fellow game masters, but I'm giving out our #1 game master secret. About half of the decisions you make as a game master are preventing the characters from killing themselves. Like that's it. Like when the Minotaur charges and you're like, is he gonna charge at the fully armored warrior at full hit points standing in the back, or the rogue at 1 hit points who's been doing all the fighting? Which is gonna no, you go for the big guy. Like, in the entire time I have been my entire career running games, the only time I have ever fudged rolls was to make enemies miss. At the end of a round of combat, the GM chooses an intention for all their enemies. If there are any left, anti-heroes individually choose an intention for themselves. The 2 options are keep going or withdrawal. Characters keep going are in it to win it. Yeah. Pushing themselves hard to get to the edge. Pushing themselves hard to get the edge against their opponent. Oh, man. I was out of frame. You can't... There we go. Pushing themselves hard to get the edge against their opponent. So you need to see me caressing the microphone when I do that. It's important. It's important for the bit. Okay. Heroes who are decided to keep going may choose one of the following. Regain 1 stamina as they catch a second win. Regain 1 luck point, but also gain 1 threat as they push their luck. Yes, you can do this if you already have 3 threat. And no, you don't take any more threat if you do. After all, what if you got to lose? But your soul. By rolling 3 6s. All I'm saying is, like, listen, that was the core concept that I built the mechanics of Satanic Panic around, was that rolling 3 6s had to be a big, meaningful part of the game. Yeah, that's how game design works. Sometimes you're just like, okay, so in this game where you play as satanic cultists, the most important thing is that rolling 3 6s is like a critical success. From that, I just built everything out. But that was the core most important part of the mechanics. If the monsters keep going, trigger all escalation abilities on monsters in whatever order the GM desires, if they have any. These vary, but include special attacks, calling for reinforcements, or gaining certain tags. Characters who withdraw aren't necessarily trying to flee, and we don't judge either way. Okay. They may attempt to disengage themselves from the heaviest of fighting or drop back to a safer distance. Any hero who decides to withdraw may spend any amount of stamina. May spend any amount of stamina and or luck points in any combination to reduce their threat by the same amount. You can choose to spend nothing if you like. Any hero who is wounded by doing so reduces their threat to 0. Then any withdrawing heroes with a threat of 0 may flee from combat. If there is a way of escaping, it's considered incredibly rude in adventuring circles to leave your friends behind. Well, you can dance if you want to, though. You can leave your friends behind. Because your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, then they're no friends of mine. Remove one. If the monster withdraws, remove one threat from all monsters. For any monster who has a threat higher than their monster rating, the GM may decide they leave the fight if they are able to. Your adversaries, wow. Actually, no, isn't that the British way to pronounce it? Brits in chat. Okay, adversaries until roll have a monster rating or MR. When they have to make a roll, they will roll this number of dice, and it determines how much stamina they have. Monster rating is covered more in the GM section on page 28. So an MR2 bandit rolls 2 dice to strike and has 2 stamina. Stamina. Wait. What is stamina? Stamina, you're wounded, you're dead. Constitution, physical endurance, and result. Okay, that'll probably be explained in character creation. Okay. I was like, wait, where does your stamina come from? Like, what's a normal amount? Because they're like, the 2 die MR bandit has 2 stamina. Like, what's normal for a character? Yeah, I'm not sure, like, conceptually what threat is. I think threat... You know what? I'm going to finish reading this, and then I'm going to weigh in my thoughts on that. If the heroes win, they're no longer monsters. Do a victory dance. They immediately replenish 1 luck point. Depending on the circumstances, they may have a chance to take a break, replenish all their stamina and mana. If the monsters decided to keep going, the heroes may opt to surrender. If the monsters decide to withdraw, the heroes may opt to negotiate. Well, I mean, like, I guess negotiation could turn into fucking, but, like, I wish there was a third option for that. Of course, not all monsters will be able to negotiate or understand what it means to surrender, but the heroes are free to try. If the heroes don't surrender or negotiate, continue to another round of combat. Remember that you don't roll initiative again. Go straight, fast action phase. Surrender. If the heroes surrender, combat ends, and the heroes are now captive of their foes. They will need to come up with an escape plan, negotiate their release, or hope for a lucky break. Okay. It's like the original Tunnels and Trolls where you can take the monsters captive, but now the monsters can take you captive. Or. It's like that spell from original Dungeons and Dragons for the female character rules that can cause the monster to grab you and take you back to their lair for reasons. These are things I know now. These are just, like, things that exist in my head that I will always remember. Also, just saying that, some people might be into that. Some people might be like, oh no, the orcs have captured us. What are you going to do, Mr. Orc? Do we need to have a plan? Or do we need to negotiate our release? Oh my god. I mean, yes, specifically, listen, it's not my fault that I know sluts, okay? Not my fault that I know cool people. Well, I mean, tentacles, yeah, magic. If the heroes negotiate, then combat is paused. The heroes now have time to talk to their foes, either to agree their surrender, intimidate them into fleeing, or some other cunning ploy. Bard. I like see now I'm wondering like what class is most likely to be like, oh my god, 14 werewolves. I hope they don't capture me and take me back to their werewolf den or to like a clearing beneath the full moon. That would be terrible. I feel like it's not Bard. I feel like it's Cleric? I feel like Cleric would be the most likely to be like, oh no, the big scary troll is dragging me back to his lair. Oh no, how terrible. Because like they're, it based on your god, obviously, but a lot of So honestly, I've never really gotten the warlock sugar baby thing, but like I feel like maybe they would do that, but like that, like they don't want to. The question is like, do they want to upset their patron? Because like they've already got the patron, the sugar daddy, the glucose guardian patron. Uh, and do they want to be like, do they want to be? I guess they could be like bratting against the patron by getting captured by the orcs. Yeah, sorcerers are very chaotic bottom. You know what? Yeah, now that I think about it, yes, sorcerers are very chaotic bottom. Clerics are more like a lawful top. But like they're like service tops. That's the thing. In my original and controversial video, short actually, where I suggested replacing good and evil with top and bottom, I actually mistakenly said that paladins. I originally said that paladins were lawful tops and clerics were lawful bottoms, but I got it backwards because paladin is a lawful bottom, but they're a power bottom, and then the cleric is a lawful top, but they're a service top. Like the question once again though, the question becomes like not what class is going to want to get ravaged by the monsters, but which one is going to like totally act like they're not into it, but then be like into it. Because the barbarian's not going to be like, oh no, I hope my loincloth doesn't fall off. Oopsie. Like they're not going to do that. They're gonna be like, they're barbarian's going to bend over the 14 werewolves. All right, actions. Actions represent the highest Wait, the highlights of what characters do in the midst of battle without getting into the details. This lets us get straight into the action without sweating the small stuff. This doesn't mean they're not going to do anything else. Players wish to specify how their characters move, describe how they draw their trusty blade, or add a witty quip that accompanies their strike. I think they got the point. They are very welcome to do so. The GM is encouraged to keep those descriptions in mind, but they largely won't affect the outcome of actions. If a player wants to force the GM to reward them... I'm saying that they wouldn't play it. That's what I'm saying. It's like a barbarian's not going to... Like, a barbarian's going to be assertive. They're going to be assertive and aggressive. They're going to go after it. That's I never played Baldur's Gate, but from what I saw, I really don't. I felt that that during the romance scenes, the tiefling barbarian lady was way too passive, and I was like, absolute turnoff. Well, oh yeah, barbarians are also, much like sorcerers, are very much like chaotic bottoms. But like a sorcerer is like a sorcerer is very much like a passive chaotic bottom, and barbarians like a power chaotic bottom. All right, player wants to force... Oh yeah, I got to if the player wants to force the GM to reward them for their ingenious plan, and then I was like, who put these words in here? And see, anything can be made into this much innuendo if I am reading it. Because that's like my whole thing. I'm the one that people expect to turn everything into an innuendo. They will need to stunt by upping the ante. A successful stunt always has some advantageous outcome, though not always exactly what the player may have been hoping for. When a character strikes, they choose one or more targets that they can reach in melee. If in doubt whether you strike someone, you usually can. Choose one or more targets they can reach in melee, but there's not tactical... I mean, I didn't see movement speed mentioned. I didn't see movement mentioned at all. DM's... and then the DM is like the other kind of DM. Like Dungeon Master is a thing. A person who like makes sure that everything's going good in the dungeon. They monitor the PvP. Make sure no one's breaking the rules. Strike. When a character strikes, they choose one or more targets they can reach in melee. If in doubt whether you can strike someone, you usually can. I feel like the final rules better be much better than this. A strike action is an opposed roll with the following modifications. Heroes roll strength, monsters roll monster rating. What if you are attacking someone who has strength? Maybe no NPCs have stats in this version of the game. Maybe that's the mistake I'm making, is assuming that as a fact. Both sides roll additional die equal to their opponent's threat. Oh yeah, I was going to comment. My thought is that the threat is supposed to be how threatening you are to the enemy, not how threatened you are by the enemy. That's what I was thinking. So when you're like you can run, like you can't run when your threat is at 1 because you're still threatening, but you have to be like down to 0 to be like, pew! That was my thought on how it went. But I can't be sure because I was not working. They didn't even consult me on this. It's ridiculous. See, I was about to say, they don't consult me on any of the role-playing games, but then I remembered that multiple people have consulted me. Indie designers consult me all the time. Yeah, I got distracted. Whichever side wins inflicts damage equal to the difference in the number of hits scored. See page 13 for more information on damage. Okay? Regardless of the outcome of the roll, afterwards the target of the target of the strike gains 1 point of threat each. Okay, that doesn't make sense with what I just said. So is that how threatened you are? Then why can't you run when you're not threatened? Is it how much threat you're under? Okay. Maybe it's like, okay. I'll read it. 1 point each. Remember, character number 3. Shoot. Shoot as opposed roll. Dex versus monster rating. Only the defender rolls additional dice equal to the attacker's threat. If the attacker wins, they inflict damage equal to the difference in number scaled. If the defender wins, no damage is inflicted. Okay, so... Okay. I'm trying to think of this like in terms of tunnels and trolls. I'm trying to understand what threat is. I feel like threat is the amount of threat you are under physically. Like, if someone stabs at me, then I'm under threat. I cannot retreat because I am still being threatened by an enemy, I think is what they're going for here. So it is like your level of threat is conceptually the amount of threat you are being like given by the enemy. Not like I feel threatened, but you physically are threatened. And that's why you can't escape when you have threat, I think. That makes sense, right? Nothing makes sense. Talking about imaginary elves with dice, nothing makes sense. Well, as I said, hopefully the full rules will make more sense than that on the threat. See, that's the problem. You can understand, like, mechanics are easy. Like, the physical mechanics, understanding is usually pretty easy. But then, like, understanding conceptually what all that means is a little weird. When the character casts a spell, they choose one of the spells listed on the character sheet and do the requisite arm flailing, chanting, potion chugging, and whatever else. Just imagining someone, like, chugging a potion in their mouth while going, I don't have any bottles around here to illustrate better. Alright. When a character casts a spell, each spell works differently, but they all require a hero to expend some amount of their mana. If the hero doesn't have any mana to spend, and doesn't have a way of regaining any, they simply can't cast the spell. What happens after that depends on the spell. Stunting. Stunting offers you a chance to dream up big, dramatic moments, from sliding under an ogre's legs to hamstring them with your dagger, to whipping sand in the drake's eyes to momentarily blind it. Whenever you want to take a dramatic action that sits outside the basic shoot, spell, and strike actions, you are likely doing a stunt. Importantly, only heroes can take a stunt action. To stunt, start by... Be better if it was called style, because then you could style on the monsters. The zoomers would really be into that. To stunt, start by describing the action you wish to take and what you hope it will achieve. Stunts could include deftly jumping onto a table to gain the high ground advantage, boldly taunting an enemy with a few choice expletives, carefully aiming your shot at the weakness in your enemy's armor, heroically ducking behind a table to avoid a blast of magic. Eldritch Blast! I mean, that's kind of on brand for Tunnels and Trolls. Stunting offers a chance to dream up big dramatic moment. Stunts come in two forms: a modified stunt or an independent stunt. A modified stunt uses your regular action, such as strike, as its basis with the hopes of gaining an extra advantage, while an independent stunt is entirely its own action. In either case, stunting is always adds risk. After all, great dramatic moments, blah, blah, blah. When a modified stunt alters another action, you will take the action as normal. If you succeed, the action happens as normal and also gain some other benefit. Maybe deal more damage, inflict an additional threat, give enemy a debilitating tag, avoid effects of negative tag yourself, or so on and so forth. However, if you fail, in addition to any other effects, you will now take an additional penalty. When your independent stunt is his own action, GM determines whether both the relevant saving roll with a target or against one or more enemies. If you succeed on the roll, you will gain a benefit based on your action. Perhaps you regain some stamina or reduce your threat. Maybe you inflict a tag on the enemy, or perhaps even bless or curse another character's roll. As always, though, failure leads to a penalty. Failure always leads to a penalty. Well, when you get to it, hi, how's it going? Hope you're having fun watching at 2x speed. I sound like a chipmunk. Alright. Enemies, blah, blah. See. Before a character stunts, the GM should give some sort of indication to players what the consequences of success and failure are, though they do not need to spell down detail. Particular GM being more generous or punitive if the players roll an exceptional success or dramatic setback. There really is no limit to what a stunt may accomplish, for better or worse. Increase or decrease the hero's threat. Potentially, also forcing an enemy to target them or ignore them in the monster phase. See, I think that's supposed to be a troll. But also, once again, that face looks overly detailed. Sound accomplished, better, worse. His heroes gain a tag like repose. Strikes against you are cursed. Armor. Armor with a UX. I wonder what color with a U the armor with a U is. Or bypass X. Ignore X points of armor. Give a tag such as cursed. Next roll is cursed. Delayed. Lose your next action. Or struggling X. Opponent rolls X additional dice when taking a strike or shoot action against you. Our hero changes in which action phase they act in the remainder of the combat. I wouldn't say it's horrible art. I'd say it's weird. Like, it's very, like, people face on a big rock body. It feels unsettling. Admittedly, my standards for, role-playing game art are very low. When you inflict a tag onto an enemy, its intensity is normally determined by its threat. So if you manage to trip up an enemy with threat 2, it might gain struggling 2. That said, the intensity of any tags is up to the GM. Defend. Monsters only. If a monster defends, they roll monster rating. For each hit, they may do one of the following. Reduce the threat by 1. Reduce the intensity of a negative tag by 1. Remove a negative tag with no intensity. So you can just go through all this effort to put a tag on someone, then they can just be like, okay, I'm going to remove it. When a character takes damage, they reduce their stamina equal to the amount of damage received with an attack. When an attack is difficult between the number of successes and additional damage from tags. If a monster's stamina reaches 0, they are defeated. Remember, a monster's stamina equals their monster rating. If a hero's stamina reaches 0, they are wounded. When this happens, immediately restore their stamina to max and reduce their threat to 0. However, if they are already wounded, they are now dead? I'm thinking about how I feel about that. So basically, you have a second life. Like, you have one extra life in combat. That, like, when your stamina gets reduced to 0, it's like like one of them beat 'em ups. It's like Streets of Rage. When you get knocked down to 0, your health bar fills back up and you jump back in the screen. Yes, or 2 health bars. Hilarious. I go for the example from the 80s because of who I am as a person. Actually, no, that's like 90s. Wait, was that? Doesn't matter. When a character takes damage, they reduce their stamina. Okay. I'm still not sure how I feel about that. Because, like, why? That's my big question, is why? Why have the, like, 2 health bars? I assume you lose the wound. I assume you can be unwounded later. Maybe that's what the point is. Is that, like, I'll see how hard I guess I'll have to see how hard it is to heal a wound, because right now I'm like, what's the advantage of this mechanically over just having twice as much stamina? Makes up the entire armor, which is a suit of mail, they consider card. When a character takes damage while wearing armor X tag, they reduce the damage by X. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy, back to this. And then the important part. Actually, okay. Okay, well, I'll once I find out. This might be, they might be intentionally doing this a way that I like. Because one thing that I do like in games is where you have, like, well, first of all, I just don't like hit points in general. Number of games that I've made that use hit points can be counted on one hand. You know what? I just realized that for most people, number of games they have written can be counted on one hand. So, I realize saying that number of hit points games I've made with hit points can be counted on one hand is a bit redundant. Not redundant, nonsensical. Pointless. Pointless, that's the word. So I'm wondering if it's... Because a thing I do like is when you have, like, two bars of, two stashes of hit points, one of which are regained easier. And maybe that's what it is that when you're not wounded, those hit points come back easier. Well, that stamina comes back easier, but then the post-wound... No, because then they're just the same, though. So, but then, like, losing the wound... So, like, you permanently lose your... Getting wounded means you permanently lose that second bar. There are two things that have confused me greatly. Ugh. All right. Once again, we join our intrepid heroes on their adventure to see a little of combat in action. Yeah, it makes your threat 0, but, like, it's fairly easy to lower your threat. So, like, it feels very much like, as I said, getting knocked down in a beat 'em up, and then, you jump back in, and, like, all the enemies around you, like, get knocked down. Well, after a long, hard climb, we made it here safe and sound. Aaliyah looks at Whiskers and adds, just about. Why? Oh, because Whiskers fell. Psh, I would have been fine, probably. Anyways. Where is here, anyways? Oh no, my poppet fell. Where'd my poppet go? There's my poppet. Put my poppet back on the microphone. Can't see it. Where's here, anyways? You managed to climb down with a torchlit. Wait, you managed to climb down with a torchlit, which is honestly kind of impressive. No, wait, no? Oh. Some of us have more than 2 dexterity. I'm like, didn't they fucking drop the torch? I guess they had other torches. You look around and find yourself in a wide cavern. Well, that was something that I have to deal with later. The light of the torch struggles to penetrate the black. I've got high wit, so I want to roll to check out the surrounding. Okay, that is the most realistic fucking thing that I have ever seen in a gameplay example. A player cutting off the GM to be like, oh, I've got 24 wisdom, what do I see? Sure, happy to call that a TNT. And then, of course, the GM doesn't say, like, hey, let me finish. This is rude. That's just in conversation. Not just in game, in conversation. Clearly, the GM was, like, had a prepared thing. They're like, as you look around, you find yourself in a wide cavern. The light of the torch is struggling to penetrate the black. I've got high wit, so I want to roll to check out the surroundings. Like, you don't cut off. The most important part of DMing is getting to do that, getting to say that the pungent smell of mildew emanates from the wet dungeon walls. That is the most important part and most enjoyable part of DMing. Okay, TN2 rolls 2, 4, 6, 5. That's 3 hits. That's good news, because it means you see the pair of glowing eyes before they're entirely upon you. You've stumbled into the nest of some buggins? Bugganays? Bugaloos? I'm gonna say bugaloos. Hulking beast, hairy creature with big tusks, which you get to appreciate with a full view as you roll for initiative. Gulp. See, in my scenario, they didn't go, They literally said, gulp. The players roll dexterity against a TN of 2. Simon and Az both pass, while Beth fails. God, Beth! Can you try not failing for once? That's why we don't invite you places. Okay, so tell me more. What are we up against? I literally... Pay attention to what the GM is telling you. 3 Buccaneer. 3... No, I'm not going to look this one up. I don't care. Which are MR4, have thick skin that gives them armor 1 and bypass 1 from their attacks. There's more to them, but that's all you need to know right now. Or maybe you don't need to fucking know that because it's none of your business what their exact monster rating, armor, and armor bypassing is. I have strong opinions. Oof, that's pretty scary. Simon, mind if I go first? Sure, go for it. Aaliyah is quick to react to the approaching threat and draws her bow. As they're charging towards us, I want to use a stunt and try to get on one knee as it fails. Wait, try to get one in the knee so it falls. Awesome, you're rolling dex against an MR4. I love it when players up the ante. Because this is... Because this game was written in a post-Critical Role world where like the purpose of a role-playing game is just fulfilling a fantasy of the players. That's why. Az rolls a 1, 1, 4, 5, 6. Meanwhile, Flip rolls 2 hits for the Buccaneer. Boujane. I'm going to call it a Boujane. It's a Boujane now. Okay, that's 3 hits against 2. So your stunt succeeds. Unfortunately, the 1 damage gets absorbed by the Bougeane's thick skin. I think I call it a Boujane. But what your shot locked in power, it makes up for in precision. The arrow catches it just as it's about to land on its leg, and to its surprise, it collapses. Let's call that struggling and delayed, so it's easier to strike and won't take an action this round. Not bad, Aaliyah, but you haven't seen true power. I'm going to use Blurt to... I guess that's a spell. Blurt to blow up one of them. I'll spend, let's say 2 mana... So you're rolling your intelligence and mana spent, which makes 5, right? If he corrects it, he corrected him. Oh, no. Okay. I love the free, like how well I'm predicting how this is going to play out. You're rolling 5, right? Actually... They have MR4. Better throw everything I've got at him. Let's say 3 mana. And I'm going for one of the other Bougenays. Not the one Aaliyah just shot. Bold play. Let's see how it... Take that, you fiend. He said the thing, but that's not the name of the spell. Triple. That's what I... Wait. Triple. That means I get to roll 3 more. He rolls a 1, a 2, and a 4. Flip, meanwhile, only scores 1 hit against the Boujane. 4 hits to 1. That means you get 3 damage through. Which ignores armor with a U. Right, so it's down to 1 stamina. And it's pissed. Anyway, it's now the monster phase. And now, after that Salvo... Salvo? Yeah, Salvo. They're coming after Aaliyah and Osbert. Not so fast. I will use Protector to have them both... Wait. See, they're like referencing like abilities and things that we don't know about yet. Not so fast. I will use... Maybe I should be doing these in British accents. Maybe it would make more sense if I had a British accent. Not so fast. I will use Protector to have them both target me instead. Are you sure about that? No, don't stop her. That's like her one job. Bring it. What's the worst that could happen? Beth rolls her strength and scores 2 hits, while Flip rolls 3 for hurt Bougenet. Wait, why is Flip rolling? Who the fuck is Flip? Okay, Flip's the GM. Huh, 1 hit isn't enough against my armor. Except it has bypass, remember? I told you all of its stats at the beginning of the match. Maybe you should have paid attention. Troll's blood. Oh well, that wasn't too bad. But you did gain a threat, which means the next one is rolling another die. You're so dead, Whiskers. Don't count me out. I am a tough old dog. Hyenas aren't really dogs. 5 dice against 3. Good luck. Beth isn't so lucky, getting a 1, 2, 3 against 2 hits from the Bougenet. 2 damage piercing your armor. That leaves you with... Wait, why is 2 damage pierce the armor? They have bypass 1, I thought. You know what? I don't care. Yep. And a 2 on 2 threat. The last Bougenet. Maybe there's something about threat they're not telling us. The last Bougenet is still down, so it gets up. Yeah. So it just gets up. It's your turn to go. Okay, so to be sensible, I'd like to try and get rid of some of this threat. If that works. That makes sense. Moreover, a little so. Maneuver. Wow, that's a British fucking... Either I have no idea how the word maneuver is spelled, or that's a British spelling that I'm unfamiliar with. Both are possible. Maneuver is a word that I'm notoriously bad at spelling. That makes sense. Maneuver a little so you're less surrounded by soon-to-be 3 of these guys. Sounds like a dex roll to me. Guess I'm thinking more like I'm hunkering down and getting into a good stance. So maybe Constitution. Okay, that's actually pretty. Yeah, I think it's a British R before E thing. Let's throw it. Okay, British R before E. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's the R E shift. Fuck. Lost track what I was saying. Dex roll to me. Oh yeah, this is also realistic. The player with high con trying to make everything into a con roll. I'll let you have it. Roll your 4. Beth rolls 4 dice, getting 1, 3, 5, 5. She rolled 2 more dice, getting 5 and 4, 4 and 6. Okay, that's where my luck was. Go ahead and reduce your threat as much as you'd like. You can get repose as you challenge each of the Bougenet in turn with narrowed eyes. Okay. I love it. I can totally see you just shoving these guys off and taking up a defensive stance. That takes us to the end phase. The Bougenet, you might have guessed, are keen to keep going. So what's the plan, folks? Aaliyah and Osbert should be able to take one of them, 2 if we're lucky. But can Whiskers survive whoever made it through? Do we have a choice? It's not like we could flee back up the tunnel quickly enough. I mean, they could. Did I say repose wrong? Have I been saying repose wrong all these years? Like coup de Gracie? Big cavern, maybe run. Danger tunnels, running blind. Wait, do we have a choice? Not gonna. It's a big cavern. You can maybe run deeper in the tunnels. Running blind seems like something the GM would love for us to do. Yeah, plus I'm feeling confident I can take these guys. Oh, Whiskers is very confident upon taking these guys. Whiskers can definitely take the Bougenets. See, it's like, it's not just me. It's, the internet, has already given me euphemisms like, taking 14 werewolves versus taking 14 werewolves. There's like normal people. There are fucking normal people who hear 14 werewolves and they're just like, dang, that's a lot of werewolves. Like, that's it. They're just like, that. I wouldn't want to run into that many werewolves. The phrase 14 werewolves has no meaning to some people. Okay. Pull your weight and hey, keep going. I get stamina back. All right. If you say so, I'm going to take a threat to take a luck point. I'm going to need that to get my mana back as fast as I'm burning it. Let's do this. Do. And now for character creation. How weird English used to be. Like, I feel like, yeah, English used to be weird. It's also still fucking weird. Like, see, I have taken many language classes, and I will tell you that at some point, okay, I've only taken classes in 2 languages, but like, I've taken a lot of Japanese classes, and at some point in every like language class I've been in, at some point, a student will complain about the language being hard, and then the teacher will inevitably go on a rant about how horrible English is and how hard it is to learn. Those are always fun. Because they're going on a rant like, oh, so I take a picture, then I taked the picture? Oh no, I took the picture. The picture's been took. No, the picture's been taken. Like, they just go off. And it just happens reliably because, people who teach Japanese are used to having students complain about how hard it is. It's not hard. Okay, it's hard. It's not as hard. It's not as hard as some people say it is. It's very formulaic. So if you're good at like understanding formulas, it's pretty easy to get. Versus, actually, I guess French is not that bad. But versus English, where like so much of English you just have to learn. Like most of the English, I before E, except after C. Except for in words such as neighbor and way. Literally, a thing they teach you when you're learning to spell in English is like, this letter goes before this letter, except for all the times that it doesn't. Those are English language rules. English language rules are like, it goes like this, except for when it doesn't. All right. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break now because my bottle of water, I believe, is out of water, and I will. Also, I'm probably going to grab like a cookie or something, or a granola bar, and then I will be back, and then we will get into character creation, the part that everyone has been waiting for, or maybe just me. So I'll be right back. The intention is like 5 to 10 minutes, but I can never be sure because sometimes I get unavoidably delayed because I'm locked in this room for hours on end, and then I come out and then it's like, oh no, there are things that demand my attention. Point is, I'll be right back. Boop. Yay! This was the correct thing. I wasn't sure. Adjusting my chair, because my chair is broken. Oh, see, it's a good thing y'all can't see my chair, because, like, the amount of shit holding this chair together. It's got a bunch of, like chair cushions on it, because the padding is so... There we go. Because the padding is so bad, padding's all worn down, so it's got, like, a bunch of cushions hanging on it. There's literally a wedge of wood holding it up, because it tilts to the side. All right. But now it is time. Don't say it. All right, everyone. It's time. But now, let's make us Tunnels and Trolls a New Age character. I'm not really going to make a character. I'm just reading through it, but y'all wanted me to say it. Y'all wanted me to say the thing. I know y'all wanted me to say the thing. It's become a thing that I say. Unfortunately, Adventuring Essentials never really caught on as a catchphrase. Kind of like Adventuring Essentials, because I'm always like, as always, I'm Adventuring Essentials. And now it's gotten to a point where, like, I'm, like, intentionally not saying, let's make us a whatever in the review videos, because, like, that has become so branded for the one series that, like, I don't want to do in the others, because it started in the other series. I started saying, I think the first one was Hogwarts. I think I said, so let's make us a magical youth. And then I started saying, let's make us a whatever type of character you make. And then the other series started. So, in this quick start guide, there are no pre-made characters for you to choose from. Oh no, I have to make my own character. However will I manage? Jesus fucking Christ. I just had, like, the thought of how many characters have I made? Because, like, all the ones for all my reviews, and then all the ones for, like, personal. It's a lot. Okay. Quick start guide, there are no pre-made characters. Roll up your own freshly character heroes. Ready to venture into the troll mark. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Okay, in order to play TNT, you're going to need a hero to embody. I love embodying a hero. The selection of this section will walk you through how to do that. How to do exactly that. Okay. Not approximately. Exactly. See, the thing is, like, as I keep saying, like, as a game designer, now I'm like, I could be like, this section will tell you approximately how to build a character. And then people will be like, wait, how do I do it exactly? I'm like, I don't know. That's your problem. Ow. The edge of my robe got under the wheel of my chair. Okay. That you can go through each section in order, but you can jump around to your heart's content. Jump around. Regardless of the method, you'll need some pen and paper, or the official TNT character sheet on page 41, and a single 6-sided die. Well, fortunately, I've got 4, so that's more than a single. I've got 4 times as many dice as I need. Also, if y'all haven't figured if y'all definitely haven't figured this out, a box cutter makes a really good dice holder for D6 because it's got that groove in it. You can just set your D6 in there. And I'll say, like, if y'all haven't figured this one out yet, figure out this D&D hack. Hi. Official TNT character sheet, single 6-sided die. You'll have fewer options in this quick start guide than in the full game. Oh, can I not play as a leprechaun? If you can't play as a leprechaun, I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna like revolt but like I'm gonna be really snide about it, and then I'm gonna like give the game a really like unfavorable review. There are many ways to approach building your hero. You might have a clear idea who they are before you've even started, or perhaps you haven't got the faintest idea. Whatever the case, the golden rule of character creation is simple. Roll first, consult the dice, and see what happens. Every section that follows will tell you what to do. If you don't like what the dice say, which usually simply means picking another option. Wait, what? Every section will tell you what to do if you don't like what the dice say, which usually means picking another, but even if you have a clear idea of exactly what you want your hero to be, roll first. Better yet, roll before you even thought about what you might want or expect or hope for. Well, here's the thing about the art. It's like I said, it's a difference of detail. That's the thing with like Handsome Squidward. The face is very, chiseled and detailed, while his body is just lines. Okay. Number 1, roll attributes. Your hero's attributes determine how many dice you roll when you take a challenge action in the game. The higher the attribute, the better you are at that. The 6 attributes are strength, dexterity, constitution, and wisdom, intelligence, charisma. Oops, I said wisdom instead of wits again. Silly me. For each attribute, starting with strength, going left to right across your character sheet, roll a die and consult the table below. You know what? I think that I think that's a pretty good description. The caricatures. That's what they look like. Like the detail, like I said, the details in the face. Like it looks like you're supposed to recognize who the person is. Okay, this means that you'll roll the dice 6 times and end up with values between 2 and 4 for each attribute. Write those down on your character sheet. For players who really love their unusual dice, the table is equivalent to a D3 plus 1. But there is literally no reason you should care about this. You know what? Maybe fuck you. Maybe there's no reason I should care about anything that's going on here. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to care about using my fucking D3s? You know, maybe I care more about gaming than whoever wrote this piece of shit. Like yeah, things that will set me off. Very random. There's literally no reason you should care about that. Maybe I should care about that because I'm interested in the mechanics of the game and the probabilities involved. Maybe I don't just want to pretend that I'm playing on Critical Role. I want to actually play a game that has depth, and I want to understand that depth. And use my D3s. It's like fucking like, oh, if you love people love their unusual dice. Yeah, I do love my unusual dice. That's why I got D3s. That's why I own some. I don't have any other unusual dice. I mean, I don't have any other unusual sided dice. I do have like, dice that are made of silicone and are squishy. Squishy, 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 squishy. Yeah, pretty much all, like most of anything that's rolled with D10s in my videos is rolled with these. Well, not everything. If I have to roll a lot of them, I'll get regular dice, but generally I'll just go for those. That's why I have, like, I have 4d6 sitting on my desk. I have 2d10 sitting on my desk, and I have a d20 sitting on my desk. Then everything else is just, off to the side in jars. But, like, I need d6s, d10s, and a d20 so frequently that I just leave them on the desk all the time. Okay. It's a d3, but you shouldn't care about that. Yeah. Like, what reason should I care about this game at all, then? If you don't like your dice rolls, you can swap the value of 2 of your attributes. Oh my god, that's amazing. If you really don't like, you can erase all of them and have your attributes be 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, which you can assign freely to the different attributes. Huh. I don't know. See, like, now they've put me in a bad mood. They put me in a bad mood by, like, giving me shit for, caring about probabilities and fun multi-sided dice. Also, just, like, I never enjoy rolling for things that are, like, 2 to 4. Your hero stats are some of the other important numbers. Luck determines how many luck points you have when you use to activate talents. Real dice, stamina is your character's hit points, yes. Mana, da-da-da-da. You don't roll, instead they return by... Okay, so... I understand the reasoning behind it. Okay, so yeah. Mana, wizardry, stamina is constitution, so it's just like tunnels and trolls. Luck equal to the number of attributes of the value of 2 plus 1. I understand the point. I understand the idea. The idea is that characters who have, like, bad attributes get more luck points. I understand that's the point. But it's like, it just seems like a stupid way to do it. Well, because those aren't D&D stats. They need to keep the D&D stats. They need to keep some sort of weird... It just feels overall like they are going back to the D&D well. It's Tunnels and Trolls being made by someone who's only ever played D&D before, and I realize that Tunnels and Trolls was made by someone who had only ever, I don't even know if he played D&D, but, like, who only knew D&D, but, like... Alright, roll background. Your character's background tells a little bit of who they were before the start of their current adventures. How important their background is to them is up to you to decide, but most of the important should always remain what they do and say the here and now. These are aspects of character background in TNT. Your kindred speaks to your character's culture and not necessarily their biology or appearance, because we're doing this bullshit, I guess. A goblin living in a dwarves in a city of elves could be goblinkin, dwarfkin, or elfkin, because rules aren't real. We want everyone to feel happy and just, free to engage in their own creativity. In rules, just ignore them. We don't want to offer you a consistent world or lore or mythology. No, you don't want that. I guess I'm mistaken, because, I guess I said that they went too much sampling. I guess they were sampling fucking Daggerheart. I love that I can use Daggerheart as an insult. Like, gee, what's worse than D&D 5th edition? A short summary of your character's approach to life in general, and adventuring in particular. This is how you earn adventuring points. You need your character to advance. It's written by children for children. Like, children in an insulting way, not like a literal way. Hero Kids is literally written for children. Your trait is a small way in which you get started against your peers, gaining a once per session ability. Once again, I do not like session as a measurement of time. You know, maybe I just know too many power gamers, and I know people who will absolutely fucking, like, I don't know. I used to play with people who absolutely would fucking go, oh, well, I think we're gonna call it a night for now, outside of the cave, so that we can get all of our shit back before we go into the tunnel. Who would like delay advancing the plot for an entire week so that they could get their points back. I think they're the same. All right. Roll a die on a D3. 1 to 3 go in the common kindred table. On a 4 to 6 instead go to the uncommon folk table. Roll a die to determine the kindred or uncommon folk group depending on the table. This also determines your trait. Roll again to pick your motto. Oh, an interesting motto. Hot tires, hot burgers. That's the motto. Wait. Roll again to pick your motto. On the uncommon folk table, your last roll also determines your kindred. If you don't like your dice roll, pick kindred, trait, and motto freely, because nothing fucking matters, apparently. Alright, so we got humans. Halfkin. Those are hobbits. Dwarfkin, elfkin, orckin, and goblinkin. I'm sorry. So they're fucking just giving us Daggerheart, D&D, and Pathfinder all rolled into one and calling it Tunnels and Trolls. Well, technically, each individual, since there's 2 subtypes of uncommon, each individual uncommon is going to be half as likely as a common. So Flutterfolk that have Flutterfolk and Feyfolk, Seafolk, Merfolk, and Toadkin. Are there going to be descriptions of these things? Okay, yes, okay. Gremlinkin and Gnomekin, Ogrekin and Hobgoblinkin, Catfolk and Knollkin, Ghoul and Revenant. Once again, it just feels like I'm reading things that's designed to be an actual play where there's a frog person and a cat person and like maybe a human, and 2 comic relief kobolds and a goblin. Okay. Yeah, I know what a human and a halfling is, and dwarves and elves and orcs. Okay. Goblins, nothing concerned. Oh, goblins are often concerned with making things better, whether it's bettering their own situations, improving the lives of others, or pushing the boundaries of magic. God, because no one wants goblins to be fun. That's what I've always thought. Whenever I go into a game, I always think, man, I wish these goblins were less concerned with being mischievous little guys and instead were fine, upstanding members of society who wanted to make everything better. Every single time I see a goblin, I think that. I think, wow, these silly little mischievous chaos gremlins, they're no fun. That's not exciting. Okay, Flutterfolk. The feathered bird folk and winged fae folk. Wait. Okay. The feathered bird folk and winged fae folk. Did that say feather? Okay, so that's a typo, I think. I think it's supposed to be flutter folk, and then that's supposed to be feather folk. Okay, so feather folk are bird people, and fae folk, winged fae folk. I'm guessing fae folk are fairies. Oh God. There we go. Yeah, the goblin description feels like they're being overly cautious for no reason. They are basing their, much like fucking Daggerheart. They're building their game around what people on TikTok say about role playing games who don't play role playing games. That's what the feeling I'm getting is. We listen to people on TikTok who've never played D&D saying, "Here's what's wrong with D&D." Okay, Toadkin, and Merfolk are amphibian, or at least very comfortable in and underwater, no matter the origin, but they won't complain about the air being dry. They are wont to complain about the air being dry and often eschew heavy layers that might encumber their swimming. So, like, are merfolk? What are merfolk? I realize this is just a quick start, but it's literally not telling me what merfolk are. Because when you tell me merfolk, I think fucking mermaids. Are these mermaids? Oh, where's my mermaid? I had a mermaid figure up there that I was gonna grab and to illustrate what a mermaid is, but like, it's not there. I have other mermaid things up there, but those are like more delicate mermaid things that I don't want to grab for a bit. Small folks. Gremlins and gnomes are really anyone very short of stature might be called small folk, whether they want or not. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because remember, I forgot. I forgot that these are all meaningless. I forgot when I was reading this. Kindred's meaningless. I forgot about that. I forgot that small folk can just be anyone who's short. Oh. beast folk, a collect term for all. Beastmen. Oh, we're getting Warhammery. Those that share a similarity to wild creatures, but they're feline, be they feline, canine, or something stranger yet. Linger folk. Catch-all name for all who should accounts be dead, but sometimes linger on. Those of immediate return to called revenants. Other recognizable skeletal visage. Meanwhile, those are somehow defy death for reasons not understood, including by themselves, are called ghouls. Wow, I'm really looking forward to reading about how kind-hearted and generous ghouls are. I'm glad they're making this game so bad because I do not feel bad about the exact same fucking thing I've been complaining about. I don't know how to draw faces, so I either traced or heavily referenced a photograph. I think this one's the worst. Just like, first of all, like, proportions are awful. This human's head is bigger than this pointier human's head, and this green human is got the biggest head of all, and then this person's got a tiny little head. Why is their head so tiny and their head so big? I don't know. But boy, that's fucking a level of detail that does not match this robe with no detail. No folds of fabric, no nothing, and then just like every single crease in the face. Well, see, here's the thing: is like this isn't like a politically correct show. Like this is common. That I think Pathfinder did it. I don't remember who else did. I've seen this before. No, I think it was the D&D playtest that I never finished looking at. Is that they'll be like, oh, but if your character is an elf who was raised by dwarves, then you can just have all the dwarf benefits instead. And it's like, then why am I choosing? If everyone can, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say remember how I said that most of the vast majority. See, here's the thing: is nuanced conversation and analysis is not a thing that anyone fucking listens to. They listen to whatever is the most, getting the most clicks on TikTok. People who've never played D&D and are never going to play D&D, listening to what other people who've never played D&D are saying. And I'm just going to tell you, the worst thing I've ever heard someone suggest was this. That you shouldn't have player races. Instead, there should just be a select, like a number of traits, and you can just select whichever ones you want. And there should be no point value or restriction on how many traits you can take. That is someone who has absolutely never played a role-playing game before. Because no one who has ever actually played a role-playing game would not see the immediate issue with saying that the character should just have access to every single possible trait with no restrictions. Well, see, here's the thing. Terry Pratchett does everything better. See, because the big thing is that like, so I'm going to tell a thing I very much remember, a thread from, I forget if it was a general tabletop gaming Reddit or specifically the Pathfinder Reddit, was a new game master who was like at his wit's end. He didn't know what to do. I guess they didn't know what to do. I don't know what their gender was, but like they were they were like, I don't know, like what to do, because I started a new game, like, you know, and like I started it for the first time, you know, a new GM, like, and all my players just like absolutely steamrolling through everything I planned, and I can't figure out what I did wrong. So they're all drow nobles. I realize people might not know what that means. Drow nobles are like drow, but they're like super powerful and have inherent magic abilities, including the ability to cast darkness as a spell-like ability, and then the ability to see in darkness because they're drow. So because like this GM didn't know that they didn't know, okay, this because if you're not familiar with 3.5/Pathfinder, a monster race and a player race are identical. Functionally and, you know, mechanically, they are identical. You just need to understand that, you know, dwarf and elf are player races, and that drow noble is not. And this new DM did not know that. So their players went, haha, fresh meat. We get to like completely ruin someone's game for them. And that is a thing that I don't see. I see games focusing entirely on player experience, as I've said, because new players and, you know, not players, people who like to pretend that they play D&D but just watch Critical Role, are under the impression that what a role-playing game is just wish fulfillment for the players, and that the GM's job is to just give them whatever they want. So games focus on that because obviously there's more players than GMs, and they don't take into account that you just make the GM's job miserable, and then they never want to play again. Because if I hadn't like been like way familiar with like the game before I started running games, I would probably have had such a miserable experience that I would have never done it again. Like, I already had a miserable experience doing it. Okay, so here's the fucking things. Hashtag aesthetic. Once per session, automatically succeed in an artistic endeavor. Why? Once per session, you can traverse water with incredible speed and agility, regardless of hindrance. So, if I'm a fucking merfolk, I can swim once per session. This is awful. Audacity. Oh yeah, this game's got some fucking audacity. Once per session before making a roll, describe how you turn things to your advantage through ingenuity, cunning, or just guts. It doesn't need to be particularly believable, then make the roll. It's now blessed. If you succeed the roll, then the GM can make... Wait. If you succeed the roll, the GM can make any one later roll made this session cursed without needing to justify it in any way. That's not any kind of advantage. It's like, oh, you're giving the GM a card to fuck you over. Like, do something interesting. Do something interesting, like Scream. Scream the horror. It was a one-page horror game that had one of the most interesting mechanics I've ever seen, and that was that succeeding on or failing on a roll didn't necessarily cause you to fail or succeed on the test. Instead, it just like gave an amount of plot. No. I think it was if you succeed, everything's fine. If you don't succeed, you basically give the GM a point that they can later use to fuck you over. Like, they can fuck you up immediately. They can be like, oh, you fail. But they can also be like, okay, yeah, you pass. And then they have that like amount of failure to fuck you over later. That's one of my favorite overall systems I've seen. I worked it into the short play rules for Dinosaur Erotica, I believe. but those are not out yet. They're out in alpha. You can download the alpha version of the short play rules. Oh, but arguing with the GM is so fun. It's what Fatal's all about. Down to earth. Once per session, you can figure out or remember the solution to a particular problem related to craft culture. I'm still pissed off about aquatic. Like, once per session, your aquatic character can be aquatic. Once you use this, you just forget how to swim and spend at least an hour underwater without coming up air. You just forget how to do that after you do it once per session. Oh, but we don't want to be accused of bioessentialism, so we can't just say that you can breathe underwater if you are an aquatic creature, because we can't just say that being a goddamn seakin means you're an aquatic creature. What if you want to be a goblin that goes to the beach? In my defense, I feel like I went into this very open-minded, and I didn't get pissed off until right about here. I feel like I was annoyed, and I'd right around here is when I started just getting irate about this thing. Small. Once per session, your roll is based when you are leveraging your size to your advantage, such as when squeezing through. These are supposed to be like parts of your character. It's just like they're taking normal character options and just putting a once per session restriction on them for no reason. You know, what do goblins get now that I think about it? Because they're fucking they have audacity. Goblins have the fucking audacity. Keen sense of once per session automatically succeed in spotting, smelling, or hearing something. So I have this this general philosophy about role-playing games. And that is this. At no point should you be able to forget what you are playing as. And this sounds like I can absolutely forget that I'm a goblin or a merfolk or anything if I don't have any abilities that are usable more than once per session. I get no benefits. Once per session, you can fly a short distance. Trying to do anything while you're flying is very hard, though, and the roll is probably cursed. And depending on how you fly... So I can just make a dwarf and be like, yeah, my dwarf was raised by fairies, so I can fly because I am a flutterkin. You can just do that according to the rules. Raw. Rules as written. Rules as fucking written. Your dwarf can fly. This is the one. These are the two that get me the most. Once per session, your roll is blessed when you are leveraging your size to your advantage. And once per session, roll is blessed when you're leveraging your size to your... Yeah. That should just be a feature. That should be a feature. If you are small, you should get bonuses to doing things that benefit from you being small, and penalties to things that, suffer from you being small. If you are big, you should get bonuses to things that benefit from being big, and penalties to things that suffer from you being big. Whoa. These aren't race traits. These are nothing traits. These are, you just get to pick one. You just get to pick one and have that one. And nothing matters. It doesn't matter why. You can be a fucking troll. You can be a 50-foot tall troll and have the small trait. Rules in no way say that you can't do that. One recession, when you would die, you don't. See? Like, once per session, your roll is blessed when you are leveraging your size to your advantage, versus once per session, when you would die, you don't. One of those is just slightly better. You know what? Let's take this the other way. Once per session, automatically succeed on an artistic endeavor, versus once per session, when you would die, you don't. Who gets artistic? Aesthetic. Elves. Well, you don't have to worry about game balance because this doesn't matter. So you can make an elf. You can say, I want to be an elf, but I want the unyielding kin because I hung out in a graveyard when I was a teenager. Ugh. I really hope... Ugh. Here's the thing, is like, it comes down to who is going to be giving them feedback. It comes down to two things. One, who's going to be giving them feedback. And two, if they're going to listen to that feedback. Because, like, a lot of people, like D&D and fucking... What was Project Black Flag eventually called? I remember it was more generic than the placeholder fantasy role-playing game. Tales of the Valiant. You really got the impression that they were doing playtests as a formality. And like, they were like, yeah, this is done. We're just putting it out. We're just saying it's a playtest. We're not going to listen to anyone's feedback. So that's a thing that happens a lot. So there's that. And then who they're getting the feedback from. Because if they're getting feedback from, like, actual players who are, like, adults and have played games, then yeah, someone might be saying, this is bad, fix it. But if they're, you know, going to be getting feedback from players whose only experience with playing is imagining that they are on Critical Role, while making D&D characters on D&D Beyond, then no, they're going to be like, oh, that sounds great, because the thing I just said about how you can be an elf with the only useful ability. There's no reason. There is no reason to make a character that has any ability other than this one. Like, literally none. Yeah, I know they did like I said, I skimmed the previous playtest, so I don't know how much was changed. Well, the thing is, it comes down to, like, did they put out a playtest. They solicited feedback. The question is, did they actually listen to any of the feedback? Because, especially with the fucking D&D 5th edition, like, stupid guy in his baseball hat, like in the announcement video, seemed like he was, like, on the verge of crying at the idea that his rules weren't perfect and that they might need to update them. Mike Merrill? Is that who I'm thinking of? Remember, he had his stupid hat. Oh, God, I forgot that there was more. Roll starting path. Your path speaks to your approach as an adventurer. As your character grows, you can pick and choose between the 6 paths in TNT, each with their own roster of powerful talents. Path of Might greets challenges with a hearty laugh. Its talents support fighting forces, acts of athleticism, and generally getting more out of your strength. Path of Shadows favors subtlety and trickery in its approach. Its talents help in evade maneuver. God, that looks so weird. And use dexterity to full effect. The Path of Endurance, one of resisting... Wait a minute. Resisting hard to a path of spirit relies less on overcoming challenges, more refining, spending allies, foes, otherwise pushing your luck and charisma to him. The path of craft is one of folk magic, the little tricks and knacks that nobody pretends to understand. Talent for craft, that mobilizing your wit. Okay. Ah, yes. Yes, they say the word. Okay. Aims to harness deep magic immediately. It lets you mana intelligence. Okay. Yeah, they did the fucking thing. It's D20 modern. Man, like if only there could be something worse than D&D. Oh man. When you're gonna have some fun shit to catch up on. I go on a bit of a thing, don't I? I believe I said this at the beginning of the stream, that my main concern was, is this Tunnels and Trolls? See, unfortunately, my updated version of Tunnels and Trolls goes in a very different direction, which is not appropriate for mainstream audiences. So let me just say, I looked at the combat mechanics of Tunnels and Trolls, and I thought, you know what? These rules would actually work really good for an orgy. And then I wrote a game. I didn't write a game. I started writing a game. I haven't finished it yet. Anyway, D20 Modern. The paths are just based on one of the 6 paths are just the strength path, the dexterity path, the constitution path, the charisma path, the wits path, and the intelligence path. The D20 Modern. Roll to determine the path for your starting talent. Roll another die to determine your bonus talent. If you don't like your dice rolls, just fucking pick because nothing matters. I love how someone asked me this at the beginning. Wait. It was the person who asked me this at the beginning. Now I'm wondering if the person who asked me on 1 to 10 my thoughts on how much I liked random character creation was had already read this and was seeing how angry I was going to be about it. Well, not in Tunnels and Trolls. Now your goblin can be 16 feet tall if you want. But like, here's the thing is, you can see, you happen to have pointed out like the one, you're like, you picked out the one stat that is actually problematic. That's the problem. Intelligence is in fact the one stat that can be problematic because of racists. Like that's an unfortunate fact. Is that it doesn't matter if you are if you are saying, yes, orcs have a penalty to intelligence, just like black people. It doesn't matter if you're saying that, because racists are saying it, so you can't. That's the thing. Penalties to strength, dexterity, like the mental stats are the real tricky ones. But like the fact that it is a very specific thing. So you know how you know how when you hear people calling generally non-white people, particularly like politicians and people in power, low intelligence, like how they kept calling Kamala Harris a low intelligence woman. That's an absolute fucking racist coded thing. like the phrase low intelligence is one of their dog whistles. So it is giving someone a penalty to intelligence specifically is problematic, because regardless of whether or not you intend it that way, the fact is that other people have made the concept so inherently connected to their racist ideology that you have to just say, yeah, they fucked it up and now no one else can use it. It's like a swastika, you know? If you're really into Buddhism, you can't get a swastika tattoo. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your intention is. Unless you're like, if you're in like Europe or America, you can't get a swastika tattoo. You're not allowed to. It doesn't matter what your intention is. Someone else already just fucked up the swastika for everyone else. I certainly hope they're going to expand. Catching up on chat while I was ranting. Oh. Oh. Let's be. At least it wasn't a good mustache. Like, that's the thing. If Hitler had had a big curly handlebar mustache, that would be a serious loss. But fortunately, he just had he had a lame one, so we don't have to worry about it. Actually, I just posted about this on Blue Sky and Tumblr. Like, the problem with Dungeons and Dragons is that it was made by people who don't understand that regardless of your intention, there are specific things you are implying when you say, if you want an example of real charisma, look at historical figures like Julius Caesar, Napoleon Bonaparte, and Adolf Hitler. Like, once again, not saying they were intending anything. I'm saying they didn't stop at any point to think, huh, perhaps this one of these three historical references has a slightly different implication than the other two. And that's the core I feel like that's the core problem with D&D, is that it was made by people who didn't understand that, and that's the core of the game. And it's like, if you want to fix it, yeah, you can, but it requires a level of understanding, or maybe you can't fix it. Well, okay, so the thing is this, is it's a dog whistle when it's intentional. As I said, when someone refers, when a not racist internet commentator who never says anything, they never say anything directly racist, so they can't be kicked off Blue Sky, because I'm not sure if you guys knew this. Blue Sky has a really fun reputation of not banning Nazis and like giving them their accounts back after they're banned. So when as I said, when they say, "Oh, some low intelligence," that's a dog whistle because they are playing it. When Dungeons and Dragons gives orcs a penalty to intelligence, it's not a dog whistle if they're not intending for that to be like a racist allegory, but they're still using the same concept. They're still applying the same idea of, oh, this race is less intelligent than the others, and that's why they're bad. Why do I always end up going on weird shit like this? Because I have had to deal with white supremacists. So I know all their tricks. I don't know all their tricks. I know some of their tricks. It's not that hard. Their tricks are really obvious. But, like, people who don't ever have to deal with them don't see them. That's the weird thing, is they seem so obvious. It's just like, Okay. Okay, so Path of Might, focus, bonus talent. We got more talents. Okay, so I don't have to go through these because I'm going through them now. Path of Might, starting talent, focus, spend 1 luck point. See, the combat example would have made a fuckload more sense if I had known what focus was before going into it. I'm going to send 2 dice. Wait, spend 1 luck point before any roll to add 2 dice to that roll. No, you can't do it more than once on 1 roll. Okay, that's pretty good. I think people are over. People are making up things. When it comes to Dark Sun specifically, people are like, "Oh, they won't release a new Dark Sun because it's problematic." I mean, and it's like, no, they won't release a new Dark Sun because it's fucking Dark Sun. Like, in terms of D&D settings, everyone loves Faerun, and then like Mysteria, and then everything else no one cares about. You know, Sword Coast, Greyhawk, those are all basically like Dragonlance. Who cares about? When's the last time you heard someone say, "Oh boy, I'm so excited about my Dragonlance campaign"? There is. Well, the thing is, you can make any. Spelljammer is, of course, the best. Once again, I look at my collection of Spelljammer novels. There were 4, 5. There were 4 or 5. Like, there's an issue with everything. Like I said, intelligence is a big one that they do a lot, and try and act like it's not a thing, but then, like I said, use it in that very specific phrasing. All right, bonus talent. I've had worse. Though grim determination, your injuries drive you to great feats of might. When you are wounded, your strength. Okay, so it's like, I guess there is a so I guess there is a benefit to being wounded. I still don't. Did I never get to how? I'm like, did I ever get to the point where I learned how to become unwounded? See, ironically, I don't like Forgotten Realms. Just like, I like the stock setting, the stock D&D Greyhawk setting. But you know where you like that. That's what I like. I feel like Forgotten Realms is an overly pretentious fantasy writer's interpretation of Dungeons and Dragons. I know that's literally what it is. Hey, you know what else is an overly pretentious fantasy writer's interpretation of Dungeons and Dragons? Dragonlance. So I don't like Forgotten Realms. I don't like Dragonlance. I like the stock D&D setting. I do like Dark Sun actually. At Spelljammer because they're doing something different. Eberron I feel like isn't doing enough different. That's my thing about Eberron is I feel like Eberron needs to step it up. Eberron needs to be more different. It can't just be like, oh, you're on the magic train. No, I want to take the magic train to the giant fucking magic punk city where there's, crystal televisions and computers made of dragon bone. Um, it's just D&D. Like that's literally fucking Greyhawk. It's literally just D&D. It is basic ass Dungeons and goddamn Dragons. There's no spell scar. There's no fucking cannibal halflings. Nothing like there's no grandness to it. There's a lack of epic grandness in the setting that Forgotten Realms has. There's just regular gods. There's no fucking Drizzt aura. My ex once made a two-blade drow ranger without knowing who Drizzt was, and then didn't didn't know why everyone was like commenting on it. Also, this was a game that was in Forgotten Realms, so text two things. A, this was a game that was in Forgotten Realms. B, I was playing a bard, so I kept trying to convince people that her character was Drizzt, because people don't know him. They're not gonna like recognize him. But if they're like, oh, is that a drow with two blades? Oh, is that Drizzt aura? I'd be like, yeah, it is. Yeah, he came by. Said he was really looking for a good inn to stay in, but they're all too pricey. No, they not have an animal companion. Because this was 4th edition, and in 4th edition, you did not have an animal companion and 2 weapon fighting. You had to choose. And animal companion was shit. Like like the Magus in Pathfinder. Like multiple Pathfinder games, like there was a period of time where like every game someone was thinking of making a Magus and no one ever did, because it's a class that sounds like, oh, that might be interesting to play, and then you really get down to it, you're like, no, it's not. Okay, so I'm realizing, wait a minute, I'm having a thought here. I'd love to have some thoughts in here. Spell one function and bonus talent life at worst. Okay. No. When you are wounded, your strength, dex, con rolls are blessed and your armor is increased by 1. Spend 1 luck point to whip yourself into a frenzy when you are berserking. Okay, so I'm as your character grows, you can pick and choose between the 6 paths. You get 1 starting path and 1 bonus talent. But I'm noticing that like none of the effects here are level dependent. So, what do you get from leveling up? Like, are there going to be are there going to be more talents to select from as you level up, or do you just have to like go into other ones? They said no advancement, but like that's got me questioning now. It's got me questioning like how is advancement supposed to work, because they do specify that as your character grows, you can pick and choose between the 6 paths. See, like here's the thing: it's like that would be really important information for the playtest. Path of Shadow, discretion, spend 1 luck point after any roll to re-roll all dice in that pool. Swashbuckler, whenever you successfully stunt, you may immediately take another action. No, it can't be another stunt. When you roll initiative, you still act in the fast phase even if you fail. Then why do you roll initiative? Okay, if you see your next roll is blessed. See, it's like the idea of the fast initiative, monster initiative, and then slow initiative, it seems like there could be a benefit to that. It seems like you could do something cool with that, but they're not doing anything cool with it. You mean like Iron Claw? Damn it. Fuck. Two games I perpetually reference. The furry Renaissance fantasy game, Iron Claw, and Street Fighter the storytelling game. Resilience, spend 1 luck point to reduce damage. It really feels like they spent more effort on these than on these. Resilience, spend 1 luck to reduce damage from any source to 1 after applying armor. So just reduce, I guess. I feel like there's a way better way to phrase that. When an ally near you the target of a strike or shoot an aggressor again, you can make yourself the target instead. Increase your max stamina by 2. It's not flashy, but it's great at keeping you not dead. Gambit, spend 1 luck point. I was going to say something about the character Gambit from X-Men, but then I decided not to because of spoilers for X-Men 97. But if you haven't seen X-Men 97 and you have access to like a person that has a Disney Plus account, you should watch X-Men 97. It's really good. It's like okay, this is only going to apply to old people like me, like to a specific age of people. X-Men 97, the experience of watching X-Men 97 is what the experience of watching the original X-Men series was like as a child. Like, when you go back and look at it, the original X-Men series isn't that mature, but when you were a child, it felt very mature and very nuanced and very deep. And now X-Men 97 is like actually that for adults. It's very cool. Yeah. I am. For one thing, this whole nonsense here. Where do leprechauns go? Like, are leprechauns small folk? Because like, well, I complained about it throughout the entirety of my series on it. The fact is that Leprechaun being one of the primary first of all, also the fact that they didn't have to there's like, everyone's like, we need to change the name of player race now to ancestry or background. They didn't have to fucking do this because it was Kindred in first edition of Tunnels and Trolls. So much potential in Tunnels and Trolls. It's like watching a child prodigy just smoke weed and play Xbox. Okay, I'm stealing that. I'm just going to tell you right now that I am stealing that when this... if they don't fix that, when I finally do a Let's Make Us a Tunnels and Trolls The New Age character, I just want you to know that I'm stealing Leprechaun. I'm not going to remember who said it, so I'm just telling you right now that I'm going to steal it, and you can say in the comments of the video, hey, I'm the one who said that in the chat, and I'll be like, cool. I'll probably forget. Oh, Artart, spend 1 luck point to inspire an ally in earshot. Roll charisma. For each hit, the ally gains an additional die on their next roll. Are there not classes? No, there are not. Okay, so like... admittedly, classes in Tunnels and Trolls were kind of shit. The main reason I want to check out Hyper Tunnels and Trolls is they actually added new classes. Because, like, Heart, spend 1 luck point to inspire an ally in earshot. Roll charisma. For each hit, the ally gains an additional die in their next roll. If you roleplay the speech really ham it up, your charisma is blessed. That's a fucking good bard ability. That is absolutely worth it. It's worth spending a luck to be able to like buff up your fighter on their next attack. Like that's good. It's just kind of buried. I like point to deduce the thoughts about you and your current situation. You cannot necessarily tell if someone's lying. You may spend 1 luck to deduce their thoughts about you and the current situation. You cannot necessarily tell someone... You spend a fucking luck and you can't even tell if someone's lying. I write nothing down. Also, I have no idea when this game's even going to come out. When/if it's going to come out. Because the Kickstarter could always fail. Like that's always a possibility. Like they probably spent tens of thousands of dollars on advertising, so it probably won't, but okay, so Knack, spend 1 point to create a small supernatural effect. This could be imitating animal sounds, something say you get the prestidigitation spell. Then before taking an action, spend 1 luck point to enchant a non-magical weapon you touch until the end phase or the next few moments out of combat. Strike and shoot actions will be an additional die and grant one of the following tags: bypass 1% to explosive. Troll eyes. As long as you are clasping troll quartz in your hand, stone and earth has a faint glow to you, enough to navigate by if you are careful. Path of Wizardry. Okay, so you spend 1 luck point to gain 2 mana. Above your maximum for a few moments. Cast spells from the School of Harmonics. Wait. You can cast spells from the School of Harmonics, see Overleaf. You may spend up to Charisma mana when casting Harmonic spells. When Harmonic spells refer to Int, you may instead use Charisma. Bonus talent. Anyway, before taking action, as long as you are... You can cast spells from the School of Weaving. Whenever you cast Weaving spell, you spend 1 mana to reroll. Oh, that's another word. Overleaf. No. Honestly, the system's not that complicated. Like, my complaints are just about it, like, lacking a lot of key features. And, explaining it to players is easy. It's just like, okay, so, you choose one of these. You choose one of these traits. And then, yeah. Then you choose one of these starting paths. You'll see how to make the appropriate noise. Most wizards learn particular incantations. If you haven't in that path of wizard, if you haven't in you know, at least a spell or two. If you have the speaker talent, you'll know blurt and blind word. If you have the weaver talent, you'll know mending touch and second sight. So I'm guessing the path of wizardry, the ones will give you different spell schools. Cast spell, you must always spend 1 mana to choose to spend more than 1 mana. The effective way to write a spell. Away. The maximum mana you can spend on any one spell is equal to your int or charisma for the speaker talent. So, like, wait. Mending seconds. Okay, so able to make appropriate noise. Most wizards learn from it with take that, you fiend, being a particular popular one when firing a magical blast. Like, it's just like, how much can you fail to understand the assignment? Like, that's my thought right here, is how much can you fail to understand the assignment? Tunnels and Trolls, the game where you can play as fairies and leprechauns and cast goddamn take that, you fiend. Oh, it's blurt. You might say take that, you fiend, when you cast blurt, but target is seen also intelligence. Roll intelligence versus monster rating, but you said it was charisma. You said it was charisma, right? You may spend up to charisma mana when casting. You cast spells in the School of Harmonics. You may spend up to charisma mana when harmonic spell refer to intelligence. You may instead use charisma. So will other schools be able to take this, or is there just no reason for that? Equal to the excess mana. Okay. Wait, how many mana do I spend on this? Okay, I guess they're all 1 by default. Choose a target you can see and roll intelligence versus monster rating. Get an additional die in your duel. Roll equal to the excess mana spent. On a success, deal damage equal to the difference, ignoring armor. If this reduces them to 0 stamina, they explode slightly gruesomely, rendering it impossible to loot anything of value off them. See? Like, so it's just fucking do whatever you want, and then like, oh, but also, you can't loot someone if you blow them up. We're just gonna randomly implement a rule that is actually strict for no reason when it completely conflicts with everything else we've gone through so far. See, fortunately, I'm used to this. Like, at this point, I've been disappointed by so many editions of Tunnels and Trolls. Alright, choose a target and see int. Gain 1 additional die on your roll equal to the excess mana spent. Target number for this roll is the target's monster rating. On success, the target gains delayed and struggling if the target is attacked. Cannot target elite enemies. If you know incriminating secrets about the target, your roll is blessed. Well, they don't want you just like, you know, this is like, maybe the revised version is less exploitable. It's hard to say what is the least exploitable version of Take That, You Fiend. Alright, Mending Touch. Roll for each hit, restore 1 stamina to a character you touch. Roll dice equal to mana spent. A target receiving healing equal to their maximum stamina is no longer wounded. Wait. A target that receives healing equal to their max. So you have to like roll an amount equal to their maximum stamina? Oh, actually, I guess it's not too big because like stamina is maxes at 4. Starts at a max 4. Well, max 6. But still don't like roll dice equal to mana spent, each of which gives you a 50% chance of restoring 1 stamina. You can sense any magic in the vicinity. Learn. You can look at someone and learn their name and 1 piece of information about them, though it's unimportant and superficial. I love when the game literally is like, oh, you can do this thing, but it's absolutely fucking useless. It's not even the first time I've seen that. Ignore the downside of one of the above effects you've already chosen. You can see anything purposely hidden or invisible, though your eyes are sensitive to light. Okay, so you can negate one of those 2 penalties. Or do we negate though it's unimportant and superficial? Can I negate that and actually learn something important? Oh, there's an adventure. I was like, how am I only halfway through this? No. No, they aren't. Ah, yeah. Well, hold on. No. Wellspring. Spend 1 luck point to gain 2 mana. This can bring you above your maximum for a few moments. Entirely possible to heal 6 points at level 1. Okay, this is a terrible drop cap. No adventurer leaves home without at least bringing some stuff. This includes the basics, a knife and the clothes on their back, some tools of the trade, and their de facto mark of office on it. What? and their de facto mark of office in a piece of troll quartz. What? The mechanical effect of gear is determined by their tags, written in all caps, like so, in their entries. But they should be seen as a sum total when you can do... Wait. Should not be seen... The mechanical effects of gear is determined by their tags, written in all caps, like so, in their entries. But they should not be seen as the sum total of what you can do with it. Yes, you can use a knife to stab someone in melee, but you can also use it to slice some cheese. Why did we get a combat example before character creation when we didn't know what any of the traits that they were referencing during the combat example were? At this point, all I can say is this: is at least they tried. Like Ken St. Andre, after 5th edition, you could never say that he tried. You can never accuse him of that. You can never accuse him of trying to update the game. Okay, roll 2 dice to determine your starting weapon and starting troll quartz. What does the fuck is troll quartz? You also start with a knife. No rolling required. If you don't like your die rolls, pick your weapon and quartz from the list. If you really care about it, you could also choose a different starting knife. See, here's the thing. I'm not against saying like, oh, if you want to, you may also allow the DM may allow players to choose instead of roll. That's like a decision that can be made amongst a gaming group. But this is just like roll. But if you don't like the roll result, just pick one. And it's like, then why did I roll? I can roll without you telling me to roll. I can say, oh, choose a weapon. Oh, I don't know what weapon I want. Let me get my die. 5. Short sword? Not feeling that. I think I'll go with a spear. Shocking everyone, given my I never expressed any kind of preference towards spears. Spears are better than swords. Fight me. See, and I say fight me because if you think that swords are better than spears, you will come at me with a sword, and I will just stab you with a spear from like 2 feet away. Well, 2 feet further away than the reach of the sword. Ah, but I can parry your spear. Okay, I'm still like 2 feet outside your reach. Glaives are good. Yeah, they're more of a cutty spear. See, the thing about spears is, I know you can stab with a glaive. The absolute ridiculous power in stabbing with 2 hands. Like, the power in a spear thrust is insane. That's why spears have been continuously used in warfare since always. I know what you're thinking. Wait a minute. I don't recall anyone issuing spears as a weapon during the Civil War or World War I or World War II or the Gulf War or currently, and you're wrong. Because do you know what a bayonet is? A bayonet is a fucking spear. It's a knife, you mount it on the end of your gun, and you turn your gun into a spear. And if you look at bayonet fighting techniques, they are just fucking spear fighting techniques. They're a little different because you're wielding underhand, but like, it is the most effective weapon, and that's why it's still used. Yeah. Well, here's the thing about halberds. Where halberds are cool is because what do you put on a halberd? You put a blade on one side, and then what do you put at the end? Bump. You maintain the two-handed stab. Because that's the huge thing is you are able to use both of your arms to drive all of this force into stab. Like, and in addition to the force from your arms, just like the weight. Like a spear is, it's not heavy, but it's kind of heavy. Oh yeah, like, see, I always thought spears were kind of cool. Until I started watching the show Deadliest Warrior, where a big thing they do is they test the weapons, and then like experts on the two warriors get butthurt, and like when I watched that show, I just watched them repeatedly just demonstrate how absolutely fucking devastating a spear is. Because they would use like pig carcasses to test the weapons, and they'd be like, "Oh man, this sword, cut like 5 inches into this pig carcass," and then the guy with the spear would be like, "Okay," just like go straight through it and come out the other end. I forget what it was. At one point, there was a sword that was so good that the guy was like, "Wow, this sword is doing the amount of penetration that we usually see on a spear." Yeah, because I said, bayonets are a spear. It's a useful tool. It's like, okay. I mean, then there was a... Okay, I'm not going to act like I knew about this. Stick bayonets I just learned about recently. Japanese World War II. They made, like, knives that just had, like, holes in the handle. And the idea was that it was basically a bayonet. It wasn't, but rather than being designed to be mounted on a gun, it was just intended to be mounted on a stick. Like the hole was for you to put a stick through and then like lash it on and make a spear out of it. Oh, I'm in a much better mood now. Talking about spears always puts me in a better mood. Putting those sword-pilled losers to bed. Okay. Don't like your dice roll, pick your weapon, and quartz the list weapon tags. Weapons usually have a tag in the form of size, type, quality. You can see from the list to the right. If a weapon doesn't have a size and or quality listed, they are assumed to be normal. So a normal sword, normal. I want a normal sword, normal. See, I can get behind a sword if it was a normal sword, normal. A weapon's type gives an advantage for or drawback depending what's good for. Having a weapon with greater size than your opponent will make your roll blessed, but might be awkward in tight spaces. I feel like there's not actually going to be fucking rules for this. Heavy carry, when you roll a dramatic setback with a weapon, you reduce its quality. A weapon's type gives it a certain advantage and drawbacks depending on quality. When you do this with poor weapons, it breaks. Effects of all tags are supplied. Okay, they're discussed on page 40. Nah. It's just a normal sword, normal. Just pick it up and then take a nap next to it. Axe cuts wood, cuts shields, cuts people. You could throw it, but then you don't have a weapon anymore. Axes are also really good. Because, we gotta keep in mind that historical axes had a big, like, hook shape to them. So a good hand axe, you can chop through someone's. No, you don't chop through someone's shield with an axe. That's like bonk, 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 bonk. No, you hook their shield with your axe, pull their shield away, and then draw back and hit them with your axe. But you know what'd be even better? A spear with little hooks on the side. So you can, thrust forward, deflects with your shield, pull back, hook their shield away, and then you are already in a position to stab at them again. It's my stream, and I can talk about spears all I want. Oh, maybe it's fancy, maybe it's just a thick stick with some nails in it, but it definitely hurts. Bludgeon, pour. These are all pour. You have the arrows. Don't worry about counting them. Oh. Stick. Staff. Pour. It's a fucking staff. They're like, oh, it's a stick. It's a staff. Amethyst. Glows about can be used to blaze a torch. As long as it's in your pocket, you always have a sense of what time of day it is. Makes a high-pitched noise when in contact with poison or disease of any kind. Like, this is a thing they added, and I'm curious why. When squeezed, emanates just enough heat to maybe start a fire. If you give it a bite, it releases a little cloud of mist. Why? Is this cloud of mist supposed to be big enough to, like, hide in? Vibrates when placed on something magical or cursed. Hey, when I'm trying to do a bit and the internet's really slow. Slow internet is ruining my bit. Gee, why is the internet so slow? It's almost as if I'm, like, live streaming or something and using up all my... Hello? Internet? Jesus, fucking Christ. Okay. No? No? Good. Okay. Now I can find it. All right, now I can do my bit. I've prepared my bit now. Oh, vibrates when placed on something magical or cursed. Something magic, you say? Very disappointed that the Lamentations of the Flame Princess guy, the situation. Very disappointed about the situation with Lamentations of the Flame Princess. Because there's a lot of fun stuff that's made for that game, not directly related with the guy whose name I forget, or the other guy whose name is Zach something. Ah, thank you. I honestly thought. So, see, sometimes I put out a video and I'm like, yeah, this one's gonna get like 500 views, and then it gets like it's like my second top performing video of the last 10, and I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. I should put that video back up. I should put it up for like channel members or something. I don't know. With Lamentations of the Flame Princess, Zach, what's his name? He calls himself Zach Sabbath. I don't remember his like actual fucking name. Has multiple like wasn't really valid. I don't want to say valid. Or reasonable. There's a word I'm looking at, for what it is, but like accusations made against him of various types of misconduct. I believe of a sexual nature. I don't remember exactly because I read this all a long time ago. But the big issue is credible. Thank you. That is the fucking word. There are several credible accusations made against him. So the other guy from Lamentations of the Flame Princess was like, "Oh, well, we're not gonna work. I'm not gonna work with it." But then like everyone was like, "Oh yeah, good, you know, because that's what you do when you find out that someone you're working with is a no good, Nick." You're like, I'm not gonna work. But then like, then he just kind of started acting butthurt about it, like how dare we, you know, us wokes force him to suffer his working relationship with this guy who's been, you know, accused multiple times as an abuser. Like, and then it got to the point where like he really, I think he literally released a book called Zach Didn't Work on This, and he just like, once again, he made it incredibly clear how reluctantly he was not working with Zach. And it's unfortunately I didn't know all this before I made a video on it, and then people started pointing. See, okay, so here's the thing that that like when I first put out the video on Lamentations of Flame Princess, someone said like left a comment that was something like, finally someone's willing to like, you know, look at this game objectively. And I'm like, that's a bad sign. And then other people started like pointing out the issues. And that's why I took it down. Honestly, the main reason I did a video on Lamentations of the Flame Princess was to point out that it is the only role-playing game that has an adventure written by Dave Brocky, the late frontman of the band Gwar. Oh, see, yeah, you said it just as I was bringing it up. Yep. That's the main reason that's the main reason I did a video on it, was just because I was like, I love Gwar. Yeah, I left it. I kind of intentionally put it in the montage just to be like, yep, this is a video that existed. Because, like, here's the thing. The character sheet I made for that video is really, really good. It's not like, oh, it's the best I've ever did, but, like, it's really good. I did a lot of fun aesthetic choices on it. But like I said, like, yeah, I'm not 100% on the whole situation, but, like, when people on both sides, when people were telling me like, oh, this, I'm like, I tend to believe them. Especially when other people were being like, good. Finally, someone who's not just being woke about it. I'm like, oh. When someone is telling me what a good job I did being non-political, I know I've done a problem. I've done a problem. I've done an issue. Because I'm very political. I'm keeping politics firmly in gaming. Back Thought Crimes, coming soon to Kickstarter. A very political game about doing slutty crimes. Oh, yeah, they're great. Like, it's disappointing. Like, I was very, very fortunate in that I got to see Gwar before Dave Rocky died. So I got to see Gwar with Odorous Urungus, which was great. I don't remember when this was. I'll say it was during the War Party tour. At the fucking Whiskey A Go-Go. At the Whiskey A Go-Go. Can you believe that, I say? Because clearly everyone knows the Whiskey A Go-Go. Clearly everyone has been to this world famous Hollywood club. It's a small club. Like, not like tiny, but like it is a club where from as far away as you can possibly be, you could definitely throw a rock and hit the stage. So I saw Gwar in a place that was the size of some people's living rooms. Alright, knife, easy to carry around, essential for mealtime, and useful for stabbing. Small blade, poor. So, like, everything is normal and poor, except the blade that's small and poor. Your hero has not been adventuring long. Perhaps they had a career taking a most dangerous turn in their life. Perhaps they're just left their homestead. Your accomplishment is merely one they managed. You don't need to know all the details. Roll to determine your accomplishments, and then another to determine the complication. I'm just going to guess. I'm looking away. I'm not reading ahead. I'm just going to guess that also I could just choose them if I wanted to as well. Your starting accomplishment has no mechanical effects. Oh, look, if you don't like your die rolls, pick any from the table and make up your own. Crazy. Encountered a troll. But it was only the size of a small dog. Well, that just sounds like the start of a buddy comedy. Discovered a wizard's tower, but I was cursed to never be able to find it again. I could make a euphemism out of wizard tower, but I'm not gonna. So I was planning, because you know how like I like to make a themed supplement every year for dinosaur erotica. I already did, Halloween and holidays, so I was like, what can I do? I was thinking maybe like a fantasy themed supplement. And then I was thinking about like what kind of scenarios I could work out for a fantasy supplement for Dinosaur Erotica, the role-playing game. And I realized that the base game of Dinosaur Erotica provides the option of you becoming a wizard's apprentice. Like that as a story hook is that you become a wizard's apprentice and study under a wizard. Fuck them. I mean, not necessarily. That's the thing about Dinosaur Erotica, the role-playing game, is that it gives you a scenario, but it gives the game mommy a fair amount of leeway in how to implement that, because you could fuck the wizard. You could fuck the wizard, okay, but maybe you're apprenticing under the wizard. And the wizard has another apprentice who is like a sentient arcade machine. And then you and the sentient arcade machine are both apprenticing under the wizard, working really closely together, learning magic and cleaning the wizard's tower. And then, maybe one night things, go. Maybe you accidentally, spill the love potion, and are sent into the throes of passion. And then the next morning you're like, oh my god, I can't believe we did that. That love potion was crazy. And then like the wizard's like, that was no love potion. It was just Mountain Dew. And then you're like, oh, and then you have to like question your relationship, and then move forward and. Yeah. Cat, you can be a lion fairy in Tunnels and Trolls, the New Age. I mean, technically, you could be a lion furry in original Tunnels and Trolls. I think. You're really gonna pull this out, aren't you? Okay. Tunnels and Trolls, first edition reprint, 2013. A few words from Ken St. Andre. I don't want to listen to a few words from Ken St. Andre. Is that Ken St. Andre? Let's see. I should have gone with the other version. I think that one loads faster. The 2020 version. This is the 2013 version that still features the racist spell name. It was removed from the 2020 version. No. In Dinosaur Erotica has a full complement of prehistoric mammals, like mammoths. I use the term I use the term dinosaur in the same way that like Chuck Tingle does. Wait, why am I looking at spells? I think I already passed the part of the book I was looking for. Elaborations, there we go. Yeah, benevolent were-types have their innate monster rating, M, which is usually given for strength and constitution. However, their dexterity drops to 3, and their IQ and luck remain unchanged. Charisma is dependent upon the were form. If the party is particularly fond of wolves, okay, but crocodiles are at best a 7. So, this is two things. One, yes, you could be a were-lion in Tunnels and Trolls first edition. But B, there's a reason I never covered the rules for benevolent were-types. They were never presented well. Like, that's the worst version, but they never did a good job of presenting those rules. My thought on it is this: like, I like the idea of animal people in like your standard fantasy setting, but let's like oh man, guys, I'm about to get problematic up in here. I think that having a intentionally planned out like distribution of the species in your game is acceptable and actually makes the setting more coherent. If, yeah, there are cat people and dog people and wolf people and bird people, but they compose a very small percentage of the population. If it's like, okay, yeah, the population is, 60% human and 20% dwarves and 10% elves. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's building a world. And like that's okay. I realize those percentages were weird. Why is 20%? You know what? There's more dwarves because they live underground, so they have more room to spread out. but the elves, they live in forests, so their habitat is being encroached upon by the humans and also the dwarves, because the dwarves are undermining the forests, and the forests are dying because there's not enough. I don't know where I was going with that. Okay, so that's my thing, is there being the occasional animal people. I'm totally fine with that. Like, if you go into like some, exotic locale, if you go to the weird continent, where it's all jungle, if you go into the jungle and encounter bird people there, that should be like a cool thing that you encounter in the jungle. If you go to a swamp and there's frog people there, that should be a cool thing, a feature of that location. But when you're just like walk into the inn and every single imaginable player race is sitting there. Oh, I assume that's a Revenant. When you walk into the inn and there's a frog person and a bird person and a cat person and a dwarf and an elf and a ghoul and a Revenant and a demon and I don't know, a man made of bubbles, it makes the setting seem nonsensical. It makes okay. I just had like a really good comparison. Games that like to like overstate the presence of like the monster races because they're afraid to say, the majority of people are humans. It's like VR chat. There's a dog person over there. There's a cat person over there. There's Shrek over there. There's no consistent, like, world building involved. There've never been a rule. Okay, I was about to say there've never really been rules for playing as trolls, and then I remembered I made a fucking troll in the last video. This one very clearly makes trolls like a big important thing, so I can't say how much of the population would be trolls. Do these do anything? Yeah, your starting accomplishment has no mechanical effect. Cool. Add details. Name. Roll on the dice table to determine row and then determine a column. This gives you 2 names unless you roll double, so pick your favorite or use one as a surname. What? Roll 2 dice on the table. 1 determines a row. This gives you 2 names. No, it doesn't. It gives you 1 name. Roll 2 dice on the table below. 1 determines row, the other determines column. This gives you 2 names, unless you rolled a double. No, it gives you 1 name. If you rolled a double, it gives you the center diagonal. Now, I will say, I have to qualify that thing I said. That is for standard fantasy games. Your Tolkien-esque fantasy, with a space game. When it comes to a space game, I do want the most absolute ridiculous fucking characters you can imagine. I want to walk in, I want the Mos Eisley's Cantina, where you walk in and there are not 2 people who look the same. Like, this is just flat. That's just flat out wrong. Okay. History. You didn't always used to be a dashing hero. Oh. Probably make your money elsewhere. History, blah, blah. Roll on the table below to determine your domain, and again to determine your former profession. Sure, let's roll that one. 4. In the guild. Cocked. 2. Scribe. Scribey-wibey. Don't forget to smash that subscribe button. Oh, wait. I think I actually... Nah, well, I said it as a joke. And then it's like, what's this? Is this, like... Actually, this one looks decent. And this one looks decent, too. But then, like, what's this? Is this the aesthetic style that we're trying to go for? Because that goes with this little style. And it's like, oh, that looks nice. And it's just like, be inconsistent. No idea. I don't know. I don't know why YouTube does anything. It may, if you said something risque, it may have removed your message. It's really like, I have it turned off. I have it turned off to like hide messages, but like they have their own secondary filtering system that I cannot turn off. They wouldn't have. Well, I mean, they wouldn't have listened to any. I mean, it said roll again and take. Like, I have no idea. Like, genuinely, I complain that there's a reason I complain about streaming on YouTube so much. Is that the process of streaming on YouTube is just bad. But like, there's a problem. Is that I have 10,000 some odd subscribers on 20. I have 20,000 some odd subscribers on YouTube. So if I stream on YouTube, people might, watch that stream. Whereas if I stream on Twitch to my like 200 subscribers, if even that, no one shows up. So I have to stream here, even though it's the objectively worse option for streaming. Concept and tagline. It's like the thing. Like, another thing that's getting me is like all this bullshit. Like, oh, an accomplishment. You encountered a troll. Roll for your fucking motto. And a tagline. It's simultaneously, oh, just do whatever your little imagination wants you to. But also, they're just like giving you things like, this is your character's motto. Oh, don't I think of that myself? No. We give you your character's motto, and you get to decide what abilities they have. A little backwards. Then roll another for your motto. This even says motto, not tagline. Crazy. As before, if you don't like your roll, you can choose something else on the table. Crazy. Oh, party creation. So, like, this shouldn't be here. Players should be able to figure this shit out by their own. It's like Fatal. It's Fatal. They're fucking doing the same thing Fatal does. Okay, so introductions. Each player should introduce their hero to the party if they haven't already. Make sure to look directly at the camera while you do, because we've never played a role-playing game, but have watched several episodes of Critical Role. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? That was supposed to be catty in my head thoughts. Assets are a broad catch-all for anything your party has access to, be it a base of operations, connection to a particular weaponsmith, or a particularly potent artifact. Anything that the party owns as a group, rather than individually, falls in the category. When you start, your only asset of note will be your last testaments stored in a safe location. Which means if a party member dies, you get to decide who gets their worldly belongings. If they are not irreparably lost to a troll or such like, you don't need to decide Testament says until they become relevant. You know what? Fuck that. Make them say what it is. If you were going to write into the goddamn rules that each character has a listed last testament stored in a safe location that says what happens to all their worldly possessions if they die. Make the players say what that says. Don't be like, oh, but you don't have to decide what it says until you actually die. It's like coming up with things. It's like, okay, it's like they're inventing things that have no purpose, like that the game doesn't need, but then making them unimportant. Like all the fucking mottos and taglines. There are things that don't need to be there, and then they're just like, oh, but you can just disregard it. So why is it there? Why is the thing there? Why are you adding the thing if I don't need to? Why is there a whole section on assets? Why do you need to tell me of this concept when it boils down to nothing? Here's the thing I will say. I'm totally set up for that. Here's the problem. Chat. I can simultaneously stream on YouTube and Twitch. There's a button I can push right now. I have a specific plugin for OBS to do that. There's a button I can push right now that would stream me to Twitch. But then I have to monitor two chats, and I also have to put two chats on screen. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, can't you use a service like Streamlab to combine the chats, to have a single chat that will give you YouTube and Twitch chat together, all the messages, so I can enjoy them, so I can just read everyone's messages at once? And no, I can't, because Twitch specifically has a rule that says you cannot combine chats with other platforms. It's like a weirdly specific rule. Like, because if you like, the rules are like, oh, you can. They have rules for multi-streaming, and they're like, oh, you cannot provide an experience to one platform that you do not provide on Twitch. So, for example, I could not just have YouTube chat up. That would be violating Twitch's TOS, because I would be giving chat interaction only to YouTube. But also, you are specifically not allowed to use a service that combines chat. They even say like that, oh, you can use them just for reading it, but you cannot display a combined chat on screen. So if I'm dual streaming, my options are either A, have two chats up on screen, or B, have no chats up on screen. Luggage covers everything you collectively have to lug around with your journeys behind your person. These are just basic concepts. You carry things with you. Oh my god, guys, did you know that you carry things with you? Luggage capacity of 1 for each party member. Your party starts off with a basic adventuring kit, which includes enough bedrolls for everyone in the party, a small pot, some water skins, a couple of knives, a wooden spoon, and a short length of rope. It takes up 1 luggage capacity. Well, that doesn't give an advantage to larger parties, does it? No. Rolling for a character name is a core important part of Fatal, I mean Tunnels and Trolls. Why did I say Fatal? That's weird. Well, see, here's the thing: is I don't think it's just like the model thing. Like that this is the real big one. Roll accomplishment. Your starting accomplishment has no mechanical effects. Is this literally just like, hey, roll this thing, but by the way, it doesn't do anything. It's something because you can't make up your own backstory. You can choose whatever abilities you want. Your elf can have any of the other kin types abilities, but you can't like make up your own background. That would be silly. Let's not get into whether or not water is wet. Well, the thing I like this, like very simply, your party starts off with a vendor who includes enough bedrolls for everyone in the party and takes up 1 luggage capacity. So basically, this is like the shit that you don't want to waste your time thinking about. As I said before, I love it. I actually really like adventuring kits. Conceptually, being like a thing that includes all the shit that you don't think to buy individually, but like it takes up 1 luggage capacity. So if you have 5 players, that takes up 1/5 of your luggage capacity. If you have 3 players, that takes up 1/3 of your luggage capacity. Yeah, like here's the thing. Almost no game is devoid of good ideas. Sometimes they're written poorly, but sometimes conceptually, like almost every game's gonna have like at least a couple ideas that are decent. Fucking Fatal has a few ideas that are decent. I think learning curve was one of them, but I forget how the learning curve worked. I just remember like notably being like, that's actually a pretty good idea. Connections. If you're starting as you start playing, you don't need to know the exact details of how the party relates to... My experience of reading this, it makes me want to like go into strangle it and then just like condescendingly pat it on the head. Like you as you start playing, you don't need to know the exact details of how the party members relate to one another, but you need all that other shit, apparently. This can arise during play. However, it's useful to establish a few to draw from. The GM will take turns going around the table and asking different questions to each player, fleshing out the relationship. Has anyone ever done this? I've seen bullshit like this in games before, and it's one of those things that I imagine no group has ever actually done. It's one of those like a designer imagining what like the perfect ideal group would do together. Yeah, like Anything that's good in Fatal is just marred by the fact that it's in a game that is completely useless. It's like a thing. It's a thing that I don't like to discourage people because, I'm like, creativity, whatever. But, like, a lot of people keep commenting on my Fatal videos that they're like, oh man, this has inspired me. I'm going to fix Fatal and make it playable. And I'm like, you can't. That's not a possibility. Very few games are unfixable. Fatal is one of them. Weirdly enough, the video I have coming out next week is another one that's unfixable. I don't know why I'm saying it like all cryptically. You can fucking go on my channel and see that it's Beach Bunny Bimbos with blasters. If they want to randomize it, they can ask a player to roll 3 dice and ask the corresponding question, which is why the list starts at 3. Players should only establish things about... Wait. Players should only establish things about other characters with their player... Okay, with their player's consent. If a player doesn't agree, the GM should encourage the original player to answer the question more about their own character and their attitude and experiences. It's Morrow? It's Morrow. Multiples add and roll over, so it's doubles, triples, quadruples, etc. They don't call it Taro. But I guess if you weren't here earlier, they also don't fucking call it Take That, You Fiend. I am not trying to fix Fatal. My Fatal parody game that I have mentioned before is not mechanically based on Fatal in any way. It is a complete from the ground up, lol, what if Fatal was playable? But like, it's not, I'm not like starting from Fatal. I'm starting from the concept of like, ha, wouldn't it be silly if? Wouldn't it be silly if there was a game where during character creation, you could roll a character who wasn't born yet? And then the rules told you to determine how far in the future your character will be born, and then roll up a mother who is carrying your character or will be impregnated with your character, and play as them until your character is born. Or that your character, you can roll the character who's dead and is a ghost. Or a zombie, or other kinds of undead. Ghost is the funniest one, though. See, the thing is, it's not like... I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. It's not like Fatal is rotten to the core. There is no core. That's the thing with Fatal. There is no core. Fatal is not a house built on an unstable foundation. It is a house built on no foundation. It is like literally walking onto a dirt lot and just putting up walls and then putting on a second and third and fourth story and then like wings on the side and a pool on the roof. Like that's why it can't be fixed, is because there is no core. There is no core to Fatal. It's just a bunch of piecemeal rules that just do nothing. Yeah. I'm gonna go back up to it because it's not very far away. Fucking spells. Blurt. To cast spells from the School of Harmonics, you must be able to make the appropriate noises. Most wizards learn particular incantations, with "Take that, you fiend" being a particular popular one when firing a magical blast. But that's just like a thing that they're like. It's not like, oh, we didn't know about this thing. We're referencing the thing, but not calling the fucking spell that. And like, here's the thing: do I think that calling that spell "Take that, you fiend" is stupid? Yes, I hate that name. But you know what? It's one of the most iconic things in Tunnels and Trolls. Yeah, that's because I the real problem is this. Here's the real problem that I'm encountering is uh trying to make something that is intentionally bad that is subtle enough to seem like it's unintentionally bad. Because like I could very easily be like, oh, your character, like a dwarf has a lifespan of, you know, of 600 to 700 years. Roll a d1,000 to choose your starting age. I could very easily do that, but the problem is, at that point, I would very obviously be being like, oh, you can roll a character who's dead. The thing is to make it seem like I wasn't intentionally doing it. The way that one works is what the fuck is it? So there's a core. There's a base max age for various races. Then you modify that based on your health score. So if your character isn't very healthy, you're not going to live as long, making it entirely possible for you to have a lower maximum. Well, not only likely, but not just possible, but likely for your character to have a age that is lower than the maximum for their race. So then I can say, oh, you can roll. Then you can very easily roll above that number. Coming up with a system where you can make it seem like it was unintentional to roll a negative number, that's harder. You get like penalties and dividing and shit, like Fatal, where you can where you roll, where all your ability scores are rolled with what was it, 10d100 divided by 5 minus 1, giving you a range of 1 to 99. But then lots of the races have penalties of -5, 10, 15, or 20. So rolling up like a score of -19 is it's possible. It's not likely, but it's possible. I'd forgotten about that until I was doing some math for the next Fatal video, and I like had to calculate out the probability of rolling certain scores on the ability scores, and like when the numbers came out, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, you can roll a -19. Yeah, like, as someone who's done a lot of fucking research into Tunnels and Trolls, I can tell you how much Take That, You Fiend was put in the fucking advertising. They advertised that game with the name of that spell. Okay, do you think... Wait, what? Okay, wait. You started... Okay, so, wait, you can't come up with their own. They want to normalize it. Going around the table and asking different questions to each player, fleshing out the relationship between heroes. See, like, I've seen games that do this well, and they're like, oh, choose, like, see, here's how you do it well. Moonlight and Roseville Beach is literally just like, choose one other player and, come up with a shared experience the two of you have. Is bad... Okay, so it's like... do you think is cursed? Do they deserve it? Like, I'm guessing that they're like, oh, do you think this other player is cursed? It's like, do you owe a favor? How did it happen? Do you admire? Is motto disagree? It's just, this is motto do you disagree with? This is formatted in the stupidest way. Oh, there we go. Which character? Okay, sorry. Thanks, chat. As I've said, I need new glasses. But I've been wearing these glasses for 10 years. Probably more than that. Okay, which character do you think is cursed do they deserve? Which character is a bad influence on you? Is like... But once again, then they're like, players should only establish things about other characters with the player's consent. If a player doesn't agree, the GM should encourage the original player to answer the question more about their own character and their attitudes and experiences. Which character is a bad influence on you? That guy, because he smokes. My character doesn't smoke. Oh, I guess me. All characters smoke. Smoking is cool. Okay, so like the people are a little... See, like when they're doing like I assume this is supposed to be a ghoul or a revenant as well. When they're not doing... When they're not like when they're doing like a cat or like that, when they're not just over referencing a face, the art is okay. When they're over referencing a human face, that's really fucking weird. Also, I must say, this is a cool landscape. Giant rib cage is a really cool landscape. Stop. If you're not the GM, stop reading here. Sorry, the rest of the guide is for the GM's guys only. Okay. I was going to be like, okay, and then just like turn off the thing and keep reading it, but I'm not going to. I'm probably not going to read the adventure. Because I might actually, I might try running it. I might try running it, or I might like see if anyone I know else would want to run it. Okay, what for the GM? I just like to point out that this says, oh, if you stop here, the rest of the guys for GM's guys only. This seems like stuff that is important for everyone to know. There is no single right way to GM, only thousands of wrong ways. Okay. The golden... there's no right way. Oh, everyone's valid. Fucking... The golden rule for GMing is always that what makes for the best experience on the table trumps what the text of the rules say. The text of the rules don't say anything. That's the problem. The text of the rules refuses to say anything. Like you can't just say, oh well, you don't need to follow the rules, so why bother writing them? That said, it's a book. It can't hurt you. That being said, it's worth being mindful of what the other players at the table want. This is something you can talk to them about. It's like, here's the thing. Then I'm going to be an asshole here. People who play role-playing games are mostly adults. Effectively adults. Like, the concept adult isn't a weird term, but like teenagers to legal adults. People, like, you have to have a certain ability to understand math and a certain level of reading comprehension to play a role-playing game. Do they make role-playing games specifically for children? Yes. But I feel like the newest trend is trying to make every role-playing game for children when they are not for children. They like it's for adults with a child level mentality. But like you can make things that like require adult level intellect and comprehension and communication skills. Like, oh, you can talk to yeah, that's what you do. It's called fucking being an adult and having communication skills. It's called getting your friends together and saying, hey, do you want to play a game? Yes. Oh, do you have any thoughts on that? Yes, I don't really like games that are too scary. Maybe we could have a fun adventure. Oh, well, I can't commit to a long-term campaign, so maybe we can just like play a little short game. These are the conversations you have with your friends as adults. I feel like in addition to I'm just gonna call it the APification of role-playing games, they're also making them more and more like intended for playing with people you don't know online or at more so online than at cons. I keep thinking I should go to cons and run my games because I can, but I don't want to. Like Strategicon's pretty close to me. My partner goes to that, but I don't want to go to it because here's the thing. There's a tabletop gaming convention, within very convenient travel distance of me. But I've never heard anyone mention it. That makes me think it might not be very good. Because with all the tabletop gaming people I know, I feel like one of them would have mentioned this convention at some point. If it was good. World of Trolls. Yeah, we already discussed World of Trolls. Heroes in a Short Supply. We already discussed that. Adventures Abound. Market... What? Oh, this is about the trouble brewing adventure. Is sketched around minimal detail. Yeah, so let me just remind you. I have the potentially offensive comment filter off. Anything that's getting filtered is the default YouTube filter. Alright, Adventure Abounds. Trouble Brewing Adventure is sketched in the multimedia. But a resourceful GM can easily spin off many a side quest from this little corner of the world. Perhaps a cockatrice stalks the farmers from the nearby forest, or the next village over has employed a hedge witch to curse the Thanalese cows to sour their milk. The latest hijinks in an escalating feud. Knowledge is worth weight in gold. That's from the beginning. Roll dice, see what happens. Encourage players to act on their ideas, even if they're not entirely thought through. Don't rush to punish them if they roll poorly. What happens when you roll poorly? Let their failures teach or amuse, so you don't discourage them. So, okay, so if you succeed on the roll, you succeed. If you fail on the roll, you succeed, but it's funny. Yes. Yes, you've missed a lot. You missed me thinking, this probably won't be too bad, and then getting to this is that bad. Like, I keep running into things where I like read the first sentence of a thing and then go, oh god, I don't want to read the rest of this paragraph. Remind players, especially new ones, of their traits, talents, and luck points. No! I don't need to remind players of the very limited number of things their character has. This isn't a complex game. You get like, what? 1, 2, 3 traits. Yeah. Wait, what are talents? Wait, were those called talents? Do you get talents from your class and traits from your... Yes, okay. So you get 2 talents and 1 trait. And luck points. I should not need to remind players of their traits, talent, and luck points. That's 3 things. There are 3 unique aspects to your character. 1 trait and 2 talents. I don't think I need to remind them of that. Oh, God. I don't like it. It's okay. See, here's the thing, is that, like, it doesn't hit some very important points for me. Specifically, I don't like the way they changed combat, because a big part of the Tunnels and Trolls combat was that big group combat, and they got rid of that. And they got rid of, take that, you fiend, and they got rid of leprechauns. And do you think they got rid of leprechauns because they were like, oh my god, we don't want to offend the Irish? Because, like, I can't speak for the Irish, but as an Irish American, I can tell you that I was fucking delighted that there were leprechauns in this game. Not this game, but, Tunnels and Trolls. I was delighted that there were leprechauns and very disappointed that the leprechauns were the worst kin type. The dude like that television is doing the thing you talked about. Yeah. Okay, but which character? Yeah. Okay. Non-player characters don't know they're in a fantasy role-playing game. They're just trying to live their lives. Gee, thanks. I didn't know that. The farmers in Market Harmony care very earnestly about the next crop and very little about the goings-on outside this village, but we shouldn't expect the players to as well. The The rival adventures, meanwhile, have convinced themselves that they're brave heroes, despite no evidence of that, and will absolutely balk at any chance to. Cool, so you fight like a rival gang of adventurers? I like that idea. Well, as I said, Dark Sun is good and Spelljammer are good for the same reason. They both do something very different. As I said, Forgotten Realms does something different than the base D&D setting, but it's something different that just feels like extra pretentious. Eberron, I feel like, doesn't do enough different, but Dark Sun's a fucking post-apocalyptic fantasy world. Like that's cool. Well, the thing is, like, OG, lots of games treat you like an adult because it was assumed that anyone playing, Dungeons and Dragons was going to be an adult. It was written by adults who didn't know how the fuck to write for kids. Like, Dungeons and Dragons was marketed heavily to children, but, if you look at it, if you read the rules, it is not user friendly for someone with an adult reading level. You don't know what should happen next, and even if you do, involve the players. If a player rolls particularly well, get them to describe their hero's actions as if it was an action movie. When they fail, instead of having the other players suggest that... Wait, what? When they fail, instead have the other players suggest the hero's humiliating performance. This game is just so fucking... It goes back and forth. It's like, oh, involve the players by letting the other players suggest the hero's humiliating defeat. But also make sure everyone feels good and don't allow them to, say anything negative about someone else's character during that stupid thing where you're doing what character is what. There's no consistency. That's the thing, is it keeps going back and forth between, like, these are rules and these are rules that don't matter, and don't do anything that makes someone feel bad, but also ask the players to make fun of each other. New people and places. You could invite them each to offer a detail, perhaps a leading question, such as, what does only your hero notice? Or what's an unusual feature of the tavern? See, this is like, it's just so fucking, like, hand-holdy and, like, talk, like, that's how you talk to a child. Be like, what does your adventurer notice about the man? Uh-huh. And what do you notice about the tavern? Is it loud in there? Like, you can encourage creativity, but, like, it's very directed. It's very much like, GM is the youth counselor running the game for the group of children in the church youth group. Like, that's what it feels like at times. And yes, that is a very specific situation that happens a lot, but you should write the game for adults and then let the youth pastor who is running it for children in the youth group adapt it as necessary. I would love to see them try to adapt my games. That'd be great. Oh, I'm thinking. Honestly, Dinosaur Erotica might be one of my most adaptable games to a child-friendly game. Because it's actually about just, like, forming a relationship with someone. You can take out the sex. But, like, penetrating the veil, you can't take out the sex from that. You know, I guess Cosmic Hooligans, you could do that one without violence, but that one's also kind of like really sandboxy. At least, here's the thing, at least I'm not looking at the Neopets role-playing game. I should probably look at that. I just don't want to. But also, like, whether these contributions stick or fade is less important than encourage. Like, ask the players to make up something to add to the scenario, and then disregard it. Okay, side effects make when a hero wounded, have the monsters give them a white. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. As I said, that's kind of what you do. But when a hero's wounded, have the monsters give them. Oh, it's not Dead by Daylight. Oh, you see, it's a funny joke because the competitive Survivor players in Dead by Daylight, which is not a competitive game. That's the funny thing, is that, like, competitive Dead by Daylight players are literally just people who grew up watching competitive gaming, and they're like, oh man, I'm gonna be a competitive gamer, and then, like, they weren't good at, you know, Counter-Strike or League of Legends or, like, the actual competitive games. So they're like, I'm going to be a competitive Dead by Daylight player, but they're not good at that either. So they just constantly cry to the developers to make the game easier for survivors. For example, in the recent 2v8, they added a new class that gets a free flashlight, starts with a flashlight. That was one of the things that made 2v8 useful, was that you didn't have people with their hyper-specialized flashlight builds. They also get a flashbang that they get for free. They added, they increased the number of survivors that can heal one survivor at a time so that you can survive people super fast. And they added healing items that allowed you to heal not just a health state, but a hook state as a survivor. They gave survivors 3 different buffs in the most recent 2v8. I have literally no intention of playing that as a killer. My only assumption was they were trying to reduce the really long killer queues by making playing killer just the most miserable experience possible. And yes, okay, so the Neopets RPG. There was a Kickstarter for a Neopets ttrpg. And if you read that Kickstarter, they never fucking mentioned a single thing about mechanics. But they just, they Peter Molyneux'd it. They Peter Molyneux'd the fuck out of it, saying like, oh, it's going to have paintbrushes and mini games and pets and, you know, like, everything. They just were just promising like everything this game is going to have. As I said, though, notably, they were like, didn't say anything about mechanics. Everyone's like, they're probably just going to make it a fucking D&D clone. And then playtest came out just recently. And in addition to and like, people were criticizing it for just being a fucking, like, they just remade Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. But also there's like an adventure where like, it's just a fucking D&D adventure where your Neopets go around killing other Neopets. And like, I haven't looked at it, but that's the impression that, like, that is that it's just, they just made D&D but with Neopets. and nothing that the original thing that they promised is actually in it. So everyone was laughing about it because we all knew it was going to be awful. Like when a role-playing game either exclusively tells you about the mechanics or doesn't tell you about the mechanics at all, you know it's going to be bad. Okay, tell a story, yada. Describe their heroes' actions, blah, 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 blah. Side effects may include death. Have the monster get wide berths in favor of more pressing threats. If the hero player is safe, focusing. See, putting that in the rules is what I don't like. Because as I said, I make a judgment, of, don't down the player just because I'm trying to win by getting a total party kill. But when you put it in the rules, and say, oh, when a hero is wounded, have the monsters give them a wide berth in favor of more pressing threats, then you're telling players that when they are wounded and other characters are not wounded, that they are not allowed to be attacked. That is what you are saying with this rule. If the players say focusing on taking cover, they shouldn't be a priority for us. However, if they instead incur danger, charge the battle once more, then they're putting their fate in the dice. Yeah, heroes' risk of dying. Make it explicitly clear to the player what the risks are. The player should know what the risks are because they've got a number on their sheet that says 1. It's strongly of the opinion that two things. One, as a game master, talking the players out of killing themselves is not your responsibility. 2, I forgot what I was saying. Okay, I started wrong. 1, killing the players is not your responsibility. Talking the players out of killing themselves is also not your responsibility. Yeah, heroes born on the table. Attribute rolls. A hero's attribute determines their dice rolls. If you are not sure what attribute to make a roll with, here's a useful shorthand. Okay, I know what these are. Actually, roll for interacting with other people. For physically passive, need for precision or speed, logic or knowledge, anything intuition or awareness. Wisdom is the worst stat. Wisdom is just awful. Because it's never like a single cohesive thing. It's always very much like, oh, the leftovers from like the mental attributes. Okay, I have to. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about the fucking thing with threat determining monster targets. Okay. I have to disagree with this. I have to disagree with this. Your role as a GM is not running a world. It's running a story. It's running a game. If you want to run a world and then let the players run around in it, and maybe they'll interact with it in a meaningful way, or maybe they'll just get shot in the face and left in a ditch, play Apocalypse World. But like, as you are not just running a world as a game master, you are running a meaningful experience. That's the big thing, is that the world is not real. Like that's the big fucking thing, is the world is not real. And This is a controversial take on my part. If there is a door, there is nothing behind that door. If the players decide they are going to open that door, you put something behind that door once they open it. If you put something behind that door and they never open it, there was never anything there. The world doesn't exist. It only exists insofar as the characters interact with it. And to that end, if the players turn left when they should have turned right, they can still reach the same location. It doesn't fucking matter. Because the world doesn't exist. The world is not persistent. If they, decide, oh, we're going to spend 2 nights here at the inn instead of 1 night, things aren't happening unless they are told you have a specific amount. It's actually a big issue I have with. It's my main issue I have with the Fronts of Benevolence is that it puts a strict unknown time limit on the adventure, which can make it impossible to win. The world doesn't exist. You're not playing the world. You're playing the narrative. In a thing that in my game, several of my, no, it was only 1 or multiple. I know I did it in Dinosaur Erotica. I think I have done this in other games where I have specified that the GM plays the narrative. The narrative has its own wants and needs, but the goal of the narrative is never to end itself. The narrative is not killing itself. No, because running a world is keeping the world going regardless of, and consistent. Running a narrative is only keeping the relevant parts running and changing anything that needs to be changed on the fly. There is no consistency. There is nothing that is set in stone until it becomes relevant. There's no, things like a dungeon layout, that's a bit different because that's that in itself is a puzzle. But as I just said, how you get somewhere is less important than you get there. There are 10 doors. The players need to get somewhere. It's going to be behind the second door they open. I know what you're thinking. Why not the first door? Because then they'll think. Then it seems like everything is just immediately happening. It's about maintaining the narrative. I'm gonna quote myself. I'm gonna quote myself from Dinosaur Erotica. It's one of my best written games. That's why I keep mentioning it. The narrative's goal is to be a good story. That's the role of the narrative, and that's who you play as the game masters. You're playing the narrative. The narrative contains peoples, the narrative contains places, but nothing exists outside of the frame, so to speak. The bandits aren't, the bandits aren't, moving through the woods at a specific pace. When you intend to meet them, you meet them no matter what happens. That's why I criticize Apocalypse World so much, is it literally tells you not to do that. It tells you to run a world. It tells you to have countdowns for events that are happening. That, in Apocalypse World, you're supposed to be walking the field, and it's oh, there's a giant explosion in the distance. Yeah, that was the whole thing that was going on that your characters just never got involved in. That's why I'm so critical of that game. They don't make sense. None of it makes sense. Some stuff is easier to do. Some stuff is easier, saying what strength is. It's just like math. So math is not the language of the universe. I will say it. That's one of my hills to die on. Math is not the language of the universe. Math is the clumsy way in which we attempt to describe natural phenomenon in a way that is comprehensible to our little monkey brains. But, and like that's what it is with a role-playing game. The stats are just, especially the mental stats, are just a rough approximation of like the infinite capacity and complexity of the human mind. So it's difficult to say, oh, intelligence means this, wisdom means this. You have to say they mean something, but like, there's no direct comparison. It's just like strength and agility. Like, what is strength versus agility? Strength is how much you lift, agility is how fast you can move. Well, what about being good at punching? I'm pretty good at punching. It's a good exercise. Martial arts is a good exercise to do because you don't need a lot of room or equipment to do it, and you can pretend you're kung fu fighting and fast as lightning. I see. I'm still saying the world doesn't exist. There is no world. It's a thing I can play about with like Uber fans, like fans who demand a specific level of like consistency in their media, that they're like, oh man, you can't, no, I need, everything needs to like that. No, because like worlds don't exist outside of the lens of the camera. Camera pros, whatever. Fictional worlds don't exist outside of the lens. That's the thing. They don't exist outside the frame. I am not familiar. I have never heard of it. I've not heard of most things. But like that's my big thing, is like the world is irrelevant. If you play a role-playing game and the entire thing takes place in one room, nothing exists outside that room. Like you can sit down and spend weeks planning out everything that's going on outside, but if it's never interacted with, it doesn't exist in the game world. Jesus fucking Christ, why does it keep taking people's messages? That's why I hate YouTube. I mean, I hate YouTube streaming. I mean, I don't like, YouTube is great. Don't demonetize me. My AD Blue Sky account got taken down recently, so I'm very aware of the fact that I can literally just have my entire platform just taken from me with no reason. Okay, yeah. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter, because it was still a good rant to go on. It was still a good rant to go on, because I feel like people don't conceptually consider the role of the creator. I guess I'll say, like, people don't consider the role of the creator, and the fact that, because you talk to someone who's like writing their epic fantasy novel or their role-playing game, and they'll be like, oh man, I've got like 10,000 pages of world building. It's like, okay, why? And they can never answer that question, because people have like gotten this idea that fictional worlds are real. As once again, not like, oh, they don't understand the difference between fantasy and reality. Like, they understand that it's not real, but they don't understand, like, subconsciously or like consciously, like subconsciously, they don't understand that the world only extends to the edges of the frame. That, that just because no, wait, no, bad example. I was gonna say just because you've never seen a female space marine, but then I remembered that the text does explicitly say that there are no female space marines. So that not saying that can't be changed. I'm just saying that that one is explicitly spelled out in the text. But then they have like they expect that this world exists, and if anything contradicts what they believe is true about this fictional world that they largely filled in themselves, they just fucking lose their mind. They're like, oh, actually, there's a good example. There's no black space marines. Actually, no, that's a terrible example because then people are like, yes, there are. Here's references to them from the 1990s. But that's the thing, is a world like that, and that's like, I guess, a difference between two categories of creator. Is there are people who are normal. There are people who are sane and coherent. And then there are people who don't understand that fictional worlds are not real. And people who don't understand fictional worlds are real, they're the ones that will, like I said, they'll go into something, they will start something by doing, several thousand pages of world building that will never manifest into anything because that's meaningless. You can write the most detailed fantasy world in the world ever, and it doesn't fucking matter because nothing happens in it. And then you can have like goddamn I don't know, Bright, a barely detailed world that isn't very good, but it's better than like just your world with nothing happening in it. Yeah, it doesn't exist. If it's not interacted with, it doesn't exist. If Star Trek, millions and millions, billions of planets, and I don't know how many planets are in the galaxy. Every single one that has not been featured in Star Trek doesn't exist. You can't say, oh, there can't be life on an M class. No, M class is normal. J class? Wait, fuck. What's the inhospitable one? Come on, nerds, help me. What's the really inhospitable one? The demon class planets. What the fuck is wrong with me? A fucking nerd. Okay, failure would be interesting. Only ask for roll. Failure would be interesting, dramatic, or funny. No. But that is not an acceptable reason. That is absolutely not a fucking acceptable reason. Okay, have a nice bed. Maybe perhaps I will see you another time. Chiefs are starting to go when they fail to roll. Situation worse than themselves. Failure is mitigated by another opportunity presenting itself. Yeah, like the thing is, like they understand some basic good concepts, but they don't. That doesn't have a heading. Like the concept of failing forward, that doesn't have a heading, but like bullshit rolling your character's motto does. Okay, well, whatever kind of planet that is. Point is, like, you can't say, oh, no intelligent life exists on that one of those kinds of planets because it doesn't, like, they don't exist. And when Star Trek needs there to be intelligent life on such a planet, it does, because that's how fiction works. But the fans are like, no, everything has to be consistent and make sense. And so they have to be like, oh yeah, they changed how warp works, and that's why the original Enterprise could travel at warp 15. even though we've later established that warp only goes, well, that warp is always below 10, because warp 10 is infinite velocity, which means you occupy every position in the universe at the same time. Which doesn't make sense. Threshold is not a good episode of Star Trek Voyager for many reasons. And then they had to just like they had to get rid of Discovery. They were like, "Oh, we broke our entire universe with this ship, so we need to get rid of it." Situation where that if you're saying your starting point at TN of 2, you can shift this up or down, but be careful. As each upward augment makes it much more difficult. It does make it much more difficult. You can read my book, The Goblin Guide to Advanced Dice Rolling, where I explain that. It's an issue with dice pools, especially if you're like not familiar with math, because like I keep forgetting. I keep being like, I want something to go from left to right, so I use my left hand. Left, right, no, it goes the other way. If you're like familiar with like D&D style things, you're like the idea like, oh, difficulty goes up like this, like in a straight line. But no, dice pool difficulty is a curve. I mean, technically, it's a curve the other way, the probability of rolling. But yeah, that makes the difficulty is a curve. So every increase in difficulty is actually higher than the previous one. Yeah, it makes it, that only matters if you're doing like fucking lots of dice. If you're doing Shadowrun numbers, the buckets of dice game. Dice are fickle things that are best planned. Both the players and the GM's routine encounters can become deadly. Big epic fight is surprisingly easy. The best rule for trying to manage this is try not to control all the outcomes, but to roll with it. Situation more difficult than expected. Encourage the players to retreat and regroup. Highlight how the heroes of Assyria have conspired against them, and they might need to try a different approach. Get better tools. That's another problem. A player problem. A player problem, like a video game problem. Video games have done a lot of damage to role-playing games because a lot of players come in with a video game mindset. But the thing is, like, you can run away from any encounter in a role-playing game, but players go into everything with the assumption that they have the advantage and are well, okay, first of all, okay, if you're a good GM and you made a well-balanced game, then yes, the players do always have the advantage, but the players walk in everything in a situation assuming that they're going to have the advantage, and that running away is not the correct option. And honestly, I don't know how you can fix that one. Like, how to establish to the players that sometimes you can run away, especially with like random dice games. Yeah, sometimes things are going to not go your way, and you are going to want to like run, but players won't want to do that because they are under the assumption that the game is designed to be winnable, which it is, but sometimes that is betrayed by math. Yes, if you hit warp 10, you turn into a salamander. And you have salamander babies, and then they just leave them there. Here's my question. Like, Here's what I want to know. The threshold salamanders, are they intelligent? Because that's a really important question. Actually, no. 2 questions. 1, were they intelligent? 2, did they kill the babies? Like, I'm just saying, like, here's my thing. Here's my thing as thinking purely thinking Vulcanly. If I am Commander Tuvok and I go down to the planet and I see that salamanderized Janeway, like super evolved Janeway and Tom Paris have had little super evolved human babies, millions of years evolved human like salamander babies. And I'm Tuvok, mind you. Tuvok, logical, cold, reasoning, but still with a heart. Tuvok isn't cold and heartless. He's probably the best character in Voyager. But like, Doctor than Tuvok. I might think in the interest of protecting the Prime Directive and the Temporal Directive, maybe even, it is within our interest to like, I'm not saying for sure that Tuvok killed the babies, but I'm just saying that, like, if I was Tuvok, I might have killed the babies. Yeah, it's kind of a sad issue with Star Trek Voyager that the 2 most human characters are a hologram and a Vulcan. If a situation celebrate sorry, this is so fucking the opposite of fatal. If the situation's too difficult, ask them to tell them to that maybe they should retreat. If the situation is surprisingly, celebrate the heroes for courage and ingenuity. Resist the temptation to punish them with immediately making things harder for them. Instead, slowly increase the challenge, upping future TNs and MRs until they feel right. Versus Fatal, which at one point literally said that if a character is too powerful, you should give them a debilitating disease, and that if a character is too weak, well, that's their problem. Now, the Doctor probably wouldn't have said that we should kill the babies. But like, it just seems like killing the baby seems like a good decision. Actually, the most important question, did they tell them? I don't remember. I feel like they didn't. I feel like they didn't, like, cover it. But, like, would you want... I'd probably want to know just for morbid curiosity. Creating antagonists is extremely simple in TNT. Give them a monster rating, and the same value determines how many dice they roll and how much stamina they have. Start of an adventure, MR2 is your average mook, while MR4 is tough, particularly in numbers. To flesh out an antagonist, give them monster tags. Monster tags. Either from the list on page 40 or make up your own. For enemies with more agency, make them Elite X. Which also doubles their stamina. I should have watched that. Threshold Day was a little while ago. They could be. Wait. Yeah, they very well fucking could be. Like, that's the thing. That's my big question is, like, are they intelligent? Because they just show them, like, oh, they're salamanders. That doesn't mean they're not intelligent. They went to a jungle planet and fucked. Yeah, intelligent creatures never do that. Make them Elite X, which also doubles their stamina and gives them X additional dice on actions. For groups of enemies, consider Mob X, which lets them strike together. Okay, I'll look at those later. Stamina measures exhaustion, composure, hope, and physical fitness. When a character hits 0, they are wounded. If already wounded, they die. When a character is wounded, they... I need to stop intentionally mispronouncing things because I just keep mispronouncing it. I'll tell you if they want it. Their stores... Max. When a character loses stamina, it doesn't necessarily mean they've suffered a physical injury. They might start to feel the ache of their muscles from strain, outstretched for void or miss, or have an increasing sense of dread as their enemies best them. To recover stamina, a hero needs to break without being on guard. To recover stamina, a hero needs a break without being on guard where they can breathe out, lie down, stretch, sate their thirst, maybe have a little cry. That's a free action. Even just 5 minutes is another hit. To remove wounded, you generally need either medical attention or an actual restful night's sleep. Okay. So like a full night's sleep removes rested. Removes rested? It gives you the rested condition. A rest plagued by nightmares or in physical discomfort might not be enough on its own. Mana. Mana is an intuitive... Wait, what was the regular refresh rate of stamina? You know what? I don't care. Mana is an intuitive connection to the supernatural, an internal resource that everybody has some extent. Those who developed their tap to we can do anything with it. Also powers magic artifacts. Did you find any? Oh, wow. There are no direct downsides to running out of mana other than not being able to cast spells, but most wizards hate the feeling to avoid it at all costs. Well, you know, who cares what wizards like? Every person in their own particular way of restoring mana, be it meditation, practicing some kind of art, consuming particular substances, consuming some particular substances to regenerate your mana. Other ritual, whatever it is, the requirements are similarly recovering stamina, a few minutes of privacy and safety. I feel like maybe they said it earlier, and I've been doing this for fucking why? I've been doing this for like 4 hours. Nope, 6 hours. Luck is what makes hero, because luckless hero, former hero, there are powerful currency. Luck points, however, are not something that are replenished by sitting on your butt, but usually require a hero to go out to do something with themselves. Every time you sit down to play, replenish all luck points. If you roll triple sixes, replenish all luck points. If you roll triple ones across all dice pools, set your luck to exactly 1. In the end phase, you choose to keep going, you regain 1 threat to regain 1 luck point. At the end of a combat, the heroes get to regain 1 luck point. Well, that's that. And not reading the adventure. Because I might run it. I don't know. We'll see how I feel, but probably not. But I want to look at the tags. Okay, Blessed, Bypass X, Nectar, Cover, Shoot attacks against you are cursed, remove. See, it's like... It's advantage and disadvantage. You're calling it blessed and cursed, but it's advantage and disadvantage. Just to fucking call it that. Delayed. Skip your next action. You can spend a luck point to remove this. Explosive. On your next attack, add 1 die to every explosion pool you generate. You must roll any and all explosion pools you generate. Wait, didn't they say there was a reason that you wouldn't want to roll your explosion pool and then, like, never explain what it was? Knackered. Fucking British. British people. You can't add threat dice to your roll. Wait. You can't add threat dice to your roll? Can you add threat dice to your roll? Is that a thing? Persistent X. At the start of your turn, lose 1 stamina. Remove after X turns. Okay. Is that persistent damage? Oh, yeah, that's what it was. The ones. Thank you. Thank you. Repose. Strikes against you are cursed. Remove at the end of your turn. Opposed rolls against you gain X additional dice. Tipsy. Your rolls are cursed. Removing during the end phase. Okay, armor with a U. Using damage by... You know what this game could really use? Pre-decimal British currency. Up to X monsters can take a strike action rolling their dice together. That sounds really, really fucking dangerous. Keeping in mind that, max starting stamina is actually, since there's no advancement in this, max stamina is 6. So if I have 2 MR2 monsters rolling all 4 of their dice, that can do a pretty meaty chunk of damage. If I have 3 MR2 monsters, that's a potential 1-hit kill. No, wait, no, it's... Yeah, because you can roll 0. You gotta remember some of these things. When you're with dice pools, you can roll 0. With regular dice, you can't roll 0. Sizzle Strike inflict at most 1 damage. What? Oh, okay. If multiple attack striking inflict at most 1 damage per monster. Roll monster rating and choose non-elite monsters in this fight. Add 1 more of that. Reinforce. Escalation. Roll monster rating and choose an elite non... Okay, I feel like they said that was a thing. I feel like they said that during the thing that monsters would be able to call reinforcements. But I feel like they're not explaining how that works, just that it is a thing that happens. Elite X. Whenever this enemy rolls monster rating, they roll X additional die. If they have stamina equal to twice their monster rating. Monster rating. Gear tags. Armor. Yeah, I understand that works. Axe. Bane of foes. Bane of foes and trees alike. You successfully strike someone with this weapon. Permanently reduce their armor by 1. If they don't have any armor, they gain 1 threat instead. Damage inflicted by this weapon is halved, rounded... Wait, what? Damage from what... But cannot be reduced by armor or other effects. So if you roll damage, your opponent suffers 2 regardless of their gear or keyword. Okay, so see, I'm just looking at this from a power gaming perspective because I can. Permanently reduce the target's armor by 1 versus half damage that ignores armor. It really seems like reduce armor by 1 is the advantage there, unless monsters have huge amounts of armor. So, if you are wounded, roll the lower of your dex and strength. Another very controversial take I have. Ready for this, chat? Bows are strength based. Swords are dex based. Roll an additional die whenever you stunt with your blade. Long sticks help wizards channel there, even if nobody understands exactly why. When holding a staff, there's no limit to the amount of mana you can spend on a spell. I mean, that's similar. Like staffs do help. Ugh. It counts as one size larger with one quality worse than listed. It can't be worse than poor. But since you already only gave us quality poor, then there's okay. So I seem to recall them saying that if your weapon was larger, that your roll was blessed, and blessed means you succeed on one higher. So I think pole arm might be the objective better option here. You know what I just realized? There is no spear, but there definitely was a. There definitely was one, right? I didn't dream that. Character creation, background, kindred, starting path, life path, spells, roll gear. Yeah, spear has the spear keyword. And yeah, and none of the weapons have a staff keyword. Type it in, adding a greater size in your opponent makes your roll blessed. So, wow. I don't remember who said it was a while ago. But, like, this thing isn't fucking proofread, is it? Because I assume, see, when I think spear, I'm thinking, like, 6 to 7 feet. Yeah. Like a regular infantry spear, not like a pole, not like a halberd, which is long, or a naginata, which is about 6 feet. The only weapon I am formally trained in, like I've studied other weapons like all my own, but the only one I have formal training in is a fucking Japanese polearm. Well, it's like a uh, glaive. I guess you would call a naginata a Japanese glaive. All right, easy to use. Yeah. Size, trinket, really small. Here, your dex roll is blessed when you throw it, that you don't get the benefits of other gear tags. You also no longer have your weapon. Yes, that's how throwing things works. The default of every gear listing, if someone calls something normal size, you should be immediately suspicious. Well, no, technically it's a glaive because it's a cutting weapon, not a stabbing weapon. Also, because I'm not tall, I'm average height. I am average height for an American. I think worldwide too. I think 5'10" is just like worldwide average. So I'm a bit taller than the average Japanese person. And naginatas, or at least the naginatas like for training, are standard sized. So it's kind of funny that like being shorter actually gives you an advantage with it, because you both have the same amount of like of weapon, but like having a bigger stance, like being bigger and having a bigger stance actually reduces the amount of like usable distance that you get. Versus like, yeah, like kendo, where you're holding the weapon together with both your arms, and having longer arms gives you an advantage. Hmm. Ah, yes, just a normal-sized Artem. Great reach, though inconvenient in close quarters. The space is tight, like indoors or in air cases. You are surrounded by multiple. The size. I love this. The only disadvantage to having a large weapon is that in indoors or narrow caves, your size advantage is nullified. Pole arm's best option. Get blessed on all of your rolls, unless you're in a tight area, in which case you just don't. You come around, intend to do it, but can't really get any worse. If it is involved, you roll a dramatic select, it breaks. When you use the item for its intended purpose, when you roll a item for its intended purpose, roll an additional X dice. Yes, that means the higher the quality something, the more likely it is to deteriorate. Life's like that sometimes. Okay, that's the end. Alright, so Tunnels and Trolls, New Age. I'm done looking at that. As I said, I don't want to look at the adventure because I don't want to. Funny thing is, I actually did quite a bit of partying and studying the blade at the same fucking time. Get my sword. There's a sword behind me. It's difficult to see. It's actually really difficult to see. I should put my sword somewhere else where you can see it better. I know what you're thinking. If you're such a spear guy, why do you have a sword? And it was a gift. A, it was a gift. B, finding getting non-sword weapons is hard. Like, you can go to a fucking mall. You can go to the, okay, maybe 10 years ago, you could go to the mall and you could go to a store and buy, you know, a shitty little like display sword. Not little, like, you know, full-size display sword. But that store did not sell spears. That store did not sell maces. I've got a flail, too, but it's inaccessible right now. I really need to. Flails are probably my second favorite. The problem is flails are difficult to display because, you know, stick, ball, okay, that part makes sense. Chain, that makes it very difficult to like hang up somewhere. So those are my second favorite. But like, that's the thing, is finding like a replica spear is hard, and they're expensive because people make cheap ass swords. They don't really make cheap ass, you know, replica spears. Ah. I hope you're not in New York or California where they're illegal. Nunchucks are illegal in California. And New York. I think New York. I know California because I live in California. But like, I think New York too. They're nunchucks are specifically illegal for reasons. You know what? I'm not going to get into those reasons. Maybe look those reasons up for yourself. Be like, hey Google, why are nunchucks illegal specifically? That seems like a really weird, specific thing to be illegal in the United States. Actually, no, they're probably illegal in the UK too. Now I think about it. Michelangelo lost his nunchucks to the UK. Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, they had to like edit out his nunchucks because they were like, He can't have nunchucks. Those are too violent for children. Also, the word ninja was too violent for children, and that's why it's called Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Yeah, it's really interesting because here's the thing: is laws. Okay, not all laws. Every law except obscenity laws. That's the fun one. Generally have to be specific because in order for a law to be enforced, there have to be definitions of what that law is. So, as I said, I've looked up the law in California that says nunchucks are illegal, and it specifically defines nunchucks as being like any two sticks held together by a cord or chain. Like, the definition of what makes nunchucks is incredibly broad. And then, you go to the swap meet, you can still buy them. You go to the martial arts supply store, you can still buy them. You go to Chinatown, you can buy them. But technically they're illegal. But they're one of those things that they don't arrest you for. It's one of those things that if they arrest you for something else, and they find nunchucks while searching your property, they will add additional weapons possession charges. It's like fucking ridiculous because the only reason you can have nunchucks in California, there are two reasons. This one's really fun. So basically, nunchucks are in the same law that outlaws weighted canes, cane guns, cane swords, extended magazines, like all of the illegal weapons are all like in one thing. So it's just amusing that it's, oh, you can't have an extended magazine in your automatic rifle or two pieces of wood tied together. Yes. Yeah, wooden cup phone is a very long nunchuck according to California law. I believe the exceptions are historic ones. So if you own like 500-year-old pair of nunchucks, that's you can have that. Or, and this is a really fun one because this is the exception for everything in that law. Everything I just said that's illegal in California, is allowed if it is being used in a film or video project. Any illegal weapon in California, you can legally own if you are using it in a movie or TV show or similar thing. So that's a weird fucking thing, but it's because we have the motion picture industry. But here's the thing. So I'm making a movie. I have some nunchucks. I've got some ninjas in the movie, and they're using nunchucks. As long as I'm making that movie, it's legal for me to own those nunchucks. As soon as the movie ends, it becomes illegal for me to own the nunchucks. So, it's once again, it's not a thing that they enforce, but like, because someone has to own these things, and it's actually because the thing is, a lot of people criticize the inclusion of nunchucks and some other weapons, and the fact that they're not permitted for demonstration purposes, they are not permitted for educational purposes, and they're not permitted for like cultural purposes. Cultural and demonstration are basically the same. So, like, if you were doing a martial arts display using nunchucks, if you were doing a performance, be like, yes, here is an example of traditional martial arts. You're not permitted. That's not an exception to owning nunchucks. But because that's what we do. So yeah, as I was saying though, tunnel strolls, I don't like it. The big thing for me. I really liked the group combat in original Tunnels and Trolls, and it feels kind of like they kept the concept of a roll versus roll with it. Wait a minute. Hold up. I just had a thought. I just had a thought about these rules. Because I know how to attack a monster. How does a monster attack you? I got high wisdom and gold. Strike. Heroes roll strength. Okay, so regardless of who's attacking and who's defending, heroes always roll strength. Okay. That was my thing. I was like, wait a minute, I know how it works when you attack a monster. How's it work the other way around? All right. So like the roll versus roll thing is just kind of like, it feels like they're trying to do that, but it's doing it on, a 1-to-1 scale, which doesn't have the same effect because like it still means that every character needs to contribute in the same way. Like as I've said in some of the other videos, like, well, specifically the last video, is like in like Tunnels and Trolls, you can very easily contribute to the battle by being a damage sponge. You can contribute by being caster. You can contribute by dealing damage. And you can cover for the other players, like make up for their shortcomings. That your fairy wizard, who has 4 hit points, can be covered by your fully armored warrior. And like that's a thing that was lost. Also, like character size, like so are how big are fairies? They don't say. It's yeah. Here's the thing. I was watching some YouTuber, and every time he says "here's the thing," he cuts to a picture of the Thing from the Fantastic Four movie, and now that just flashes in my head every time I say "here's the thing." Anyway, here's the thing. What I am looking at here is basically like if I looked at Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and then looked at no other Dungeons and Dragons, and then looked at 5th edition. That is basically what I'm looking at right now. That is the experience I'm having, and it's... like I said, I'm not liking it, but I try to be objective as a reviewer, and that's what I'm thinking is, it's so different, but would I have the same level of negative opinion that I do if this was a thing that came about in small incremental steps, like Dungeons and Dragons, which admittedly also had one colossal misstep in 2008, but it very much it was. Let's just ignore 4th edition, but like very clearly, if you look at Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and you look at Dungeons and Dragons 3rd edition, and you look at 5th edition, you're like, yes, I see the evolution of the game from point A to point B to point C, but what I'm looking at here right now is a game that stayed at point A for 40 years, and then a new version of it at point, C or D, and I'm like, that's what I'm wondering is like, how would I feel about this if Tunnels and Trolls had actually incremented, had changed over time? Because yes, you are correct. I need to start pointing at I'm usually doing like VTube models. Like if you're getting, I can like literally point at the chat and be like, yes, you were correct. That is one of the coolest things about Tunnels and Trolls is that big simultaneous group combat. Because it does two things. One, as I said, it allows you to compensate, but B, it allows you to narratively, like, narrate combat a lot more interestingly. Because this is like, oh, you can jump up on the table and do a stunt. I can say, I jump up on a table and, grab the chandelier and, kick the goblin into the fireplace. And that doesn't have to, I don't need a set of, things for that. That can just be me narrating what I do during combat. Or, you could, one, actually, I don't remember if this was in one of the books, or just the thing I thought of. Like, I feel like it was in one of the books. Is that like one of the goblins can run off, and one of the players can chase after them, and you can just break that narrative combat into two, and it doesn't matter how far away someone else is, only what they are involved with in the combat. And you can do that with this too, I guess. But like, it's very much, if there are 5 monsters and 3 players, you are outnumbered. If one tries to run away, the other 4 can stop you from chasing them. They can prevent you from action, but in the other one, you can take off. It is way more restrictive, but also without giving you depth. I would love to see. I'm so fucking disappointed about 7th edition. Like, I really, really wish that a full version of that 7th edition was available. Did I mention this? I don't remember if I actually said this or if it got cut out of the video. I contacted the publisher. I tried to contact the publisher to ask them questions, but they just never got back to me. Like, that was like months. I contacted them like months ahead of time. They never got back because I guess they were like, oh, we don't want to talk about Tunnels and Trolls. We're much more focused on whatever it is we're doing. Well, yeah, that's the thing, is this is an updated Tunnels and Trolls. It doesn't feel like Tunnels and Trolls because, as I said, it's very detached. But, like, that's because you're going from, 1979 rules to 2025 rules. There's no intermediate steps in between. At its core, like, it feels Tunnels and Trolls adjacent. But like I said, the combat's the big one getting me, because just like, I feel like they looked at the existing combat and they were like, okay, so conceptually we understand this, but we don't think that modern players will conceptually understand this. So we're taking the idea of it and then reducing it to a one-on-one individual Dungeons and Dragons style combat, but just without movement. Which is, of course, an issue, because then it's like, oh, I'm going to attack with my bow. You can't attack with your bow. The monster's right behind you. Oh, I didn't know that. That's unfortunate. I wish I knew the positioning, or the positioning didn't matter. One of those two would be great. I prefer the second, because as suggested, I played lots of Dungeons and Dragons, so I'm very averse to, okay, you see monsters, well, we're done playing the role-playing game for today. Let's get out the mat and little miniature figures, And that's what we're going to be doing for the next 2 hours. Oh, well, maybe you should have got home earlier ago, and then you would have known I was streaming. You could have seen the stream, and you could have seen me talking about nunchucks. I was talking about nunchucks earlier. Talking about guar and seeing them with the whiskey. They brought Gorgor out. They brought fucking Gorgor out at the whiskey. Like that's not they do not have a big stage with the whiskey, and they brought out Gorgor because they're guar and they care about their audience. Like there's they're one of those bands that it's like they're definitely doing it because they actually care about it, not for the money, because there's not a fucking lot of money in it. They are one of the least efficient bands ever. Oh no, you should never check YouTube. YouTube is terrible. You might say it's terrible. Awful. Just awful, terrible YouTube. Hide it. But I was just winding down. The stream because I was talking about tunnels and trolls and how I don't like it. At least it's consistent in that I have been disappointed with every edition of Tunnels and Trolls after the first one. First through fourth. Because even 5th edition was a little disappointing in just, like, how disjointed it was. It was very inconsistent, very, like, here's every random mechanic we thought of in the last 4 years. Just use them or not. Interesting. Yeah, the wonky modifiers are a fucking thing. Like, in my Tunnels and Trolls hack that I'm gonna I fully intend to release a beta version of that sometime between now and June. Because I started a jam on itch.io. Or Itch.io. I've seen people called Itch.io and I'm like, that's just weird. I did start this jam on itch.io. Weirdly enough, in response to a Neopets ttrpg jam, because all the things I said about it, and then someone was like, we're gonna make a jam, and it's like, I'm gonna make a jam. It's like, make your own Neopets ttrpg and make it better than the other one. Because that was the joke everyone was making. Is they're like, I could make a better Neopets RPG than this. I don't know a fucking thing about Neopets, but I wouldn't just remake D&D. So I was like, haha, wouldn't it be funny if I made a game that was Neopets, but they fuck? And then I was looking at the rules, and they were like, no sexually explicit content. And I'm like, wow, how about fuck you? And then I got annoyed, and then I made my own jam. The but they fuck jam. For games that are like a thing. Like Neopets, but they fuck. D&D, but they fuck. A cozy town simulator, but they fuck. So, opens in 7 days, but I'm keeping it open through June because this is my first game jam, so I'm trying to like actually have enough time to get people interested in it. So that's that's why I'm probably gonna get a beta version of Wet Dungeon done for, which is Tunnels and Trolls. It is a hack of Tunnels and Trolls. But that's one of the things I really like is the wonky, is those wonky modifiers. Because, listen, like, if you happen, like, if you roll a 15, and then you go, you know what, if you roll a 15 in your strength, that's great. And then you're like, you know what, I'm going to take this kin type, a dwarf. Yeah, because that's the original Tunnels and Trolls dwarf. That gets doubled. I'm gonna have fucking 30 strength. You know what? Have your fucking 30 strength. That's my take on it. Is who cares? Who cares if like the one character has 30 strength? And that's another thing. That's balanced by the oh, there's the trolls. I feel like they did another one. One of the other editions had like an any number of multiples rollover, but like that's my take on it. Is who cares? Like, but that's also covered because in this it's okay. My character has low strength and another character has high strength. Then the other character is good in combat and this one's bad in combat. But once again, everything evens out in the group-based combat of original Tunnels and Trolls, and that just, in a way, that this doesn't. Like I said, though, it's not like I've never been disappointed by an edition of Tunnels and Trolls before. I've been disappointed by almost every edition of Tunnels and Trolls. It just set such a high, it just started out with like such a high standard. It's like, oh my god, 1975, this game comes out that completely divorces role-playing games from war games. It turns it into a narrative experience, a cinematic narrative experience. And it's just like, 1975, the first or second, depending on how you want to argue this, role-playing game ever, was just like a fucking narrative, cinematic action game. And it's just amazing to me that, as a concept, that didn't come back until, like, the 90s. Tunnels and Trolls abstractly did a thing that didn't become popular until the 90s, at which point it was dead. I don't know if it was Flying Buffalo or it could have had something to do. It could have had something to do with Ken St. Andre. It seems like in the 2000s he was not great to work with, which makes me wonder if he was good to work with in the 1970s. I can't say the thing I can't say. I can't say if it would have been my favorite. The character creation is wonky. But like, it was kind of interesting. The character creation was interesting, but like, I would love to see that finished edition. I would love to see what that actual 2007, 2005 edition of Tunnels and Trolls would have been. I would just absolutely love to see that because what we have is a lazy cut down version of 5th edition by Ken St. Andre. With whatever, he like, you need to watch all my videos on Tunnels and Trolls if you haven't yet, because like, as I said in Deluxe Tunnels and Trolls, in 5th edition, he mechanically introduces the lore that he doesn't even mention until Deluxe Tunnels and Trolls. Like, the rules the mechanics for like the different kinds of trolls and such were introduced in 7th edition, but we didn't know why. We didn't know any of the actual facts of this until 10 years later. Also, they missed the window. They fucking missed the window. It's like a bit at this point. You know, we get tunnels and trolls in 2005. We get tunnels and trolls in 2015, and then we get tunnels and trolls in 2025. And they missed the window. They missed the new edition of tunnels and trolls every 10 years window. Because, like, you know, like that's the bit. That's the bit with tunnels and trolls. It comes out every 10 years. I wonder. Well, your cat Ozzy's not allowed to watch the stream. Send him to the other room. Is there a troll there? Actually, you know what I just realized? What the fuck is this? Is this hyena man? Knoll. He's a knoll. Actually, I guess I don't know if that's a hyena man or a hyena lady. This hyena they. What is this hyena person? Like, what are they? What are they doing? They've got their sword. They've got like a spell ready. What are they? It looks like they're supposed. Like I mentally filled in. Like my mind mentally filled in that there was a troll in front of them. But yeah, I guess they're just going into a tunnel. And maybe there's a troll in the tunnel. There's definitely some tentacles in the tunnel. Oh no, I hope those tentacles don't grab me. That would be terrible. Listen, I don't know for sure that every single TTRPG player is as horny as I am, but I'm just going to assume they are. Because why are you pretending to be an elf if not for horniness? Seems kind of sus. Seems kind of sus that you'd sit around and pretend to be a big, muscly, loincloth barbarian if it wasn't for horny reasons. Why would you make a character that has a daddy, if it wasn't a kinky thing, huh? Daddy Eldritch Blast. I don't know how I do that. Sometimes I accidentally just fucking throw my phone and I do not know how, like, my muscles contract in a specific way where I pick up my phone and then just, like, toss it. Ah. My case fell apart. It's probably because it's held together with tape and rubber bands. Also, I bought it secondhand and I never took off the fucking label that they put on it. Yes, I'm the person that, like, everything I own is broken. All right, and yeah, come on. Ah, nope. Chunks of rubber keep falling off. Okay, gotta take the rubber band off entirely. Okay, so now put the rubber band back on. There we go. See? It's all just too good as new. Good as new. It's just held together with a rubber band. Like normal people do. Alright, so yeah, that's... And the power of friendship holds it together? No. No, the power of friendship doesn't do anything. The power of friendship just, tricks you into existing in a society. We live in a society. That's what they say. They say we live in a society. All right, so I'm gonna go. It's really interesting the way this works. This is a window capture, so like, even if my mouse is over another window, it still shows. So like, I'm doing stuff in OBS right now. It just happens to be on top of that window. And it's like boo doo. Yoink. There we go. We're back here, chat. Back here in the. Nah, this isn't the worm pit. It's kind of the worm pit. I go back and forth on whether or not the worm pit is a bad thing or a good thing. So yeah, thanks for joining me here on the internet while I looked at Tunnels and Trolls, a new age, the tunnelsiest of trolls. It's not very good. I'm hoping it'll be better, because like, here's the thing. As it is right now, I don't feel comfortable emailing the publisher and saying, hi, can I get a free copy of your game to make a video on it? Because I know that my overall take is going to be very negative. Like, you know, I'm not saying that I will only say positive things about someone if they send me a copy of something, but like, I don't want to ask someone for something knowing that I am going to have a negative opinion on it. Which is, I feel like I should move my webcam a bit this direction. Ah. Yeah, it's a little bit better. So yeah. Thanks for joining me here on the internet while I looked at the Tunnels and Trolls. And unsurprisingly, I am not ready to do the sign off. It's kind of a bit I do, where I'm never ready. Where I start doing my sign off, but I'm not actually like prepared to do the sign off, so I start like saying it, then I'm like, oh wait. Thank you for joining me here on the internet while I looked at Tunnels and Trolls: A New Age. Didn't really like it. Maybe it'll be better when it finally comes out. Not entirely confident in that or hopeful. But, well, we'll see. When it comes out, I'm obviously going to do a Let's Make Us character on it. So, until next time, thank you for stopping by.
Yeah.